Good, good evening, ladies and gentlemen from all over. Welcome to this great, awesome show. We are extremely late, but better late than never. I take this opportunity want to welcome you and to invite you in live to Mtembei TV. This show comes to you every day from 10, and I'm sorry that in the last 2 days it has been a challenge, but we are back. Sorry for even starting late. We were having some ish, but hey, we are here. We are here, and thank you. I see many. Many are coming in. Thank you so much. It's encouraging. I have over 100 plus watching live. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much. So very much for joining in live. This is Mtembei Live. Mtembei, your host is Jakes, the moderator. Karibuni sana. We have a great show lined up for you guys. Karibuni sana. Do me a favor by liking this video. Do me a favor by sharing this video both on Facebook and on YouTube. Like the video and let's do this. Karibuni sana, poleni kwa kuchelewa. I ask you to forgive us because it is at times beyond us. When you are connecting with people in different countries, the challenges at times was in our car. But way, simumeingia already. Despite us starting late, you guys are already in. Karibuni sana kwa show. We have a great show. Oh my goodness. See, tuko na story kibao. Stay tuned. I have a lot of information to share with you guys. So, usibanduke hapo. Asante kwa kunijoin live. From wherever you're watching, this is Mtembei Live and I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. Karibuni sana. We. Sinianze kwa kuwasalimu, Nianze na nani hapa? Namwona Franco ako ndani, karibu sana. Wiki Ambach unasema uko ndani, karibu. Valentabi unasema yes Jakes, hi, karibuni sana wadau, karibuni sana. Si nimewahata we kwa miss nayo one day and I feel as if it's eternity. Namwona Alice Namba unasema hi, karibu sana. Faith Wanjira na kuona, karibu sana kwa show. Mosop Truth Meter, karibu sana kwa show. Vicky Johnson, karibu sana. Nasema haya Jakes, ni haya ama ni hai? But ni sawa, nimeelewa. Karibu sana. Namuona Honorable Paul Kemani Thuo, uko karibu, uko kwa show. Karibu sana. Debra Onyonyo, karibu sana. Karibu sana. Kolobi KE, I see you. Nasema you are tuned in from Nairobi. Let me know where you're watching me from. Forgive me for those in Kenya. It's kind of late, but I see you and I am grateful that you're even here now. Hey, asanteni tu sana. Vicky, you're watching me from Great Britain. Asante kwa kunijoin. Audi MC, Audi, I see you. Ama it's Audi Mac Audi. Either way, unasema Punda is tired. I see you. Wiki Ambich, I see you. I see Cute Boy Kinyozi ako ndani. Amazon Baya Mungu ako ndani. He Zabro Nongaro ako ndani. Kevo ako ndani. Shila ako ndani. Jerry ako ndani. Nicholas Ouma ako ndani. Karibuni sana. Let me know where you're watching me from. Tuma tu hapo kwa text. Nieleze, my friend, this is where I am and I'll be reading it live. I see many joining in and you can join in as well. I'll be showing you how to join in live. Karibuni sana kwa show. Thank you for choosing Mtembei every evening to be part of your night, morning, day, where you are informed, where you tune in, and we have a show where we discuss. Karibuni sana wadau, karibuni. Namwona Debra ako ndani, anasema yes, niko ndani, karibu sana. Nicholas anasema hivi, vipi bro, I am from Cheptulu, hey, a man from Siaya. Glad to see you, my man. Karibu sana. Ingesa George nasema watching from Uasingishu. Karibu sana. Benson Kialo, I see you. Valentabi unaniambia unani watch ukiwa South Africa. Karibu sana Valentabi. Soon I'm sure you'll be joining me live. Karibuni wadau. Thank you for choosing Mtembei Live. Thank you for always subscribing, sharing, and being part of the larger Mtembei family. And Mtembei shows that we have different kinds of videos you'll find. Entertainment, ziko kule ndani. Anything you want to see, you'll find it in Mtembei. So make sure you have hit the notification bell so that whenever we post anything, you are the first to be notified. I see many joining. We sawa sawa, poleni, nimeanza kwa kuchelewa, lakini kawia ufike. Mwisho wa siku tuko hapa tufanye ile kitu, even though we might have started late, but I'm grateful that you guys are here. Cheki tu vile mnajileta tu Ambani is here and many are still coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being part of this awesome show. Jerry, I see you. Karibu sana. Unasema yes. Karibu sana. Wiki unasema unani watch from Washington DC. Karibu sana. Debra unaniambia uko ndani. Karibu. Coach Collins unaniambia uko ndani. Unasema Punda amechoka. Na mwana Kolo unaniambia William Samoei Ruto, remember we celebrate your victory. Vicky unasema hivi, Jakes, I hope you are not caught in the Nairobi traffic due to Ezekiel praying. Wait, sawa. No, I wasn't caught. I was having some other funny challenges, But we are back. Namwona Fred Matule ako ndani. Ninamwona nani mwingine? Namwona Ojembo Bilo. Unaniambia you are in Kirinyaga. Kirinyaga where? Where in Kirinyaga? Let me know. Charles Olo unaniambia Siaya niko ndani. Maandamano irudi tu bana we. Hey. Sawa. Karibuni kwa show. I have a great show for you. I ask you to tune in, to sit down and relax as we enjoy this wonderful discussion. I'll be playing several clips, and as well I'll be sharing so many things that have made headlines in our country. We have a new NCIS, NIS, sorry, not NCIS, that's a movie. We kupenda Netflix nayo sawa. The new NIS is Mr. Haji Nuruddin Haji, ndio sasa amevuka now he is the boss But before that wadau, tuliachia zile stories za corruption na jinsi Urezo alifukuza wasee kwa job tuliachia hapo last show that we had. Now yesterday Baba came in with a strong statement, so that's where I'll begin, and of course we'll have a great show. So but before I do that, allow me to greet David Ambani. David Ambani, habari ya saa hizi?
Salama ndugu yangu.
Kaka, naona ujalala, ulikuwa na ngoja show yako ndo hii.
Asante ndugu yangu.
Pole sana kwa kwanza tukiwa tumechelewa, niomba uniwie radhi, ni mushki tu.
Hata mimi nimechelewa, nilikuwa kazi kidogo. Nimeingia nikasema acha nipumzike kidogo, wakati naingia kwa simu ndio naona wewe uko ndani, nikasema acha pia niingie.
Ndio huyu mimi, na nashukuru sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Karibu sana.
Asante, nashukuru ndugu yangu.
Sasa Punda huyu amechoka. Yaani Punda hapa akiwa Mkenya, natumia hivyo kwa sababu hivyo nilisemekana. Mkenya hapa analalamika ya kwamba maisha imekuwa gali, maisha imekuwa sugu, mambo yanaenda sivyo. Ndio hiyo mafuta ilipanda juu stima nayo zinachezea tu uko mawinguni. Sasa mwananchi atakimbilia wapi ndugu yangu?
Sasa mimi nitasema namna hii Punda amechoka. Lakini sasa tukienda maandamano wanasema hii maandamano ni ya Jaluo, hii maandamano ni ya Wajaluo na Waluya. Sasa waje
tutasema baba yetu siku moja iwe yetu, kwa sababu Punda akichoka si lazima protest. Hata Punda akichoka yeye urusha mateke.
Hii unaona ndugu yangu, Kenya hii wanajua ya kwamba Jaluo ndo kasi yake ni maandamano na kutupa mawe. Umeona? Lakini sasa sema namna hiyo, wacha Ruto
Bro, gharama haijapanda tu kwa Mjaluo, gharama imepanda kwako kama Ambani, mimi kwangu kama Jakes manze.
Sasa unaona
kule juu.
unaona ndugu yangu, hii gharama kupanda, sisi tukienda kwa watu wakienda kwa barabara maandamano, unaona ndugu yangu, unga ikishuka itashuka kwa watu wote. Itashuka kwa Jaluo peke yake, itashuka kwa watu wote. Sasa tu tunasema namna hii, wacha Ruto wafinye kabisa. Akisha wafinya kabisa, wote tuende kwa barabara.
Bro,
tukishaenda kwa barabara,
wacha mimi leo nitauliza watu wa Azimio na watu wa Kenya Kwanza a direct question. Sasa mnasema Ruto hawafinye, anafinya nani? Wewe utakuwa wewe utakuwa excused kwa hiyo kufinywa.
Sisi tutakuwa tu pale, lakini tukienda maandamano wanasema hii ni watu fulani ndio wanaenda maandamano. Lakini sasa ikitufinya, wache tufinye tu wote, tuvumilie tu kuwa wa Kenya.
Sasa bro, uliniambia ulivotia Azimio, right? Kama baba angekuwa kwa chair, wewe uone tungekuwa almost in the same, kwa sababu angekuta madeni ambazo Ruto alikuta. Kama ni kweli vile Gachagua yeye usema kulikuwa na empty coffers, angekuta coffers bila chochote. So baba angefanya lipi tofauti?
Kwanza baba angechukua hiyo milioni 200 ya Gachagua, angeweka kwa upande ya mahindi ya Wakenya njaa. Hiyo milioni ile walirudisha. Unajua, kwanza akumbuke ya kwamba hii njaa inauma hao kwa sababu Ruto aliwaondolea gharama ile ya corruption. Wakaingia katika serikali. Aliwaondolea hiyo pesa, ningekuwa inasaidia Wakenya. Sasa ukiona hata vile gharama inapanda, haipandi kwa hao watu wakubwa, hao watu wakubwa katika serikali. Hao wafeel, unaona, kama wangefeel ingekuwa mzuri, wangekuwa na mkataza kwa sababu walikuwa na yeye. Lakini kwa vile sasa sisi wananchi wa chini wakiteta, wakubwa wanaendesha tu magari kubwa, hawana shida. Kwa maana mtu akiendesha Prado ajui njaa iko, mtu akiendesha Prado ajui ya kwamba gharama imepanda.
Angalia bro, unaendesha Prado lakini zile loans uko nazo ni kibao. Kuendesha Prado imaanishi uko fiti brother.
Tunajua wale wanaendesha. Unajua hii Kenya wengine wanasikia mzuri, wengine wanasikia mbaya. Unaona? Lakini maneno ya gharama kupanda tutawakujia. Unajua ikisha panda itafika mahali tutawakujia. Si mchezo, inatakana hawa wapunguze hiyo gharama ya mwananchi irudi chini.
Bro, utakujia nani?
Irudi chini.
Unaposema utawakujia, unamaanisha kukujia nani sasa?
Unaona, watakuwa na kula mzuri na sisi tunalala njaa. Tutawapiga geta. Tutawapiga tu geta mzuri. Wajue hivyo, gharama ikipanda juu tutawapiga geta. Tutawapiga geta.
Kwa hivyo kulingana na wewe, kama nakushika vizuri, the more maisha itazidi kuwa ghali, the more uhalifu pia utaanza kuongezeka.
Si uhalifu itaongezeka ndugu yangu. Uhalifu itaongezeka ndugu yangu. Hata kama wanajenga manyumba mzuri, wanajenga kwa upande ya njaa inauma watu, maisha imepanda, mtu anatuambia maneno ya kujenga nyumba. Sasa tutakaa hiyo nyumba na njaa kweli ndugu yangu? Tutakaa hiyo nyumba na njaa?
Bro, akikupunguzia for example mali unaishi, labda unalipa pesa mingi, alafu akuwezeshe kupata nyumba, labda nyumba ya bei nafuu, auoni kama hivyo at least utapungukiwa na vitu viwili vitatu ambavyo labda vinakukimbisha leo, na labda mwisho wa siku maisha iwe sawa sawa, kwa sababu kama utaenda hiyo, kwa mfano hiyo kazi ya kujenga, ujikute wewe ni selemala ama wewe ni fundi wa kujenga, auoni kama hiyo itakuokolea? Maybe saizi kama hauna tuso, kesho ukienda mjengo upate hiyo tuso, auoni kama hiyo at least Ruto amekuokolea?
Sasa hiyo wakati ya nyumba tulipata wakati ya Moi na Kenyatta. Wakati ya Moi na Kenyatta. Sasa yeye ataniletea nyumba gani? Hakuna ile nyumba yeye ataniletea. Kama ile mimi naishi, labda naishi kwa nyumba yangu. Sasa maneno ya nyumba apatie watu wenye hawana nyumba. Umeona? Na wewe kukana kwa nyumba na uko na njaa na gharama imepanda.
Kidogo tu Urezo on Sunday aliongea akasema hivi ya kwamba mahindi imekam na mahindi kikam unge imeshuka. In fact wamesema mara si moja ya kwamba ukienda katika supermarket utakuta unga ya 150, 170. Wewe kama Ambani, wacha tu tuwe frank, na hii si kuchocha Azimio ama kuchocha Kenya Kwanza. Wewe umeweza kupatana na hiyo unga?
Sijawahi kupatana nayo, na nasikia katika shelf iko sukari.
Umepatana nayo inatoka pesa ngapi?
Sijakutana nayo, unaona ndugu yangu, sijakutana nayo ile iko kwa shelf ya 150 au ile anasema. Na saa hii wametangaza ya kwamba ile sukari iko kwa shelf ya kwa supermarket iko na sumu. Sasa sisi wa Kenya tutaenda wapi? Tutaenda wapi? Hata labda hii unga ya 150 hii unga ya 150 labda hata ni sumu, iko na sumu, sisi hatujui. Unaona ndugu yangu,
hii sukari ni ya 2018, sio ya Ruto. Sio Ruto alileta, ni Uhuru, ilikuja time ya Uhuru bro.
Na kama serikali wanafanya nini? Na wao serikali ni yao.
Ule mwenye anafaa kulaumiwa hapa ni nani? Si ni government iliyopita, kwa sababu walikataa kudispose hiyo sukari.
Aha. Sasa ndugu yangu,
kwa sababu Ruto amekuta sukari imewekwa kwa store, na wamefutwa wote wale ambao wamecheza na hiyo kazi. Amefuta karibu wa jamaa 20 na kitu kwa sababu ya utepetevu kazini, na naona kama ni kazi nzuri. Watu wakikosea, badala ya kusumbuana, wafute kwanza job, kesi baadaye.
Hiyo sio, hiyo amefanya mzuri. Unaona ndugu yangu, hiyo amefanya mzuri.
Okay.
Lakini sasa kufinya wa Kenya, unajua anafinya wa Kenya na maisha iko juu sana. kuongeza mafuta, maisha iko juu sana bwana. Yaoni, unajua yaoni anasema ya kwamba ati wakina Ngauru walikuwa watu ya Serelak. Yeye ni mtu alipitia shida. Yeye aoni shida ya mwananchi, ameenda juu. Hiyo ngasi ya tulimsaidia kupanda, tutateremsha hiyo ngasi.
Sasa yeye anasema baada ya siku kidogo tu mtungi ya gas, bila gas utanunua 300. Sasa wewe ungangane ujue mahali utatoa gas. Wewe uone kama amekuokolea.
Unajua yeye ni uongo, ako na uongo mingi sana. Ako na uongo. Tunajua ako na uongo mingi sana.
Okay.
Afanye kitu moja ile watu wajue kwamba amefanya kweli. Kama ni gas, ndio apunguze gas, lazima apunguze chakula bwana. Hii gas tunaweza tumia hata kuni. Tunaweza tumia kuni
na misitu bwana,
hiyo gas hiyo. Akipunguza hiyo gas hiyo, tutapata wapi kitu ya kupika?
Okay.
Hakuna kitu ya kupika. Labda anateremsha gas kwa sababu Odinga ndiye anatengeneza hiyo gas. Unaona, anaumiza mwingine. Anaumiza upande mwingine.
Okay. Aya, shikilia hapo tu kidogo Ambani. KK vipi?
Watu wanalalamika bana, watu wanalia. Ni nini?
Watu wanalia
Watu lazy, watu wanakaa tu bure, wanataka kulishwa tu.
Bro, usite wa Kenya lazy bwana. Sisi ni watu wa kujituma bwana. Sisi wa jamaa
unalia hapa, unalia jiunga. Mama hiyo.
Bro, kwani wewe uko na do ngapi bwana?
Sina do, but siwezi lia jiunga, bro.
Utalia. Sasa bro, usipolia jiunga utalia jia nini? Vitu ni kibao, ndio hiyo mafuta hata haijashuka, imepanda.
Niko worried about wealth yangu, create wealth yangu mimi, si kutegemea mzazi. Mtu anang'ang'ana hapa anatuambia maneno unga ugali. Anapuzia mtoto bana.
Yeye akishiba asifikirie wengine wameshiba bwana. Yeye akifikiria wengine wameshiba, unajua yeye anaona yeye ameshiba, wengine hawajashiba.
Wewe unasema aje?
Tangu last year tumekuwa tukai unga na 200. Si ungesha kufa?
KK kuna msemo inasema aje?
Tunang'ang'ana katika maisha.
Baada ya mtu kushiba anasemanga stores zichomwe. Sasa wewe naona umeshiba unasema stores zichomwe kwa sababu hauoni kama kesho kutakuwa na njaa
Nimetoka watch ball, niambie. Mnaongelea nini leo? Unga tena?
Hatuongelei unga, tunaongelea gharama ya maisha, tunaongelea vitu vingi sana. Lakini zaidi ya yote umeshindaje kaka?
Mimi niko poa bana. Napita tu, nimetoka
unatafuta wealth mbaya. Unatafuta wealth vibaya sana.
Bana, unajua age na catch up bana, na mimi bado nategemea wealth ya budangu. Unajua sasa hiyo ndio inaniwari mimi, si unga bana. Mtu mzima una unga. Ai manzezi.
Lakini bro check
Hata ununue, hata nikuulize wewe, unapika unga ngapi kwa mwezi?
Mimi personally sijui, hiyo ni kazi ya
mke wangu. Unabai mara ngapi?
Nimuulize, siwezi kuwa niko na habari.
Unabai mara ngapi kwa mwezi?
Yako mzuri. Unajua mwenye anaongea yako
mwezi.
Yeye yako mzuri sana. Ajue wengine maisha wanapitia.
Hiyo t-shirt yake ishamstaki. Wacha kwanza wacha pause kwanza. Dawa yake Roda labda itakuja nione kama ata relax.
Bro. Tuseme unatumia unga kama 3 kwa mwezi. Kama 4. Kama wewe ni mlavi tuseme 4. Na wameongeza chwani. Hiyo ni tuzo kwa mwezi. Kwa mwaka hiyo ni ngapi? Hata ifiki 2,000 na unalalamika hapo kwa bana. Upuzi.
Bro, wacha turudi nyuma kidogo. Wacha tupause.
2,000 kwa mwaka unakuja kulalamika hapo.
Wacha tupause. Unajua ukiwa na account imenona usifanye ambari
relax. Wakenya wengine wamekula wameshiba, wanafikiria wengine wamekula wameshiba.
Bana mimi ni hustler.
Bwana ndugu yangu.
KK hakuna hustler anaweza bonga hivyo wewe. Wewe uko katikati ya hustler na wale washa make
5 weeks ama 2 years unaongelea hapo unga hata ukiletea unga na vitu zingine.
Unga ni kitu ya maana bwana ndugu yangu bwana. Unga ni kitu ya maana ndugu yangu.
Bana tuache mfala.
Kwani maisha ikipanda unaangalia unga na mambo mengine. Hii mafuta ikipanda hata unga inapanda. Sukari inapanda, kila kitu inapanda.
Bro saizi sukari ni how much? 400 na kitu.
Na expect uniambie issues zenye zina rise up kama hiyo. Lakini unalia unga 3 years ukilia unga.
Hiyo it is one of the things.
Tunaona hii watu sasa. Ndio sasa tunaona ya kwamba kuna watu wengine tukienda maandamano hao ndio watu wanatusi sisi. Sasa hata maandamano hatuwezi enda, baba asiende maandamano. Akae tu. Hiyo maisha itubebe wote. Kwa sababu hata tukienda maandamano wapunguze, tutanunua hiyo unga kwa wale wenye wameenda maandamano na wale wajaenda maandamano.
Okay.
Niambie story ya leo. Mnaongelea nini bana kitu ya maana?
Tuna discuss vitu mingi. Si unanijua tu mimi build show tu tukiendelea. So tuwezi discuss everything at a go. But tunaanzia ile story ya Raila ya jana. Alitoa speech na vitu mingi aliblame. Kwanza jana alisema kitu moja fiti. Alisema ya kwamba as much as una tax angalia huyo mwananchi ambaye unamtax. Hujamuongezea mshahara, hujamuongezea mapato yake, right? Ni kwa hiyo tu wallet. Hata kama hiyo wallet yako saizi una feel imejaa manoti Mr. KK. Nikianza kuitoa nitoe thao na hakuna yenye naongezeka. Kidogo nitamaliza hiyo buyu mzima ya asali. Right? Namuona nitamaliza hiyo buyu mzima ya asali. Alex, sorry, not Alex. Nyagaka, are you raising your hand?
Hello?
Are you raising your hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Why? Hello? Mimi nawasalimu sana. Yeah, I was nawasalimu sana.
Okay.
Na watu wengi ambao wanazungumza leo, vijana yangu ni wanalia sana. They have to know that we are 4 years in UDA and they have to get ready. They have to get ready. They have to get ready so that they can take Ruto out. But there is nothing that they're doing that can take Ruto out. So to just keep complaining every day is maybe a stage of development, because right now, as what the Kenya Constitution is written about, is whoever wins the election has 5 years, at least 4 years to do something, and the last year to campaign for himself or herself. But we are doing great. Ruto is doing what the economics he stayed bottom up that was written by John Maynard Keynes. He's doing everything to get there. Wacha nikwambie Jakes, kama hapa America, when Clinton took over or when Obama took over, zero of the Republicans voted for their economic plan.
Okay.
So if that's what Asmio is planning, it has nothing to do with Maandamano. He has 4 years to prove himself, and then if you come up with a better plan, then you can win. That's democracy. That's the constitution that was written. That's what everybody who died, Jem Karaoke, Gishikuku, Anyona, that's what they were fighting for. So this gentleman, Raila, is a communist. He doesn't know how democracy works. He's just there to confuse everybody. Lastly, ngoja niseme kitu moja tu. I saw the other day, because of this TV, but Babu Wino talking about the economics. He's mixing apples and oranges. The stupidity is so high, it is not funny. You cannot quote John. I mean, you cannot quote Adam Smith with Maynard Keynes. They were like opposite of the other. One is preaching top-down economics. The other is preaching bottom-up economics. So it doesn't. I mean, you wonder why are the universities in Kenya teaching economics? Is very simple, and it's only one in all the Western civilization. There's only 2 economic models that are there: top down, bottom up. And as in Uda, we have chosen bottom up. John Maynard Keynes, that's who started the World Bank, and the Asian giants used those to do that. Well, I don't like talking too much, but let me say one more thing. Alafu niaje. What the Ruto did yesterday was very commendable by firing all those people that were in Kemsa. We don't want to hear even the smell of corruption. Because corruption has eaten the country. We could be very, very developed. Some of us would not be staying in America or anywhere else because the weather, the weather in Kisii is beautiful. Everything is beautiful. Lakini we run away because there is no leadership. There is only corruption. So
Ruto, today he has equally fired over 22 people because of sugar poisoning.
That's good. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want. And if Uda, I mean, if Asmio is crying for something else, let them keep crying. Like I can hear your young people here on TV crying and complaining about Ruto. Ruto won these elections to rule Kenya for the next 5 years.
5 years.
And if you can't do anything, just beat him up again. There's no overthrowing of the government or anything like that. But what we don't want to hear is corruption. Bottom-up economics, Jakes, will not work if there is corruption. That's what how the Asian giants rose up, because they didn't tolerate one Koyu in Singapore. They did not tolerate any kind of corruption. Asante sana Jakes. Nitarudi tena baadaye, lakini I was in the middle of something, and I can hear Asmio people crying all day long. How is that going to change anything in the country? Yeah, asante sana Jakes.
Asante sana, apandi sana Nyagaka, karibu sana zaidi na zaidi. Even you who is joining us, thank you so much for being part of the show. I see Kevin Omondi, you are in. Asante sana. Grievin Mlongo, I see you. Weseretet Mutai, I see you. I see you guys. Naona ujumbe zenyu zinaingia kuingia. Richie Opemi, I see you. Vicky Jones, I see you. Munaj Aguvasu, I see you. Helen Maganga, unasema Ruto ni mkora. Black unasema hi, karibu sana. Namuona Alex Media ako around. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona jamaa anajiita Jerry Dayo ako ndani ya show. Karibu sana. Let me know where you're watching me from. Tuma tu jumbe hapo. And zaidi ya yote, let me know where are you feeling the pinch, ama ni watu wa Kenya Kwanza wana complain kuliko watu wa Azimio, or it is vice versa? We, dunia ina mambo vipi?
Poa sana ndugu yangu. Habari zenu?
Za kushinda kaka. Pole jana sikuonekana, nilikuwa na mshki wa mitambo, lakini pia leo nimechelewa, lakini Hivyo ndivyo mambo yalivyo, lakini tuko sasa. Vipi leo?
Mimi niko alhamdulillah, nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Labda nyinyi?
Kaka, ni maisha imekufanya ukanuna hivyo ukakuwa chini? Kaka, vipi?
Niko sawa, tunataka
umeenda chini bwana, ama gharama imepanda kwako twice? Gharama imepanda kwako maradufu
Naona vile KK anaando anapeleka na ni speed hapo.
KK anawapeleka na Rieng KK anacheza ligi ya Sonko. Unaona vile Sonko alikuwa ana display pesa. KK hiyo ndio ligi yake. So sijaribu kucheza na karibu na yeye. Amesema usibonge vitu za 2,000 kwa show. Bonga vitu za pesa mingi. KK yapangwangu bwana. Anasema usibonge vitu za 2,000, bonga vitu za pesa mingi. Yeye anataka kusikia vitu za mabilioni bwana. So kulingana na wewe, gharama ya maisha, wewe kama mwananchi, una feel mikakati ya Ruto inasaidia kupunguza, imebakisha jinsi hali ilivyokuwa kabla yeye kuingia ushukani, ama ndio inazidi kuwa hata mbovu zaidi?
Kitu iko sisi wenyewe wa Kenya ndio hatujaamua. Tunataka viongozi wa aina gani? Tunataka maendeleo gani? Tunataka tuishi aje? Unajua maisha kupanda, lazima uwe na huyo mtu iko kwa kiti au hata kwa nyumba yako, lazima uwe na solution. Unajua kwa nyumba yako kwa nini unafanyanga shopping? Unafanya shopping kwa sababu hakuna siku kila siku utakuwa natoa pesa watu waenda nunue vitu fulani. Unafanyanga shopping siku utakosa pesa, ile shopping imefuata kwa nyumba watu watu wakule. Si hivyo? So kama umepanda Kenya, lazima huyu kiongozi anaongoza au ni mtu yeyote ambao atapata hiyo power au mtu iko kwa hiyo power, lazima kuwe na solution. Maisha imepanda. What can I do? Itabidi niongeze tax au itabidi nipunguze tax au itabidi niwache hivyo au itabidi nifanye nini? Lazima kuwe na paka plan Z. Sawa? Sababu tukisema mafuta yanapanda, kila kitu itapanda. Kwa sababu everything inatumia mafuta. Transport lazima iwekwe kwa hiyo mafuta. So hata wewe ukifurahia uko na mabilioni kwa account yako, uko na laki ngapi kwa account yako, bado hii kitu itakuwa affect. Kwa sababu kama uko na bilioni, gari ambalo ulikuwa unaweka mafuta 20k kwa hiyo tanki yako, utabidi sasa uweke 30.
Wewe unaona KK akona pete mbili mkononi bwana. Huyo unaona kaa anaogopa gharama ya mafuta. Akona mawe mkononi He has a rock. Not one, two.
Unajua hata kuna pete zingine za magondi. Kuna mapete za magondi pia.
Nakwambia yeye na Sonko ameachania kitu kidogo tu. Sonko anavaa vidole zote, huyu anavaa ile moja lakini ni mbili
Ndio maana iko kitu nilikwambia Jack, nilikwambianga tuko na kitu naitwa unafiki. Unaona unafiki? Kuna wale wanajifanya hii kitu lakini kuna mahali wana affect. So mambo ya kusema wame affect, wanaona tutachomea mtu wetu au tutachomea watu wetu, tutachomea jamii yetu, tutaonekana picha mbaya. Lakini kuna mahali inafikanga paka inakuuma. Kwa sababu sasa hii nikuulize mtu sahihi. Unajua president ya Sudan anaitwa al-Bashir. Al-Bashir mmoja alitolewa kwa kiti. Al-Bashir wananchi ndio alitoa kwa kiti. Kwa sababu gani? Al-Bashir alimuka siku moja akaongeza mkate. Unajua hao food yao, main food yao ni mkate. Waarabu sana napenda mkate. So mkate hii ndio siku moja aliamuka akaongeza shilingi moja tu. So wananchi wakaamua wote wakaandamana. Wote. Uweze ongeza mkate.
Hata kama ni shilingi moja, labda kulikuwa na vitu zingine, so hiyo shilingi moja ikawa it is the straw that broke the camel's back.
Hiyo ndio kamtoa. Sasa after kumtolewa na hiyo kitu ndio ikakuja mambo sijui na ICU sijui nini wananchi majeshi wakasema sisi tutamfunga. Hizo baadaye akakuja kwa sababu ameshatolewa na wananchi. Unanipata? So kwa sababu step down kwa sababu ya wananchi. So hata ukiangalia nchi za nje kama Europe kama nini, ukiangalia vitu na maandamano ni vitu zingine na kuanga upuzi sana. Unanipata? So hapa Kenya sisi kitu tunagopa, tunasemanga maandamano wanawachanga Wajaka, kukula tunakula sisi wote, kwa sababu ukifanya maandamano utaona unachoma, kwa sababu wamesawachia hiyo mila, ni kama mila ya Wajaka. So watu pia
ni sawa. Leo acha niwatetee, kwa sababu kama tuliachia watu wa kukimbia ni side moja, watu wa mpira ni side nyingine.
Yes, really?
So ni sawa tu, wacha tuache kushinda tukiwaingililia. Kila mtu ako na maeneo ambayo anapopea. So
yes, really? Kwani Obiri anatoka wapi?
Huyo lazima angetetea Obiri lakini ni sawa. I'm just saying if that is what they love, it's okay, there is no problem. They make our country to be diverse, so it's not an issue which tribe is doing it.
Unajua sasa mimi hata mimi naona Ruto akiwa kuongeza hizi vitu mimi angeongeza mafuta lita, angeweka 500 or 1000.
Why?
Ndio pesa patikana haraka kulipa madeni.
Okay.
Yes, kwa sababu unajua mtu akikuja kusema maisha japanda, mwingine akuja kusema maisha yamepanda. Unaona kama tunaishi kwa nchi moja lakini hatuelewani. Unanipata sasa hiyo? Unaniget?
Okay.
Kama mtu anaishi kama wale ambao wanaishi nje kama Europe, wale London huko wanakuja tu kutoa comment hapa, hiyo tutaelewa. Lakini mtu tunaishi ndani ya Kenya, anakaa Kenya.
KK ni pesa yangu tu hapa Kenya, sikushtue sana.
Hiyo ni kidogo. Hatupangu wangu.
Sawa.
Lakini M-Pesa inatoka Sweden.
Maisha sasa ni tamu. Maisha sasa ni tamu.
Maisha tamu
maisha ni tamu.
Sawa. Okay. Mr. Kamau SG Maina, vipi?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Fantastic. How are you doing, Jax?
We are well. It's been a minute, man.
Yeah, been a minute, man. They've been around, up and down. Hustle and bustle. Go hustle and bustle.
Umekuwa ukihustle na kubasto bila anything.
Yeah. Unajua sasa.
Ruto amefanya ile kitu.
Jamaa amesema yeye ni hustler anaitwa Basto.
Alex, nakupata kwa umbali, huko kwa behind the curtain.
Yeah, niko kazi bado, natoka in 10 minutes.
Toka bana, kuja tuchambue hii uchumi, inaitwa the economy of the absurd.
Inaitwa bottom up economic model, the plan.
The plan. Si atuongelelei juu ya gas ya mtungi, ni gas kwanza mtungi, alafu ndio tuenge gas.
Unajua ukiwa na mtungi kupata gas hii ngumu.
Hata alisema si unga ya ndani, ni packet ndio alipunguza. Kile Ruto ni muongo sana. Ati atuongee juu ya unga. Hapana, alisema hii si unga ya ndani, hiyo packet ndio 150.
Packet ndio 150 unga mtu ajinais na yenye ataweza.
Lakini tunamwambia aendelee hivyo.
Okay.
Wacha aongeze mafuta, hata vile kama dunia ina mambo inasema mafuta ifike hata 1000. Kwani barabara tutatengeneza nini? Alafu watu wale wako kwa mishahara wakatwe pesa mzuri, ndio machokora na watu ambao hawana nyumba wapate nyumba, ama namna gani, my friend? Kwa hivyo sisi hatuna shida na Ruto, wacha afanye. Si unaona hata mimi naitwa Arab siku hizi.
Uone kama utapata job.
Naweza pata job kwa sababu kwanza unaenda unaulizwa Yamune, unaitwa nani? Nasema Arab. Kabla wajue ni kama wanasema ingia anza kazi.
Okay.
So let him wacha ajikarange. Mi nasema wacha ajikarange.
Manze guy.
Eh? What?
Mnachomea Prezo vibaya sana
Hey,
wadau.
huyo Prezo bana hayuko lakini tutavumilia tu. ako nothing bwana. But anyway, we will give him all the benefit of doubt. I think wacha endelee. Mi kwangu mi naona hakuna pahali tunaelekea, na nashangaa wengine wakisema hapa sijui unga ni kitu kidogo, sijui ni nini kitu kikubwa. It's funny because you wonder, as dunia ina mambo says, less than unga things have overthrown government all over the world. The French Revolution was about a cake, sijui a bread. I mean, Indian Revolution, and then somebody talks about unga is something small. Because he feels like he's defending a regime that is failing each and every minute in every policy.
Okay.
Because I'm asking you, my brother, what is this Ruto has done about bottom up that we can see the bottom is changing, except the raising of items, of products? And I know it is difficult for anybody who loves Ruto, and particularly those who love him because he's their tribe, or maybe he's from their relative. You know, it is so difficult to defend this government.
Okay.
Because, as I said before, it is like stopping the ring with an elastoplast. Yeah, I think everybody can see this is a sinking ship. Hakuna mahali tunaelekea na hawa watu. Look at the ministers; they are so incompetent. Sijui kama umeshaiona what happens in Iraq. I think it's not Iraq, but I don't remember the country, where a security guy is actually inspecting people coming with weapons, but the people is inspecting wako na guns. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Or what I'm saying? So sometimes when you see Ruto sijui firing people, sijui fanya nini, and then you ask yourself, wale watu waliachiliwa wakuwa na ufisadi, waliachiliwa kwa nini? He himself, Weston kwa nini hayajarudisha? You know, those kind of things. So you wonder what kind of a game is this? It's gymnastic.
But
some people, for example, the minister of health, kwa nini ameachwa? If you want to fight corruption, si kuchukua watu wale ambao ni wadogo, unaacha minister anatuzungushia virinda huku. So for me, I think it's just a game of musical chairs, nothing much. Now we are not going anywhere, but the good thing is anajikaranga, and we're going to wait for him in the whatever time, because I'm sure tipping of his government is not far-fetched. It is going to happen. Yeah.
But you see, time has a way of solving itself. Maybe before tufike huko atakuwa amejipanga. Unajua, this is the same guy who was told atafika kwa ballot.
Aliambiwa na nani?
Do you want us to go there?
It is Atuoli who said that. We didn't say that. In fact, in any case, hakuna mtu anaweza jua future. We can say atatoka, wengine wamesema hata hataweza kufika 2022.
That is exactly my point. That no one should tomorrow. So you may say you are waiting for him as well. He could be waiting for you and preparing so well.
That's what I'm saying. We always expect the unexpected, because we know that the 3 days Maandamano had almost tipped him.
Okay.
But the point is, we are not going anywhere, and the country is in shit.
Okay.
All his ministers are buffoons. I don't know.
Did you just call them buffoons?
They just, I don't know. I've never seen such things in my life. Kuria, for example, look at how he talks. Look at how mistakes. Where is it in Tuli? Buying maize, giving us weeks. Everything about them is I don't know the language. I want to use a very polite language, but it's so uncouth and very unprofessional.
Okay.
Yeah.
KK, kuna mtu hapa atakufurahisha, ndio huyo ameingia, but hajaweka kamera. Rhoda, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Hujawasha kamera bwana.
How are you doing, you guys?
You are denying this fine gentleman an opportunity to look at your fabulous face.
Okay. How are you?
We are well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What about you?
Sisi tuko salama. Karibu sana kwa show za masiku.
Niko sawa tu. Jina hamku.
Hi, Rhoda.
Hi.
I see KK is very happy.
Hawa watu wote wenye hawana kamera nitawazima.
What I need get camera. Wait, here it's very late.
Unaona vile ni wengi wamejaa hapa nyuma ya tent na waashi kamera.
Now I will open the camera. I want people to know really who
Rhoda
is.
I began counting. Amebakisha dakika 6.
Let me open my camera, please, because people, they can see Rhoda who she is. She's a woman who is funny.
People really
simple,
want to see Rhoda.
A woman who is simple, kind. Okay, let me open my camera. See,
please
here I am.
Please do. We dada Rhoda ndo huyo wada.
Naona somebody next to him.
Anafurahi. KK.
Hey, yes.
Ona vile KK, Alex, ona vile KK leo anatuassume.
Hapana, iko mwingine ako kando yake amefurahi jo.
Nani? Siku hizi, wow.
Leo umevaa lipstick gani? Dani, Rhoda, leo umevaa lipstick gani?
Wewe. Unasema nini eh?
You guys, you're fun anyway. You're my brother.
Hey, leo kuna watu
hao wanawake tunaonyesha vituko, wanapaka avocado, wanapaka ndizi, wanapaka makaa, wanapaka matope, wanapaka kila kitu unapaka. Sasa imebakia tu
unachoma
watu wazimio wako na mauchungu mpaka vitu watu wanajipaka.
Dunia anachoma bwana.
Wana watu bado watu wako grieve zile stages za grieve.
Yaani mpaka kitu mtu anajipaka huko na uchungu naye ati watu wanajipaka matope.
Unaanzaje wewe sasa? Anataka aje
watu kuishi hao ni gani? No wonder KK amesema hii unga hata ikikuja watu wengine bado watatusumbua.
Sawa, Rhoda, karibu sana. It is always a pleasure to have you. Kenya Rebel
vipi?
Fiti Jakes, nawasikia hapa.
Unajua raundi kuwa na nywele kubwa ni almost criminal kwa sababu nywele inapanda bei.
Nasikia hizo vitu vya nini za nywele zimeongezwa bei.
Nywele inapanda bei, ndevu fake inapanda bei. Sasa si Alex atafanya nini bwana? Na nilikuwa karibu tuunde committee ya kumfanyia ile kitu.
Alex ni dynasty, wachana naye. Ngo ni dynasty.
Sisi ni wale Mungu alibariki.
Yule Alex inamea internally, haitoki nje.
Mimi nakwambia kifua yangu ni airport. Run away.
Let us be serious.
Kidogo, so we had to do that. But anyway, karibuni kwa show. We have a great show for you. Thank you guys for joining us. I see many commenting. Asante sana. Namwona Dennis Ondieki yako ndani. Apep Arap Hatem yuko ndani. Wadau. Mnatuma ujumbe kibao. But zaidi out, let's come back to the show. There is a lot that happened. I want to begin by playing this clip, so that we can try to make headways of what is happening. Even as we discuss, a lot is happening, wadau. Vitu kibao zina happen. Vitu tu kibao. So
I want to go in a few minutes.
Yes.
I want to go because a few things I'm doing, but I'll come after 1 hour. I don't know if Rhoda will be here. Yesterday,
Rhoda will definitely be here.
No, not yesterday. The day before yesterday, Rhoda accused me for calling Dr. Ruto the president. Yesterday, Raila had his press conference. He called Ruto the president 9 times. He called Ruto the president 9 times. I want you to put that clip.
That's what I want to play just now.
No, just hold on. For the record, I'm fighting for an individual who's telling us to go to statements, okay?
Okay.
And he takes a letter and gives Sifuna to take to the president. Yesterday, he said some ministers are not doing their jobs. It's only the president that is doing the job. So I sit down and wonder, when people accuse me of calling Ruto the president, Raila is calling Ruto the president. Who is sick here? Put that clip, because 9 times yesterday, Raila called Ruto the president. You know how it started? Huyo jamaa. Next, Mr. Ruto. Next, my brother. Next, my dear brother. Jana, for the first time, the president. 9 times. And people are not waking up from that, you know. I don't know, should I tell them that there's something called disruptive innovation, whereby you start taking people by their words? Put that clip, what was Kiki to Raila and Semajan.
Actually, I am trying to find the short version of it. It is a 24 minutes clip. So let me get the short part of it. But kidogo too. I think I have one. But but you see, Alex, he was trying to raise a point that the deputy. In fact, he even called Gachagua the deputy president. So you can't have a deputy without a president, right? So if you counted 9, me I can count 10.
My friend, if there was time, I could have just even called myself intensive palliative care was yesterday. I'm telling you. You know, people, look, Jex, I've said this before. And if you cannot understand this, I can't explain anymore. Hata dunia anajua. Ete Korani inasema, when God created this world, unless it was Adam, everything was spoken. Okay? Words means a lot. Words create, word bless, word curse, word heals. So when somebody speaks and you can't analyze their words, I don't know what kind of salvation you have. Because Mungu hakujangi kutoka juu, anakuja na kushika ati una heal, anaongea. So when Raila speaks, you have to pay attention what he says. If there was a day that he legitimately said the president of this republic is Ruto, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Because he was giving address to the president to do a couple of things that ought to be done. That was all about. And then Raila goes ahead to lie to us that meeting was not planned. It was what?
Alex, but Alex, let me ask you. You see, you remember when Simba Aladi said that Ruto is a president, hata kama aliingiza na mkono. You see, the thing is...
SG Asha camera.
Kidogo tu SG, tafadhali, kwa heshima.
Na interject kidogo tu, nasema...
No, Asha camera hata kidogo tu, tunakuheshimu ndugu.
Niko mahali na bibi, Ama unataka kuona
tuliona mahali
haina
ulikuwa
shida.
sorry.
Kwani kuna shida gani?
uko
Hata
uchi?
sisi tunaweza ingisha yeye hapa.
Aendelea.
Alex, before because I know Kamau will open atafungua camera tu sahi.
No, it's okay. What I wanted to say is this. We need to interrogate Raila's speech yesterday in honesty and in truthfulness, what it meant. Wachana hii porojo zingine kuwa alisema hivi. And look particularly what Raila was telling us. We have a president of the Republic of Kenya. The president is Ruto. And that president ought to do 1, 2, 3 things. If he can't do it, then this is what we are going to do. And I agree from his point of view. So when we confuse ourselves that Ruto must aende wapi, I usually ask myself, atiende Sugoi. The guy is not going to Sugoi. Raila is not going to Bondo. Uhuru is not going where you want. These people are there. And then the next thing, and I would like you to play this clip. Finally, you know, Rhoda disrupted me yesterday and intentionally nilinyamaza because I didn't want to argue with her. Where is the Jubilee DNC now? I told you Jubilee ni abnowasi. Ruto has stopped that DNC. There's nothing called Jubilee. Anybody dreaming that there's anything called Jubilee, those are the wettest dreams. And I'm sorry for using that name. Because today, Ruto alisimamisha akasema Bomas is under construction. The same thing they did to him.
Oh, that was
fake. Expect
employee and employer contributions to the National Housing Development Fund. At the time of our statement last week, we took some comfort in the fact that the bill was being subjected to public participation, and there was a possibility that the reservations of Kenyans would be taken into consideration. Since then, however, the Kenya Kwanza hubris has kicked in. The top leadership of the Kenya Kwanza regime in Parliament and the executive have pronounced themselves on this matter. They have said that the finance bill will pass as it is. They have said not even a comma shall be removed. On Sunday, Honorable William Ruto said the 3% housing levy to be deducted from the basic salaries is mandatory patriotism. National Treasury Secretary Njuguna Ndung'u has said Kenya Kwanza is hiking taxes to catch up with the neighbors. Kenya Kwanza's leadership in Parliament has also declared that they will have their way because a government never loses. It is clear the so-called public participation is being invited is a mere charade and a gimmick to give Kenyans false hope before they are hit with a tsunami of taxes beginning July. As Ruto was speaking on Sunday, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority had just raised the retail fuel prices by Kenya shilling 3.4 for the super petrol, shilling 6.4 for diesel, and 15.19 for kerosene. The Kenya shilling itself also continued with its free fall against other major currencies. The rise in the price of fuel and the continuing fall of the shilling means the cost of everything goes up again. Kenyans will recall that early on, we had warned that despite all state propaganda, trying to ease the supply shortage of maize and lower its costs through duty-free imports would not work and that prices would not come down. To ensure the subsidy is passed on to consumers, the government would have to agree with the traders on a formula on various margins and costs. Such negotiations have failed as was expected. Further, if importation is to lower the market price of maize, the volume of imported maize would have to be massive. Reports indicate that not many importers took the offer. The net effect is that the price of unga has not come down. Instead, they are set to rise again. Because Kenya Kwanza essentially sees Kenyans as its beast of burden, even this darkening scenario has not been able to persuade the regime to seek middle ground on the finance bill. We restate that for Azimio, this bill remains a big no and no. There is unanimity over its rejection. It's our position that this bill does not qualify as a just tax system. Yes, the country is ripe for tax reform, but this is not one of them. This proposal does not lead to distribution of income. It does not combat poverty. Instead, it seeks to manufacture and distribute poverty. This proposal does not spur economic growth nor generate wealth so that every family in this country can have opportunities. It traces and kills those opportunities. As the bill attracts the poor, it dismantles the middle class too. The Finance Bill 2023 unfairly punishes a diminishing middle class that is already suffering severe blows and can least afford to pay more taxes. The most tangible result of this bill will be the incorporation of more Kenyans into the ranks of the poor. Consequently, we state as follows. 1. We continue to demand a major surgery of the finance bill in the interest of the suffering people of Kenya. 2. Instead of merely levying more taxes on Kenyans, Kenya Kwanza must address the economy's many structural shortcomings. For instance, there's a reason why the Kenya Revenue Authority is unable to meet its revenue targets. Kenya Kwanza must figure out and address the problem. 3. The cash flow problem in the country is due in part to the weakening of the Kenyan currency. The weakness is not just vis-a-vis the US dollar. Our currency fell significantly against the Tanzania shilling by nearly 10% since last September. This suggests that domestic factors are causing part of the decline of the Kenyan shilling. Kenya Kwanza must get to the bottom of this problem and stabilize the shilling. 4. Kenya Kwanza must strengthen and not undermine critical institutions such as those tasked with fighting corruption, collecting revenue, and investigating and prosecuting crimes as it is presently doing. 5. Kenya Kwanza must incorporate all productive citizens into its nation-building projects. Currently, the regime has alienated a huge section of the population who sees themselves as outsiders and strangers in their own country. 6. Kenya Kwanza must rationalize public expenditure. It must live within its means instead of spending money it does not have on programs and projects in the country does not need. 7. Kenya Kwanza must address the public concern that even as taxes rise on everything and for everyone, there is no clear plan to spend new tax revenues on welfare programs for the poor. Instead, those taxes will only stoke inflation and hurt the purchasing power of the poor families. 8. We appeal to all Kenyans to participate actively in the process of validation and express themselves loudly and clearly that they cannot take any more burden. We equally encourage our people to lobby our elected leaders to stand with the people on this matter. Punda, Amechoka. 9. Finally, we make it clear that if this bill is railroaded through Parliament, Kenya Kwanza must prepare that we will have no option but to mobilize citizens around the country to fight for themselves. We will have no option but to mobilize all the social sectors and take all the necessary political actions to stop this blow and burden. Punda, Amechoka.
Okay, we will continue from there, but let me have reactions to that speech, because after that ndio maswali zilianza, and then from maswali I think Alex was the one speaking before I come to you, Dunia. Alex, alafu Kenya Riben, then Roda.
So I listened to that. Yeah, Jax, I listened to that speech like 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be very quick, Dunia Inamam. Mm-hmm. And we are addressing Kenya Kwanza.
Mm-hmm.
So we are addressing Kenya Kwanza as what?
Mm-hmm.
And us as who?
Mm-hmm.
Now, those, you see, they say that the 5 most honest friends are who, what, why, when, how. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we are addressing them as the government, and as us as who? As the opposition.
Mm-hmm.
Raila has strategically taken the seat of the opposition.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I'm saying. Because when you're telling Kenya Kwanza to do this, it's because they have power, they are sitting in power, and the responsibility and accountability rests in them. Now, what do I deduce from it? It tells me that Maandamano ni upuzi. You know, I'm being honest to myself because I'm one person who believed in Maandamano. Whatever anybody can say, I know myself deeply. I rooted for it, I supported for it until I started asking, are we really in Maandamano or we are joking? Now, there are people who still believe that, you know, after saying all that, then he goes back saying, otherwise we will go back to the street. To do what in the streets? Because already we were refuting that this guy is not the president. We were already saying he must go. Now, the problem with that is this. You legitimize a person and the person says, okay, I have inherited ABCD. And you know, every day he keeps on giving us legitimacy. For instance, he goes for a press conference. He asked about 1 or 2, 3 things about KEMSA. Then he says, if that is what I'll find out, me as the president, I will take decisive cautions. The next day, he sacks about 24 people. Who are you to come back and start criticizing a person who has taken a move that Uhuru never took? Kibaki never took until he was pushed on. Moi never took. Nobody has ever sacked the way Ruto with that velocity, sacking people in KEMSA. Not that he might be doing it for political expediency, but today, he's falling there.
Today even sacked more from cabs and police, like he sacked all over. 23.
No, what I'm saying, let me finish this and then people have a conversation. What I'm saying is this. Let us start dealing with Ruto as a president and us as opposition so that the country can continue. But this issue, you are dealing with them like we are the same entity. We are confusing people. And you know what? Hiyo punda ambayo imechoka inaendelea kuchoka kwa sababu hiyo punda haijui hiyo ni punda. Ya nimemaliza, punda haijui ni punda. That is it.
Nena mambo.
Yeah, asante sana Alex. Kwani wacha nikucheke kidogo. Kwani wewe wakati hiyo watu walikuwa na maandamano huku jua Ruto ni president?
No. Hatukusema Ruto hakuwa president. But what we were trying to do, look, it's not that.
Ngoja kwanza Alex kitu ya pili.
Kama hiyo unasema ngoja kwanza.
I don't believe if Ruto cannot win, I'm a special quality. If Ruto can fit me to play, we see who is strong. Tuone ni nani strong.
Maandamano nilikwambia ni unafiki. Roda kidogo. Hii maandamano nilikwambia ni unafiki.
Ruto ni kula liza.
Kitu kwa mimi nakwambia
Ruto still our election. Election was not free. Ruto aliiba kula za Wakenya. Haheshimi Kenya. You must respect Kenya people when they vote.
Wacha tu Roda sawa.
Relax.
As a president, he is not my president. For me, it's just Ruto. Because it's still Kenyan people vote.
Hakuna kitu utafanya. Hakuna, utalia tu hapo mpaka uchoke.
Sili, lakini masi nimwambia ukweli na nataka nikusikia ukweli. I have to tell him the truth. The truth. It's still election. Why do you still haki ya Wakenya? Why? Sili, lakini nimwambie ukweli. Aliiba haki yetu na ni must arudisha haki yetu. We are not happy at all. We are not happy. I'd only recognize Ruto as the president and I've never rest of my life. Never. Hakuna siku nitamheshimu. Hata mimi, I cannot correct his own government. Siwezi mcorrect. I know I can help you, but I will not. I will not. In fact, Raila Odinga is not opposition. It's not in Katiba. It's not in Katiba. Raila to be opposition. He is abusing our democracy. Our democracy is the same like US. We don't have any Ruto anataka kuiba. Kutuiba, kutufunga macho, kifunga macho. Lakini Kenya, you must wake up. Come on, Kenya. You're not stupid the way you think. You jamana tudanganya. There's no opposition in Kenya. Nobody.
Okay, Roland nimekupause kidogo. Now, Dunia na Mambo will be coming back. Many text hapo. Kenya Rebel, you are to come next.
Leo mambo moto kweli kweli.
Punda kishachoka amechoka we.
Kweli kweli. I missed Alex reply, but anyway, what I want to say.
Ako kwa gari ana drive ata join tu sahi.
And he was saying something interesting, but naona Azimio wakukango divided saizi kidogo. But what I wanted to say is very short. I think I don't mind Raila pointing out what's wrong with the government. I think that's good. But also he should, like I said before, Raila should tell people what's the alternative. Since he's not, I don't know. And that's a good question.
Connections. I don't know what is going on here.
Like Nani alikuwa nasema, Alex alikuwa nasema, or Alex and Dunia.
Login, eh?
Mimi ama Roda?
Roda log out, login. I think shida iko pande ya kwako.
Okay. Wacha nimalize. Nilikuwa nasema hivi. Raila is kind of confused. He doesn't know. I don't know if he's confused or he's confusing his supporters. He doesn't know if he's opposition or is not recognizing the government. Because if you're not recognizing the government, then you're basically saying Ruto is illegitimate. But if you call him president, that means that he's the legit president. So, anaongea hivyo from what position? Unaona? Akisema yeni opposition, even if he's not opposition, mimi nasema hivi, he should come up with a plan, a different one. Na ambie wa Kenya, kama mimi ningekuwa mtu wa Raila, I mean, can't you gonna support? I don't support him, I don't even support Ruto, but anyway, come up with your plan and say, hey, my plan is better than Ruto's because of X, Y, Z. So in short, nasema, I don't have a problem with him making those new, but Maandamano is not the solution. And number two, lastly, I don't want, kwa nini, why is it almost 1 year now unaanza kuninio mention hizi vitu una feel Ruto anafanya that are wrong while you're in government? Well, you're not in government, but ndugu yako 5 years ago ulikuwa naye Uhuru, you never mentioned these things while the bei ya mafuta ilikuwa nanda juu, bei ya kila kitu ilikuwa nanda juu, you kept on bringing the economy down. Why didn't you have a press conference and mention these things then? Why did you wait till Ruto is now the president and doing this? Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Shikilia tu hapo. DK kwenye beat.
Hey, hi guys.
Vipi bana we?
Yes, guys, to see you again, man. It's good to see you again.
DK ni dynasty.
DK niliona na host president bwana.
Well, the thing is, I cannot fault. I'm trying to look for a fault on this guy. Like, actually, to be honest, Ruto actually he's trying. The only thing is, maybe he does not have maybe the right advisors right now to be on his side. But to be honest, whatever he's trying to do is actually maybe trying to head in the right direction. Odinga, to be honest, is supposed to just to step into his position as the opposition. And believe me, it is going to be the best government ever, because the thing is, if Odinga keep on challenging the government and keep on checking the government, it's going to be perfect. Because when he says Punda Amechoka, but he does not even at the moment, he's outside the government. He's outside. Nobody knows as Kenya Rebel self. Is he in? Is he out? Or Dikama is like an activist, you know?
He's the watu.
And then his people, they're still waiting for Maandamano. Akina ghetto president, they're still waiting for Maandamano to make money. And, you know, so the thing is, people are mixed up. But to be honest, the Kenyan people actually, they seem to be actually so fed up from what I hear from the ground. Yes, things are getting, but things have to get worse before they get better. That's all I can say. You know, being in a 9 trillion debt and to come out from that one is going to be a long process. But all I can say is that I was listening to the man in Pan-African today. That guy has represented Kenya badly. So I prefer to have a president like that than to have a president who doesn't even say anything. Yeah?
Today he had a standing ovation. He had an awesome speech. SG umerudi na sasa at least uko kwa camera. Now tell me what you're saying, mister.
You guys go upstairs.
I was saying, I think we are living in different worlds. Nasikia watu wakisema there is somewhere we are going, na shangaa wangako, wajua tuko ground sisi. Ground is shifted, my friend. People, what they are concerned about is not the stories and beautiful speeches and catwalking. They want unga. They want fuel to go down. They want sugar. This story, I think they are in the newspaper. Me, I'm telling you, from where I sit and where I live, people are cursing the day they went to vote and voted for somebody who lied to them, holding a Psalms and holding a Bible. That is where the problem is. But this issue of whether he is a president or not, I don't know why we're having a hullabaloo about it. Because if Chebukati mentioned or declared him as a president, despite the fact that he was Hongwad, and the Supreme Court endorsed it, that legally he and constitutionally is the president. What people doubt and what is he's fighting for is a legitimacy, because he feels like he has to defend himself a lot and talk about Uhuru and the handshake government to make himself relevant. The thing is, I think they are losing the plan or the plot, because much of their time they spend on defending themselves, trying to make themselves look like presidents, which they are. And at the end of the day, they don't meet the expectation of the majority of Kenyans. Because I can tell you, even the hustlers themselves, I've even seen people from Nandi complaining about fuel and stuff. These are things that actually are affecting the people of Kenya. Because as we speak, fuel in Kenya is 182 now. And Bado, the finance statement I just saw. So don't live in the air. These things affecting the people on the ground, and they are so bitter about it. And the only thing he can do, why doesn't Ruto do one thing? Kama vile Kibaki alifanya kama free education. At least there be something. Hata unga iwe 150 tuseme surely he has done something. But as we speak, it is 8 months down the line, and he's doing so badly. Badly. And he should not tell us their debts, nini. He gave a lot of lectures to Uhuru on how to make economy work. Yeah, we have clips upon clips. I don't know why you don't play them, because there was a time he was saying it's not about Ukraine, ni akiri mtu wangu, your advisors, handshake. He gave us so many stories there before. Na tusiambiwe ni siasa, tusiambiwe ni siasa. He had a cure and a solution. But now he seems clueless, rudderless, and hopeless.
Difficult words to describe a man who is trying. Kenya Rebel, you're raising your hand.
No, I just wanted to ask SG. Okay, we all know that Kenyans are going through hard times. Okay, if you understand anything about economy, I've said this before. Things don't turn in one day. It takes time. And the reason why he keeps on saying that he's the president, this is what he's doing, he's mentioning what he's doing, is because he's giving you the plan. For example, kama angekuwa amenyamaza, how would you know that he's doing something about it? He told you about trying to import the maize. Anangoja, he's supporting the farmers. So farmers can have minio. When they harvest and the imported maize come in, it drives the price down, and that takes time. So this is what I wanted to tell SG Dani Kamau. If he doesn't say that, what do you want? What else do you want him to do? Okay, number two, what is the alternative? If you think that Ruto is not doing anything, he's not qualified, look at the alternative. What is Baba offering? And his followers. I mean, not his followers, but his advisors. Thank you.
SG?
Let me answer you very quickly. Number one, Kibaki never told us what he was to do. We just found him doing things. Number two, there was subsidy in Kenya. There were subsidies. Like fuel had been subsidized to 159. What did he came? He came and told us that the cartels were eating that money. Now the cartels are not eating, and he has not taken the money that they ate, and the people are not eating or not benefiting. So let him bring back the subsidies, and then let him not tell us stories of of sijui debt ama nini.
Sorry.
Okay. Kidogo tu Starlex.
Unajua SSG ni rafiki yangu sana, tumeenda naye maandamano. Sisi hatukukuwa hustler, sisi tulikuwa tuna park gari zetu somewhere, alafu tunatembea tu tunaenda kwa maandamano, na anajua hivi. SG, nataka nikuulize swali moja. Ikiwa we could have glued our demands from the very beginning, knowing that hakuna mahali Ruto alikuwa naenda, then we stated completely what we wanted, where would we have been today? Did we waste a lot of time chasing things probably and negated our role as opposition? Because one thing that I am not sure is Raila playing the role of now the opposition leader, because now yesterday's speech really confused me. Sisi wakati tuliambiwa the memorandum imepeleka with those 4 memorandums in the house, tulikataa kabisa. But right now, Raila is speaking as the opposition leader and is calling Ruto the president. Then my question now comes, did we waste time? Did people have to die? Did we have to do what we did? What is going on? Is it politics? Is it just the normality of people understanding that this is what they want and sacrifices happen? Look, I think I'm getting confused here. If you're saying that this is what we want, then why did we do all that we had to do? Because I believed in it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
Just like how someone is saying that CG economy does not grow in a minute. Alex, Maandamano is a constitutional right. And I don't think there is nothing wrong, because the constitution gives us the right, according to the Article 37, which I've read, that you can demonstrate peacefully and agitate for your right. And I think just because Ruto did not go, and I don't think he will go, because, he is not the kind of people who go. He refused to resign for the 5 years he was saying that he was out of the government. Akishika hiyo ni kama nyama, ni kama paka imeshika nyama. The thing is, Maandamano should continue, and whether he goes or not, that is keeping him in check. And we said that he is constitutionally and legally there. The only thing we have always doubted is his legitimacy. But I don't think there is any other way to get him out except by agitating and demonstrating, so that we pinpoint the things that are actually not right. But for me, I know that many Azimio people, me included, wanted to go to State House and throw him like a baby out, and that can only happen in Somalia and maybe Khartoum. But
Pakistan.
in Kenya, hello.
Okay.
In Kenya, because of the many masters that we serve.
Just a moment. Allow me, just a moment, Kenya Rebel. Allow me to allow Omolo to be next, because
just one comment. Nilikuwa nasema hivi, SG, you cannot say that you are questioning his illegitimacy if he's there by constitutionally. If kama alichaguliwa, a Supreme Court akamnenio, IBC confirm him as the winner, you cannot question his legitimacy because he's there legitimately as per the constitution. So you are kind of, unless you don't
Can I expound what I mean? Hii maneno.
Yes. Hello. Just a moment. Arab Kamau, shikilia hiyo point, nitakushikia hiyo swali, nitakuuliza. Allow me to have Omolo vipi?
Poa sana. How are you everybody?
Karibu sana. Wewe umechoka ama wewe uko tu sawa?
Ile kusema kweli, mimi ni ule punda sasa.
Kuchoka umechoka.
kuchoka nimechoka.
Okay.
Na uchovu inakuja kutoka kila mahali. Kwanza ni ngumu sana kusupport huyu mtu anaitwa
William Ruto.
President William Ruto.
Daktari.
Hata kumtetea ni ngumu, sababu yeye mwenyewe ukijaribu kumtetea leo, kesho ameenda kwingine amedanganyana. Ukijaribu kuja kusaidia ile uongo alidanganyana kesho kutwa ameenda tena kwingine amedanganyana ingine. Sasa kusema kweli, ukuje uambie watu ati gasi itashuka from 2,000 mpaka 300.
Yeye alisema mtungi.
Alafu baadaye unakuja unasema nilisema ile mtungi. Who need that? Ukinunua ile mtungi unaweza tumia hata miaka 5. Hata ukanunua 5,000 haina shida, maanake utakaa ukirefill. Ile kitu mtu anahitaji ni refill. Unaona, ndio tuambie price yake. Mtungi si gas, mtungi ni cylinder tu. Sasa hizi mauongo kusema kweli inakuwa ni ngumu. Mimi nilisema hapa, alikuwa ni rais, nilimpigia campaign. Hata DK Media jui, nilimpigia campaign katika platform zote, lakini siwezi kuwa kipofu ati sababu sijui mtu nilimpigia kura. Kama unaenda kutuingiza kwa shimo, mimi siingii na wewe hiyo shimo. Na nikisikia watu ambao wanamtetea saizi, mimi nashangaa sana. Number 1, kwanza analeta every reason for Kenya to believe kwamba this election was bungled, to show that he is not actually the legitimate. I hear somebody are challenging SG wakati SG alisema we are questioning legitimacy. Of course, kupitishwa na Chebukati na kupitishwa na Supreme Court does not make you legitimate, because the integrity of these officers are also unquestionable. We have been questioning the integrity of Chebukati. We have been questioning the integrity of the IBC. Kwa hivyo ni kwa sababu mwenye dhambi ameenda amekupata. Kuna mtu ameenda akapatiza pombe. Kuna mlevi. I'm giving you a short story.
Kabla Alex ainue sasa miguu, ameinua mikono yote.
Ngoja. Mwambie atulie kidogo.
Mpe tu dakika moja kabla ainue miguu sasa. Kabla ainue miguu, mpe tu hiyo dakika moja. Unaona?
Na
uniongezee yangu.
Lazima
nifanye. Swali yangu ni hii ya tunaambiwa na hizi vitu tunaziona, hatuna shida. Omolo, tumeongea hizi vitu tangu jana mpaka juzi. Mwenye anatuambia hizi vitu zote zenye unatuambia, anarudi wanaenda mpira naye, wanarudi wanaitana mandugu, wanarudi wanakataa maandamano, wanarudi wanafanya hizi vitu zote. Tunapigania nani? Unajua hiyo ndio shida niko nayo. Look, hakuna kitu kibaya.
Alex.
No, wacha nimalize Roda. Unajua Roda umefanya dunia umeenda. Unataka niende, dunia aende, Omola aende.
Ngoja nimalize basi point yangu. Nani amenijibu? Alex ameniuliza swali. Kwanza nilikuwa nataka kuambia kwamba kuna mlevi alienda akabatizwa na pastor na akaambiwa kutoka leo sasa wewe si mlevi tena, umekuwa kiumbe kipya.
Okay.
Alipofika nyumbani akapata kwamba alikuwa na chupa ya Guinness kwa fridge. Sasa akapiga hesabu, sasa mimi nimebatizwa, nimeambiwa sitakuwa mlevi. Akasema okay, akachukua ile Guinness akaibatiza, akamwambia kutoka leo hautakuwa Guinness tena, utakuwa Coca-Cola. Na akafanya nini? Na akakunywa. Lakini the moral of the story ni kuwa ile Guinness ilibaki kuwa Guinness, haikugeuka kuwa Coca-Cola. So you know the problem that we have ambapo katika taifa letu la Kenya ni integrity ya viongozi. Inamaanisha kwamba tunaweza kuwa tulikuwa na viongozi ambao walikuwa na integrity na wakaenda wakatufanyia visivyo. Okay. Nikimjibu Alex bila alikuwa anaongea kwamba huyu anaenda anacheza mpira na huyu. You know, kitu ya kwanza, baba kuleta hii mambo yote, kila moja wakati unatafuta tiba, unaenda unapima magonjwa. Unaona, umekuwa na fever, unaenda leo unapeleka damu inapimwa. Kesho unapeleka mkojo. kesho ile ingine unapeleka stool. Yaani lazima tutafute ugonjwa mpaka tupatikane, na lazima tutafute tiba mpaka ipatikane. Tumesema kama ni bipartisan, tuzungumze parliament, msije mkatuambia kwamba maanake mnashinda kila siku mkituimbia this country is governed by rule of law when the rule itself you are not even guarding it. The rule number 1 ni honesty katika kiongozi na integrity. Ukisema kitu usimamie hiyo. Kama we president mwenyewe usimamie integrity na usimamie honesty, you rule of law iko wapi? Lakini nevertheless baba akasema okay, wacha twende parliament, lakini elewa kwamba parliament kuna kitu inaitwa extra parliament pia, kwamba lazima hata sisi wananchi pia huku nje tuongee, tusikizwe. Kwa hivyo ile kitu tunamwambia baba ni kuwa, na hata si baba peke yake, sababu punda imechoka. Ile kitu iko ni kuwa watu lazima wajue kwamba si baba tunapigania, and it is good. Ndio watu wasifikiri kwamba ati ni baba tulikuwa tunapigania. Watu walikuwa wanasema Raila anafanya watu wanakufa, Raila anafanya nini? Si Raila anafanya watu wanakufa. Watu wanakufa sababu ya ule mtu anao oppress. Kama watu wangekuwa wanapata wanakula vizuri. Sasa saa hizi watu wanakatiwa tax, wanaambiwa walipe mortgage yenye hakuna. Hotel unaenda unalipia shilingi 3,000 unalipa mortgage ya nani? Kama hiyo si, this is a Ponzi scheme. Itakuja kukua the biggest scandal katika hii taifa. Hakuna mortgage itakuja kukua hapo. Hii inaenda ikikusanywa hizo pesa ambao it has not, kama NSSF at least uko na number, iko na vitu umesign, unajua kwamba ni pesa yako iko. Hii iko tu hivyo, unakatwa tu pesa inaenda, ukiambia okay, let's say for example sasa Nairobi umejenga nyumba 15,000. Wale wafanyikazi wako Nairobi ni 350,000. Now 350,000 na umejenga only nyumba 15,000 ama nyumba 20,000, let's say even 50,000. Which criteria?
Mtu anasema Ruto amedanganya.
Yes.
Na sisi tunasema Raila pia ametudanganya.
Ndio nasema kwanza, wacheni kwanza tusipersonalize mambo ya Raila kwanza. Tuzungumze kwanza Raila.
Then don't personalize Ruto too.
We are personalizing Ruto because he has the responsibility. Yeye ndiye anafanya tax zetu na yeye ndiye anatuongezea tax.
Raila is also personalizing because yeye ndio the personality of Maandamano.
Raila hajaitisha tax. Mtu kama umemlipa Raila tax mwambie kurudishia.
Lakini kila wakati tukienda mbaya anasema tutaleta maandamano.
Sasa tunaweza kumwacha tena tukaingia maandamano kama tunataka, tunaweza kumwacha tuende maandamano.
Tunaenda mbaya anasema tutaenda maandamano. Kwani maandamano is a solution?
Tunataka mtu mwenye kumlipa tax.
Alex, you are becoming someone interrupting kidogo. Acha Omolo malize.
Ngoja nimalize. Yes, kwa hivyo ile kitu iko ni kuwa tuna personalize president sababu yeye ndio tunamlipa tax yetu na yeye ndiye anatudanganya na yeye ndiye anatuongezea tax. Kama yeye anataka tusipersonalize,
wacha tuende maandamano.
Sasa mambo ya maandamano.
Maliza alafu ni Alex basi.
Mambo ya maandamano ni kuwa hivi. Lazima maandamano kukiwa, kwanza unaenda kupeleka grievances zako. Unaelewa? Then mtu amesikiza. Raila anajaribu work like a statesman. Alienda na ule mtu akamwambia okay, akamuita ndugu yangu, let's talk. So mtu akisha kuambia na ni mtu mzima, let's talk. Watu wa Swahili wanasema binadamu akatai aitwalo, lakini ukataa ambiwalo. Okay, umeniita. Sasa je, kukiniita nitakuja kukusikiza, lakini itakuwa ni jukumu yangu ile kitu utaniambia nikubali ama nikatae. Sasa baba ameitwa katika meza ya mazungumzo. Okay, kama mtu mzima na kama statesman, wacha nikasikize wale watu wanasema nini. Then yeye sasa ndiye atachagua. Ukiongea mambo ya make sense, okay, tunaendelea na biashara yetu tulikuwa tunaendelea. Kama mambo yako ina make sense, ile ambayo nilikuwa nazungumza, then we can reach an agreement. Huwezi kuitwa alafu unasema ati huwezi kwenda. Lazima as a binadamu you are conscious. Lazima uende usikize kila ambao unaitiwa. It is the wise thing to do.
Point made Omolo. Alex, you had an interjection before I come to dunia na mambo.
Asante sana. Na mimi nitatoka kwa sababu najua ndio disrupt sana. Sasa baba akaitwa aongee juu ya maandamano kwa sababu yeye alikuwa anasimamia maandamano. So we don't want to make baba responsible kwa alistopisha maandamano yetu wakati hatukataka kustopisha. That's the first thing. anaitwa asimamishe maandamano kama nani, na ikiwa ameistopisha na nothing has been done, you want us to go scot free without blaming him and we just blame Ruto for that? You know, let me tell you my friend, if we blame somebody ametumia taxes zetu vibaya, I totally agree, I have no problem. But at the same time, if we have somebody in the pinnacles kwa maandamano kuwa, if our taxes are being used wrong, we have a structure that we are going to use. And in this structure, you are going to talk to our top boss. Huyu boss anafika Sunday night saa 3, habari kisha somo, anatuambia kesho msiende maandamano. Tumeprepare, magari imetoka kila mahali. Iko jamaa alikuja mpaka hapa, ametoka Eldoret. Iko jamaa mwingine Jex bwana, watu walitoka mbali bwana. Punda imechoka bwana. Unakumbuka punda ingine ilitoka Eldoret ikafika mpaka hapa Mtembei, kesho inaenda maandamano.
Kuna punda ilikuwa imetoka Kisii bwana.
Iko punda ingine ilitoka Kisii imechoka, haijairudi hapa. Si tukiongea jo hiyo hamtaki kusikia. Hii mnataka tu mtuambie Ruto amefanya hivi, Ruto, lakini you don't want to look at the people wanaenda hii maandamano. Mtu anatoka Eldoret, anatukanwa hapa na KK, anatukanwa na kila mtu. Lakini nini? Anasema mimi nimefurahi sana. Kesho State House. Alafu huyu jamaa ametoka hapa saa 1 alale aende State House. Saa 3 dakika 1 anakatashwa. Hajarudishiwa fare yake. Alafu iko mtu hapa hapa kusikia maneno. No, Jax, let's be reasonable enough. Baba is not fair. Hata kama iliwe liwali, huyu jamaa lazima ambiwe. Punda, hata mimi ni punda, punda imechoka. Hii punda yake imechoka bwana. Hatuwezi andamana, tunakuja tunasema, kesho tunaenda. Saa kidogo sisi tunaita, huyu my brother, my dear brother, my president. Unajua hizo vitu zinaumiza bwana. Hii maneno ya kuja hapa kuendelea kudanganya tuache. If we equally criticize Ruto, Raila is responsible too. Lakini if you cannot put Raila to be responsible, ndakuambia tutakosana. Internal democracy is important. If you don't want internal democracy, you cannot have external democracy. Period. Thank you.
Now, Alex,
hawezi enda maandamano bila Raila.
Just a moment. Alex, just a question to you. Now, in one hand, we are blaming Ruto for tax zikitumika vibaya. What of ule mwenye anasababisha kwa sababu ya maandamano tax kuto hata chukuliwa? People are not collecting tax because we are losing it in the first place. So are these two not same thing? One is destroying it, the other one is misusing it.
You know, it's the same thing ambayo huyu revolutionary alikuwa na complain jana. Baba alikuambia huko kwa matanga kuwa kuna vitu zingine zinaitwanga they are beneficial, mkutano inaitwa maandamano, kuna ingine ikuangi mzuri. Sasa kama polisi akituchapa for no reason, hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana. Na revolution unataka kujua hivi, hii polisi wanatuchapa for no reason. Hii maneno hatutaki hiyo maneno. Lakini sisi tukienda kuandamana, tukiuliza aje unga haijaenda chini. Hivi vitu sisi hatujafanyia mtu yote mbaya. Kijana anaenda mpaka anafuatwa mpaka kwa room. Anaenda kuuliwa huko. Let's be honest, that's wrong. Unaelewa? That's agreeable. We can go. Lakini unajua shida ni ile. We have created a infallibility which has become a blasphemy in our country. Ati baba tu ndio akisema, si wengine tukisema tuende. Unajua kuna jamaa alikuja hapa akatuambia hivi. Tukianza tu kuenda maandamano ya baba peke yake, iko watu wanaenda nyuma. Wacha kama Atuli ametukataa, kama watu wengine wamekataa, tusiende hii kitu kisiasa. Tuende kiunga, tuende vitu zingine, because hawa na siasa saa nyingine wanakaa chini wanatuumiza. Lakini unga iwezi kutuumiza kwa sababu iwezi tu panda kabla sisi hatujaongea. And I totally agreed with him. So the whole issue is this. Watu wanafanya biashara na siasa. Sai Nuru Okanga hakuwa na nyumba, hakuwa na mke. Ameoa, amejenga nyumba. Wacha tu niachia kwa sababu utapigwa sana.
Alafu allow me sasa nimalizie.
SG wanted to say something. SG
I was just saying that as much as we want to, Alex is really, I think he's bitter with Raila because he has not achieved his aim of getting to State House. But I'm thinking that why don't we see Eric Omondi doing his Maandamano? I think Maandamano is a right to everybody. Let us not wait for if Raila to me, I think he's just doing us a favor. I think he's on his way out. So Kenyans should know that they are on their own, and they should get out and do the Maandamano, and they do it peacefully because it is a constitutional right. It is not something that I mean, just you're asking ati kwani ukitoka maandamano unaenda kuinterfere na taxes. No, maandamano according to how it's supposed to be ni tupatiane notice, tuseme tutapita JKIA, tuende Athi River, na saa hiyo polisi wanatupatia time tuenda mpaka Athi River because that is a constitutional right. So hakuna pale una interfere na taxes. If it is done with maturity, we can do it the way other places do it.
Okay. Dunia ina mambo.
Asante sana. Naomba sasa sikatwe tafadhali. Kwanza nataka Alex sana. Nataka
Unaona tukikuwa watu 10 hapa mpaka mzee Black.
Alex, wacha niwaambie tafadhali. Alex, nikupe haya, kitu nilisema na bado narudia hapa. Niliwaambia nyinyi huu maandamano ni unafiki. Na sasa unafiki yake na gani umeona? Kwa sababu gani? Alex Raila kuita Ruto president, hiyo sikuume. Mimi kitu niliuma ni aje. Wakenya ni wanafiki. Na Wakenya hawajui wanataka nini. First of all, mzee aliwaambia maandamano tuende. Watu gani walienda maandamano? Ni Nyanza, mtu wangu.
Wakuje kwenda maandamano.
Hapa hakuna ukabila. Kutukana na watu. Ni watu wengi walifanya maandamano.
Dunia huwezi kuja hapo ukadanganya watu. Dunia unakuja hapo unadanganya watu. Dunia unadanganya.
Wacha ukweli semwe bwana.
Dunia one moment.
Wacha ukweli semwe. Hata kama
the reason everyone is protesting is because you have gone tribal. Sasa kwa tu mkarimu, usikue tribal. Iongee tu, I know what you mean. Everybody will understand it. Don't just mention, because I'm sure pia uko kwenye unasema kuna watu hawakwenda hiyo maandamano. It was not everyone. So when you generalize, it will be unfair. So let's not, because if 20 out of 100 demonstrate, it doesn't mean you generalize the entire 100. Just stick to wacha tuwaite waandamanaji, wacha tuwaite hivyo. Because mimi na Alex tuliandamana kwa roho. No, it's okay.
Yes, that's unfair.
It's not unfair because I have a friend who did not vote.
Kwani kioni ni Mjaluo? Kwani Marakaria ni Mjaluo?
I'll have to make this point.
Mwangwaira ni Mjaluo.
Every Luo went maandamano. Let's not blame all Luos.
We are not here kuchukia kabila ya jamii. We are not here because of jamii. We are here because of Kenyans. We are representing Kenyans. No matter which tribe you come from, we are all Kenyans. Tuongea kimabawati Wajaluo, Madakanyani za Kikuyu, Mwajaidia Kioni za Kikuyu. And there are many like there were Luyas, they were
Kalonzo Musyoka, Wajakoya, Benjamin.
They're tired.
Kalonzo alisema Wakamba hawakuenda maandamano.
Kwa nini mnachukia ni jamii? We have to respect one another.
Dunia ongea ukweli. Hii ukweli tauma watu. Dunia do not refuse to say the truth.
Hakuna ukweli.
Mimi ni Mjaluo. Maana nikiongea unajua kitu unaniuma. Anjaluo. Nyinyi unkarika ukienda Duluo kana chia. Anjaluo ya Nyanza. Tena ya
Ama uonadi maandamano jogo yamo ame.
Dunia kilwa kucho, wajua duka.
Yeah. Acha niwaambie ukweli. Niambia mimi mjaluo mimi mwenyewe. Najua kitu naongea juu yake. Yeah. Mimi bana amua rachiko duka. Mimi mjaluo najua kitu naongea. Sio la kutumia Punda.
Bedmos.
Yayo. Hey! Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to do this. I don't like doing this, but let's try to cool down. I know Punda Amechoka, wacha to pause. And then let's try not to use mother tongue. Okay, let's go ahead. Uwe, sawa. Dunia ina mambo kumbe unaweza fungua roho. Unakuwa umetulia tu siku zingine leo.
Hey, today you've represented your name.
Thank you. Dunia ina mambo. Sisemangi unaweza tamka hivyo
Unajua ukiambia watu kweli hapa anaanza kufurafura hapa.
Tumesema kwa muktasa
maandamano kuna nafsi.
Ati
hata mimi mwenyewe nimejaribu kudaibaki. Nikasema hiyo nafsi
sisi kama Azimio la Umoja One Kenya tuliongea juu hii mswada ya ushuru ambayo imechapishwa na serikali ambaye sasa iko kwenye lengo la kiwango ya kuzungumzia na wananchi. Tulisema hii mswada itaumiza Wakenya wengi zaidi. Manake wakati huu uchumi ya Kenya inaugua. Wengi wa Kenya wamefukarishwa na hali ya uchumi iliyoko. Wengi wa Kenya wamekosa kazi. Na hata mabiashara katika taifa letu wako na shida mingi zaidi. Bidhaa ambayo wanatafuta, yani raw materials kutoka nje, bei
Kenya Rebel.
Sorry. Nilikuwa nasema hivi Jake, and hiyo kitu Dunia alikuwa nasema is what got me into trouble last time, and I wanted to make this point clear. Saying that majority of the protesters were Luos is not being tribal. Let's get that correct. Dunia kusema si wale
even mimi nilikuwa nafanya demonstration kwa Facebook. Nilikuwa nafanya Facebook live.
Jake,
you can do Facebook, you can go do a lot, you can do even your home, you can go to do demonstration in the street, you can also eat only this jamii wanafanya demonstration. That is like to put Kenya down.
You cannot protest while sitting at home. That's a lie.
You cannot do that. We have to respect. We must respect one another. We must love one another. Our country. Respect.
Thank you. Hey, leo mambo moto. Again, let's tone down. This is not that serious. Okay?
It's never that.
It's not that serious. Tuelewani. What Dunia was saying and what I was saying is this. Majority of the protesters were Luos. That's not being tribalistic. You're not profiling anyone. Amesema vizuri yeye ni Mjaluo. Okay? So where is the profiling there? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay?
No, ukuelewa. Alisema wale watu waliandamana peke yake. Now you are putting it correctly by saying majority. When you say majority, that means there were others. But he put it in a way that it shows.
But that's what he meant. Let Dunia atajieleza. But there's two more points I wanted to make very quickly, then I'll let Jake go on. Omolo, I don't like going back to that whole legitimacy thing, kwa sababu it's settled. Okay? Msiseme ati Chebukati was he had a checkered past, ati sijui nini. Sina before elections umejua Chebukati atasimamia hiyo uchaguzi. Mbona hukuongea then? So don't tulienda Supreme Court tukaangalia evidence zenu mkashindwa. So let's not go back there. That's already tumepita hiyo nini.
No. Wait, Nani, you cannot tell us, let us not go there. That is your opinion. Everybody have his own opinion. What we are saying is that Chebukati, it doesn't mean kwamba wakatila tu kuongea, ati ndio mtu afanye makosa saizi, alafu tuseme tunyamaze forever. Si harusi, ati kusema either you talk now or you keep silent forever.
No, hujanielewa. Mimi nasema hivi, that question of legitimacy imeisha kwa sababu gani? Mara vile before tuingie kwa ile election, mlijua ati Chebukati atasimamia hii eneo, si ndio? Hamkusema ati Chebukati sijui nini. Mimi niko nasikia wakina Oburu Odinga wakisema we have the system, tutashinda sijui nini. Sisi wakini nani wakanyamaza, kwenye kwanza wakanyamaza. You went to the election, then you said okay, hakushinda, he stole the election or whatever, sijui Sava ilifanya nini Sava, mkaenda Supreme Court, si ndio? Wakauliza onyesheni pale hizi nini zilifanyika, mkaanza mambo ya sijui Mose Komago sijui nani. Supreme Court akamwambia hiyo mambo imeisha, you don't have enough evidence to suggest that nani aliiba, si ndio? Ikapita 5 months, mkaanza tena you started giving us different figures, mara sijui whistleblowers sijui nini. Mmechanganyikiwa, in short, that's what I'm saying. But what we are saying is we've moved past that. Sasa hivi tunajaribu kuangalia, okay, what is Ruto doing? Let's criticize him of what he's doing, which is fine, okay? Maandamano, and Alex made a good point. Hiyo mambo ya SD alikuwa anasema ati maandamano mtaenda mtauliza permission, mtute hapo sijui CBD mfanye maandamano. Okay, sawa. Ruto hakukataa mfanye maandamano, lakini alikuwa anasema nini? Msipite CBD. What's wrong with that if the government say, okay, mnaweza kufanya maandamano pale mnataka, lakini hapa CBD, it's the busiest part of the country. Just do your maandamano, but don't come around this area because the most businesses zinafanywa hapo. What's wrong with that? Okay? Now, I'll agree with you that polisi kuua watu ambao wanaandamana is wrong. Wanafaa washikwe. That's, I agree with you. But hauwezi kwenda hapo, mnatupa nino, mnaharibu biashara, alafu mna expect that hii kitu kwa ipesi.
Ngoja. Revolutionary. Yes. Wakati tunaongea, kuna watu wengi sana wanatusikiza hapa, na tusifanye debate sababu ya emotions, tujaribu tukue factual. Huwezi kudanganya hapa kitu katiba kile inasema ati watu wanaandamana hawafai kuuawa, wanafaa washikwe kwa sheria gani? Kwa kuandamana? Where do you see that? So please be factual. Watu wanaandamana wana haki ya kuandamana.
Omolo, sijasema ati hamna haki. Ulinisikia vizuri?
Kushikwa inamaanisha nini? Kushikwa inamaanisha
no. Kila mtu amenisikia hapa nimesema nini? Nimesema kama
pause. I'll have to manage you so that tunaenda juu kidogo tunarudi chini so that at least show inasonga. Sawa. Tony, I want to have you if you can hear me. I know you're back there. And Black VP, leo Black anasinzia. For the first time ever, Black anasinzia akinitazama.
Waja naangalia vijana wangu wadogo. Ule amechangamka. Wananikumbusha enzi zangu nilivyokuwa miaka yao. Nilikuwa moto tu hivyo. Which is a good thing. It shows that first of all they are all they love their country and wana ile tuseme nini, wana ile moto ya kutoa yale yote yaliyoko moyoni kwa kuchangia for the best of their country, because I'm 100% sure whatever wanasema they're not saying it because ni ya chuki ya nchi yao. They want the best for their country. That's one thing I know from all this that wanaongea hapa. So I just see myself when I look at them when I was their age. Yeah. So it is okay. Nile tu mpangilio ile saa zingine mambo yanakuwa moto mpaka kusikia mwenzako inakuwa ni ngumu, unaona yako ni sikizo ya kwanza. Yes.
Yeah, so
but ataomba tu
anafanywa anakuwa na kazi ngumu sana bwana.
It's okay. Naomba tupe watulize.
Aya. Come now, how are you?
Niko poa. Nimesema So nimesema nipige nizi hapa nisikie hawa Jaluo wanasema nini.
Karibia sauti yako iko Jamaica.
Okay. Unanisikia sasa?
Bado japanda ndege.
Uko poa?
Bado. Tafuta visa, sauti yako haijafika.
Iko poa sasa? Oh wow. Hebu wacha nirudi.
Sawa. Hiyo sauti inahitaji utafutie visa ifike vizuri. Okay. Sawa. Now let me do this. DK, you were in. I wanted to ask you a question, but let me ask that question to Black. Yes, let me have DK. DK, let me ask you. What are the indicators that an economy is doing well or has an ability to resurrect?
Well, that is a very, very hard question, to be honest. But the thing is, even just being here in Britain itself, we can even see. See, if there's anything, I can say, even here, the pound itself, since I came here, it was like about some 10 years ago, money used to be good. You know, like there's a money you could spend and, you know, like you spend something. But now, that one is a very hard question. You also say there needs only the professionals to answer that question for you, that one. But to be honest, when you come into Kenya, tukiangalia, because between, I can say about Kenya, for money to pick up, it will take a long process. Kama sahi, I think the pound is changing it to 160 or something. So and the dollar is 110, 112, 120.
120.
Yeah. So itachukua a long time. Like I would say, like if we give the government a chance, maybe we'll see in another year or two how we vary. But your question in ngumu sana. To pick up, for economy to pick up right now, guys have to be taxed heavily. Subsidies, they have to be cut off, you know. Watu lazima watafunga mishipi kabisa.
Okay.
And to accept it, yeah. But your question is not for me, man. That one is a hard one for me. Yeah, let me bail out on that one.
Black, what would signify our economy is doing bad or good? What should we look at?
First of all, hello to my fellow panelists, mzee mwenzangu DK, kaka zangu wadogo, bwana Tony Cam, dunia ina mambo, Molo sija ameenda hapi, Dadam Roda, and
he's backstage.
Alex Media, I don't know where pepotelea wapi na watazamaji wote. I hope you're all doing fine wherever you are. Na kama kawaida na wapenda nyote. Well, some obvious and clear indicators that an economy is either doing good or bad are price stability, you know. Now in this case, unaona bei ya vitu nyingi Kenya zimeshinda zikipanda. You see, that's not a good indicator. See, another thing is employment. Kazi, watu wako na makazi zinaongezeka ama zinapungua, unaona. Growth, do you see any growth around? I mean, in the economy, maybe through our exports, things like that. I mean, ukiangalia so far in those things that I've mentioned, we are on the negative side of it. We are losing jobs, prices are not stable, they keep going high, and we hardly see any growth at all. So with those indicators which I've mentioned, I think our economy is doing very bad. And to add on top of that, beside that, I think we recently saw the Moody's ratings. We just moved from being rated as very, what was it? Very high risk, from high risk to far worse, being very, you know, that's high risk and there's very, very high risk. That's a very bad rating. Ni kama tu vile mambo ya CRB. You know, when you have such ratings, what happens
Credit
is,
it's called
yes,
a
yes, yes,
credit score.
yes, yes, yes. The financial lenders tend to shy away from us because wanajua the possibility of us defaulting and the
very high.
possibility of us failing to abide to pay the debt which they will lend us is high. So nabaki unaona tunakuwa na very few options, and if there's anyone that will lend us, they will lend us at a higher interest rate because they are risking. So they would risk lending to us but with a higher interest rate. Sijui kama mnanielewa. So I think those are some of the things that I would wish that we would be discussing, because now if any of my brothers and sisters hapo mngekuwa mnajua the repercussions ama consequences ya maneno ambayo tunayoongea, mambo na default na nini, credit rating, indicators za economy vile sahizi ziko mbaya, believe you me, there are some things we'll not be discussing, such as maandamano. Because currently our country is in a very, very, very bad state.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to go on.
Shikilia hapa, I want to ask the same question to Tony. Tony, let's do mic test. You're good now.
Okay.
What can we describe our economy? Is it very bad? Is it near bad? Is it slightly improving? Is it in the deadbed? What are we talking about? What are we looking at?
Me kwanza, I'm really happy. The reason is I have my little farm in Malindi. And initially I was sending $200 could not be enough for my workers. Now I'm sending 123 and it's enough for my workers. So which means the economy is doing horrible and it's not doing well. And I'm like, personally, I'm a Christian, but I don't have sympathy for Kenyans. The reason why I don't have sympathies for Kenyans is because every time they have opportunity to choose good leaders, and they keep on choosing wrong leaders. And I'm giving an example like what's going on in Syria. Right now we have the governor and the deputy governor fighting, and these people, they knew there's issue. So personally, I'm saying let Kenya pay the price, because when both Azimio guys went to them, gave them the opportunities, they gave Azimio leaders opportunities to be there, and they had an alternative in Wajakoyo. So they were smart. They could have chosen Wajakoyo, who had an opportunity kuleta bangi Nyeri, ilete pesa. Like now Canada kuna bangi inaleta pesa. I mean, I don't support it, but the reason I'm saying that is because he had a reasoning of helping bring money in Kenya. So the president, Ruto, went to the car and tell people, "Oh, nitapunguza bei ya petroli," and they believed him, and they knew he may not deliver. So personally, I want the Kenyan to pay. In fact, I'm asking the government to chop out double. Instead of 16, they should go 30%. The reason why I'm saying that, maybe that'd be a good lesson for the Kenyan to learn that next time they go to the booth, they choose the right leaders. Right now, I'm struggling to pay to help my people back in Kenya, but I'm working double. I'm working hard, but personally, I want the president. What the senator said. Who's the senator from? Cherry York? The senator? Can you hear me? The senator
you're
from
good.
the senator from where? The senator from Cherry York?
Kericho. No,
I want
Nandi
him.
County. Nandi
Yes,
County.
I want him to say it again. Let them tax them Kenyan, so the Kenyan will learn. They will learn lesson. There's consequences with the election. Otherwise, if they don't feel the consequences, they'll keep on repeating the same mistake. So again, the government has to raise tax. Where will they get the money to pay? The loans are coming up. Where they're gonna get money? They have to tax people. So personally, I don't have sympathy for nobody because I'm paying my taxes. I'm paying what I'm supposed to pay when I send money through M-Pesa. I'm paying taxes. So let them Kenyan learn a lesson. And then also lastly, as I finish, Raila keeps saying, I'm a supporter of Raila. Raila keeps saying, Punda Amechoka. But Raila needs to go back, look at the governors he has supported, like Siaya, there's chaos, and all these other governors, this issue. He needs to go and have a conversation with them. And if somebody is advising Raila, Raila can go to India. Raila can come to America and ask his supporters to chip in to these governors. Like he has like 24 of them, and say, let me fundraise for CIA. Let me fundraise for these other places. So he can do fundraising to help different counties to raise money to help like building the roads. We have bad roads in CIA. So I'm asking him to step up and do fundraisers and help these governors to lead better instead of I think mambo ya maandamano achana nayo. Wacha Kenya wasafe. Why are maandamano ya nini? Let the Kenyans suffer. So that's what I wanted to add. And say, you know what, election have consequences. And then also, I have lastly, I'm ending. My family is from Central, and I hear some of them are complaining about position. They don't have no right to complain about position. They've been in the government for many years. They don't have a right to complain about roads not being clear or not being made. They've been in government for almost 20 years. How come their roads are still the same? So they have to also pay the price. You chose this government. I don't expect the roads to be made. And you have so many presidents. Kwa nini barabara zenu ziko mbaya bado? Because you keep choosing the same people, same mentality. That's what I wanted to say. Election has consequences. Watu walipe tax. Thank you.
Okay. Beautiful. Black?
Yeah, I have a question for Tommy. I can tell that he's an Azimio fanatic, if you may allow me to use that one. Because when you hear someone saying that it is good people should suffer, I mean, it's quite unfortunate. I mean, you should never wish the worst for your fellow Kenyans.
Taxes. No, I meant
Now,
taxes. What's happening to taxes?
point is this: in your Azimio fold, right? Like you rightfully mentioned, you have 24 governors. It's not only the first time you had them before, right? What about the performance? Have they been good to their counties? The governors that you've had under your fold. And
Can
number
I answer
two,
you?
number two, has any of your leader, let me be precise, has Raila ever taken time to take stock or to take account of the performance of the governors that are elected under his fold? For example, umeisikia hata siku moja ameenda amefanya evaluation ya performance ya governors wake,
Right. And that's the
accountability
reason
and
why,
etc.
and that's the reason why I mentioned, if you had me, maybe you didn't hear, I said, look at CIA. The governor, I think I mentioned that. The assistant governor and the governor are fighting. I said that. The reason I say that is that's bad leadership right there. How can you elect two people who are fighting, not focus on development? If you go to Kakamega, the roads are really beautiful. But if I immediately leave Kakamega going to Siaya, the roads are not good at all. So, and that's the reason I said Raila should take, I said it also before, that Raila should talk to his 24, whatever, 25 governors and bring them together and see how they can fundraise to help their community. Then that the reason is to improve the community. The reason I say that there's no improvement anywhere. Look at Turkana. There's still bandits going on. Why? Bad roads. Why? How come we have bad roads and there's been governorship and there's been, it's called devolution. So my point was because they keep claiming there's not enough money, and that's the reason why I was giving responsibility to Baba to fundraise for them to make sure these counties have enough money so there's development. My point is there's no development anywhere, and that's the reason I mentioned Orengo and the deputy fighting instead of focusing on development.
But we've had governors there before, and you've rightfully said something which I do agree that Kakamega has had good development from their past governor. Siaya hasn't. They had a governor before that, right? They have been receiving budgets, right? So if they've not performed, they have not performed. I've never heard even one day Raila coming out in the open and saying that my governor of Siaya, the past I can't remember, it was this Ralph something, I forgot his name. He's not performing. Mfanya makosa, nataka wananchi. He's never spoken a word about against any governor on his side for underperforming. When it comes to accountability in regards to funds from governors under his fold, he's never come out say anything against that. Now, what I heard from you is you are happy that the situation is as it is and that the president should increase the taxes on the way upwards to 30%. And I'm thinking, are you really a patriot?
No, the things that I'm saying. Listen, there's nowhere they're gonna get the money. They have to tax, and the reason is who's gonna prevent them from taxing? They right now, listen, they have the control of the parliament. They have control of the leadership. They'll do anything they want. And the reason why I say that election have consequences. So next time, let people pay the taxes. So next time they go to the booth,
I agree with you on that. I agree on that. I agree with you on that, that election do have consequences. But the way you made it sound is the consequences were more on the presidency than all the way downwards. Now, if you make it across the board from the top to the least or the lowest seat, that there are consequences in whichever seat that is, either it's the MCA, the women rep, MP, senator, governor, and the president. If you put it that way, then I'm in agreement with you. But the way you had framed it,
no.
It's
That's
like
the reason why I mentioned. That's the reason I mentioned.
Anyway,
CIA.
fine.
I give two examples of governor,
Go ahead.
CIA, and the deputy fighting. That's
Okay.
about
You had a
election.
question. You had a question.
Kenya Rebel has a question, Kwanza. Kenya Rebel?
Yes. Mnanisikia? Okay. I just wanted to respond to Tony. Tony, yes, elections have consequences. But what I'm saying is this. The current president, we can disagree on how the percentage that is taxing people. I've always argued he has a good plan. The financial bill is a good plan, but the taxing, how he does, who he taxes is where my question is. In my opinion, what I feel, in my opinion, I say he should tax the rich, okay? The disparity between the poor and the rich is so huge, okay? I'm a billionaires, Jimmy Wanjigis, let them pay more taxes than the common Mwananchi who's struggling. That's how the Great Depression, America got off, they moved out of the Great Depression. You mentioned Wajakoya. Wajakoya was a disaster. He was talking about selling hyenas testicles and snakes, and he wanted to suspend the constitution. That's not a leader that I want to vote for. Yes, he's saying some good things about weed and all that. He was a vice president. So what I'm trying to say is this. Yes, we have a president, is our choice. Our role as citizens does not stop at the polling station. This president has a plan. Let's debate on how we implement this financial bill. Tell him, go talk to your common member of parliament or senator. Tell them, tax the rich. They have enough money to fund this financial bill so that we can have it here. And to answer your question, Jakes, what's the indicators of good economy doing well? I usually look at two things, trade and production. If our production is increasing and we're trading with more countries, people get employed, there's more revenue, you can tax people and they won't complain over that 3%. Thank you.
DK?
Well, the thing is, to answer just Tony in a very simple way, if we did elections, the president won, he's in the government. If Azimio could have taken his position as opposition to keep the government in check, because opposition have their people, so that whenever they're in parliament.
What is your name? In our constitution, there is no opposition.
I'm coming to you, Rhoda. I'm going in order. Go ahead, DK. I'm coming to you, Rhoda. Just be patient.
We in every government, without government having an opposition to being kept in check, it can never move forward. The thing is, whatever Raila is talking about right now, it is a fact and everything. But the thing is, he needs to be in the right place at the right time so that he can put the motion. And plus, at the same time, we can even keep his people as well. At the same time, we can even criticize them when they're in parliament. Because at the moment, if you see like in parliament, some of them, they don't even show up. Because they keep on saying that they don't even agree, apart from Babu, usually they're just rolling his mouth. But the thing is, we need to have an opposition. And the thing is, Baba could have been the right person to be the strong opposition to keep this government in check. And even Ruto himself, he keep on saying he needs to be kept in check. He wants to have that vibrant thing going on right now. So to answer you that one, that's the best I can do for you right now.
Mambo.
What about the tax? I said about the tax. You didn't say nothing about that.
Oh, the tax. Big man, let me tell you one thing about the tax. I live in England. We get taxed everything, even the water we get taxed. So the thing is, for me, the tax, let them keep on taxing. But the thing is, I know people have not come to understand about how the tax works, because the tax works for you. And I think Ruto has been out, and the way he keep on coming and keep on going, he's coming to understand how the taxes works. And that's why, unfortunately, the Kenyan people, they do not like to pay money. So, but once you see the tax working for you, you come to appreciate why people are going to be paying taxes.
Okay, Duneina Mambo, before Tony, just hold on. I have like 564 questions. Duneina Mambo.
Aya, asante sana Jack. Kila kitu nani amesema Tony. Habari yako Tony. Naona mzee wangu amewepa. Aya, kitu nasema hapa. Tony, kitu umesema zote nakubali na wewe. Umesema election iko na malipo yake, na malipo yake lazima tulipe hizo vitu ambao tulitenda, kwa sababu tulipewa chance na tukuchaguana. Hiyo nakubali na wewe mzuri sana. Tena kitu nakataka kukubali na wewe, nataka kuuliza swali. Ama gavana wote umechaguliwa ambao umesema waazimio, wewe unasema Raila afanya kama anawaangalia au anafanyia rambe ili wapate pesa wafanye maendeleo kwa kaunti zao. So wanapewa kazi na serikali. Kazi ya pesa ni nini? Alafu pia kuna Senate community ambao wanawachunguza kama pesa wamefanya nao kazi hujafanya na kazi. Hiyo si kazi Raila. Kazi yao ni kufanya kazi. Sawa? Lakini ile vita iko Siaya, hata sisi wenyewe tunatoka Siaya huko. Hatufurahi kabisa. Kwa sababu hawasaidii wananchi. Ni kitu wanafanya, ni kitu ya ujinga saidi. So mambo ya ku monitor magavana wake afanye kazi uchunguze nini, anaweza fanya hivyo, lakini mambo ya kuraise pesa waje wape pesa wafanye kazi, bado wataenda kwa Senate waulizwe hizo pesa walipewa na njia gani na sheria gani, lazima ikue, kwa sababu pesa zote inaenda kwa county, lazima ipitiwe kwa sheria ya nchi. Sawa? Kitu kingine, kitu unasema hii mambo mmepanda hivi, hata mimi pia niliambia watu before watu wakuja hapa, niliambia hata hii mafuta ingekuwa hata ngiri moja per liter. Kwa sababu gani? Ndio sisi tu feel hiyo pain. Ndio hata kama watu wameenda maandamano, si kweni eneo moja tu peke yake ndio naenda maandamano. Ni kweni watu wote na feel it. Waja feel hii kitu, bado haja feel. Unafiki kwa kona hapa. Hata mzee akiita Uhuru Ruto president, mimi na support. Kwa sababu gani? Yeye ndiye aliumia, yeye ndiye alipigwa tear gas, wacha kule kidogo. Wacha mzee aende malingina jinjoy akisa kula. Kitu kingine, alafu nauma sana na watu wataka kusema hapa. Niliwaambia nyinyi na bado narudi hii kitu. Wakenya ni wanafiki. Kwa sababu gani? Kama wako serious maisha yamepanda, wangekuwa wameamka. Hawaje kudanganya watu maisha yamepanda. Kuna wengine wanaenjoy hii maisha bwana. Yeah, ni hayo tu.
Okay. Rhoda.
Yeah, it's very sad story. I don't talk here with emotional. I'm talking from my heart. It's very sad what I know what is going in our country. I love my country than myself. And when things are going bad, I cry. I love I've been politicians in Kibaki days. When Moi was a president, I was a politician. I was fighting Inje. Because Babu Mimi, I believe democracy. I believe the law of the law. I believe everybody must be treated the same equal, no matter the tribe you come from, no matter your disability, no matter who you are, whether you're a man or I believe everybody need to treat it the same equal, no matter tribe. Even if you speak with the tech like this, you need to be. You can be the president. As everybody, even me, can be the president. Everybody can be the president of Kenya, as long you are coming to follow the rule of the law. You remember this Katiba Tukonai we buy in New York City, we bought in America. That means, and that's why we have a Senate, we have governor. That means our democracy is the same with America. You know me, I follow America politician before I was following before when Donald Trump was a president. And when you do the American politicians, they don't have opposition. Definitely not. Because even our Katiba, even when Kibaki was a president, we didn't have an opposition. And you remember Kibaki is still the elections. And that's why he accepts Raila to work together. They share the government. And I was so proud with the Kibaki. Kibaki, he know he's seen. He know he have seen. Of course, Kibaki was a gentleman. I was so proud with him. May God continue resting. Of course, Kofi Annan came to bring our country together, and Tutu came, the South Africa pastor came from South Africa because our country was bad. We know we have problem with the tribal cries like Kikuyu and Kalenjin, they were fighting. We have problem, Mono Kikuyu were killed. I don't know whether I was another tribe, but the way I had is Kikuyu. But of course, Kikuyu, even I know my family was killed with those that crisis. Yeah, my family, my father cousin was killed with that crisis in those areas, Rift Valley. But thank God, there is a gentleman in Africa, Kofi Annan. He was Kofi Annan. He was a United Nations. He was working like a chairman, and he came to a country. So no, we cannot see these things is going on in Africa, and we must go and we bring this guy. Where you and they were fighting because of the elections, and Kibaki was a gentleman. He know his sin. He accepted, and they shared the power. And I was very proud of Kibaki. You know, people are different. People we think different. That's why even if you have a sister and brother, we have different fingerprints. But I don't believe Kenya we have an opposite. Why Ruto he need and me? I can help. I can help him. You don't need to have a leader to help you in check. Me, I'll give you idea. I don't mean in Kenya, they are outside. They can give Ruto idea and advice. Even those people get our right to know. There is people, Kenya people are very smart. There's a people, even you can see, people sleeping in the street. They have a knowledge of Kenya. What can we make our country great? What can we make our country move forward? Everybody can play a part. Kenya people, everybody get a chance, can play a part. If everybody even me, if I get a chance, I can do something. Even you are panelists, even your comments sent, your comment, you're doing comment. You can do something. Everybody in Kenya, you are somebody, and don't let anybody put you down because who you are. Because and even if you are young or old, you can do something. Africa is a continent we are blessed. African people are very clever. Even these white people, they know that. We are very spiritual people. We are God-fearing. Them, they don't fear God. And the country fear God. They get a lot of wisdom from him. And we can do a great thing in our country if we hold hands together. Don't look, you know that village you come from, there's a many people sleep without food. You don't need to ask me. Like me, where I come from. I don't need to tell somebody, oh, I don't know. I know the things. I know there are things going on in my community where I come from. I know what is going on in Pokot. I know what is going on in Pasai community. You don't need to ask in a check. Shame on. Shame on you.
Rhoda one, I want to celebrate you for being the lady in the show. One, it takes courage to be here, and personally, and that's why I give you time, despite many, because it's not easy. And believe you me, you're brave, and I respect that. I respect that. Thank you for your very, very beautiful words. Tony, I had questions for you, and these
That's the
guys
reason I
equally
came
had.
back.
Yeah, these guys equally had asked you some questions. Now, my first question is this: where you are, you normally pay tax, right?
Yes.
What would be the crime? The government demanding your tax and doing the right thing with it, or your tax going to waste, and yet yet you couldn't control it on your own? I don't know if you understand me.
Right. The beauty of here is we came here, we found people paying taxes, and somebody not making noise. And we pay the taxes. We don't ask question. We pay the taxes. But the beauty of it, we see services. We see road being repairs. If there's a little potholes, they repair it. And then also, if somebody steals, there's accountability. That's the beauty part of it. You pay your taxes and you see the fruits of it. But in most African countries, you pay taxes and you still struggle. The roads are still a mess. Like the other day, I saw you remember there was a video of president going through Central Park, and they're saying people, they are like road is messed up. You have people that are paying taxes, and then even with the governor situation, I think when the devolve happened, was it for the roads to be better, the system to be better? So the problem, the difference is, yeah, we pay the taxes and we see the services.
Okay. It's like I anticipated you to answer that way, so that I ask you this question.
That's the difference.
At what point now do you blame the taxpayer for choosing a leader? At what point? Because you seem to be blaming those who voted for Ruto. When does the victim become the one to be blamed? Because by the end of the day, they didn't choose him to do what he's doing. They chose him because probably they believed in him. Maybe they saw something. What they saw might be wrong or right, but at what point do you blame the victim for? One, it's, as you one time said, it is your right to choose a leader. It is your democratic right. Whether you lost or won, whatever you did was your democratic right, whether you supported Azimio or UDA. Now, in the event that your side lost or won, it's because each person exercised their role, and the majority had their way. The minority, of course, had their say at the ballot. In the event now that the winner of that particular contest comes out and become ruthless, at what point do you end up blaming the voter?
Right. So how when did they release the report? Like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
It's been 3 weeks. If they didn't like it, they should be on the road right now with placards. They say, enough, we're not gonna pay these taxes. So everybody is busy waiting for Raila to lead Maandamano. They should be in the street shouting. We are not ready to pay these taxes. So if they really don't like these taxes, and that's the reason why I'm saying you have to fight for your right. If you don't know how to fight for your right, then don't blame anybody. So now they should be in the street saying, we can't pay these taxes. They should be using social media. They should be saying, hey, we want to be Raila number one, number two to 100 to start
Okay.
claiming for their rights. You have to fight for your right. Nobody is going to allow, if you don't like the taxes, you go to the street and say, enough is enough. Like,
Now, I have
and Kibaki was a gentleman, he's staying here and the
what?
And I was very proud of Kibaki.
Just a moment. Nyagaka amefungua YouTube na ameingia ndani, so inaleta feedback.
So
now
let
me ask you. Yeah.
So
I'm listening to you, but it's still
Can I add one thing? Can I add one more thing?
Please do.
Like here, there's a company that I was working for, and we didn't like the wages. Guess what? We say we're gonna be on strike for 2 weeks, and that's what we did. Every day we had placards outside, and guess what they did? They gave us a raise after 3 weeks. You have to fight. Nobody's gonna fight for your right. Kenyans have to go to the street and fight for their rights. Otherwise,
now Kenyans gave to themselves what we call the Constitution. And in the Constitution, it begins with a preamble that this constitution we have given unto ourselves so that it may govern. Now, how do we exercise our right? In fact, it says our right. We can exercise it directly or through the representatives. Now, these representatives, we might not go to demonstrate as much as it is equally our right. Why as well can't we also demand that the leaders we elected be the voice of reason that we chose them or elected them to be? So if they don't do their legislative work in parliament, which they ought to do, I don't think we should first go to the Maandamano if first we don't ask these leaders, because by the end of the day, these laws are passed in parliament. Before even they reach mwananchi kwenda nje, they are first passed in parliament. Why can't we begin from the parliament side and ask them, you guys, before you sign this thing into law, or you pass these legislations, why don't we first demand from them? Because in any case, the first person that speaks for me before even I make my voice heard is my area MP, because he is the person that represents me in parliament. If my voice through him is not heard, then I should go to the streets before it goes out of hand, because I think that is way out of hand. Before it goes there, why don't we first demand that area MP? Because they're the ones who are termed as the legislature, the law-making body. Why don't we first go for their neck?
Right. Like there was a message the other day. Somebody asked a question about something, I think about parliament, and the president said all the leaders were voted under UDA. You know who is majority in the parliament? Remember, he said that? He said all of them represent UDA agenda. So if the government says we want to raise the taxes, the UDA MPs and senators have to support the government agenda. If they don't support
I agree. But I don't know if you heard where I started. Yes. It all begins from the Constitution, Article number 1. We the people gave to ourselves, right? So this is power that we have, but we also chose to exercise this power through elected individuals. Before they even speak for UDA, they speak for us first.
Not in Kenya.
Actually, it is the first article in the Constitution that before they speak for anyone else, they speak for me because they represent me. Now, my question was, and I still ask, why don't we ask them first? Because the president cannot sign a bill that has not been presented to him through parliament. That's why you'll see the speaker there, the speaker of the parliament and senate, they'll be there standing next to him, and the attorney general to advise him, right? Why don't we first ask these members of parliament, both in UDA, in Kenya Kwanza in general, in Azimio, to first listen to the mwananchi? Because even the public participation, it is not happening in State House. It's happening in parliament.
That's right.
Why don't we first ask these leaders? You guys, you represent me, the Wanjiko. Wanjiko is saying A, B, C, D. Before they pass everything, just to please the president, we are their employees.
Okay, let me say.
I don't know if I'm making sense, guys.
Yes. Okay,
we are the employers.
The reason why.
The employers, exactly. Sorry.
The
Kizungu ilikuja na nyagaka from US.
The reason why they can't do that is my MP wapatikani. Watu wamesota hawana pesa hata ya kupanda pikipiki. They are so busy. It's very hard to I have a lack of civic education. Most people don't understand what you're saying. Most people are not in YouTube. So I think people need to be like us here. People need to start telling the Mwananchi, hey, you need to go and demand this from your MPs and facilitate. If they need facilitation. If we can facilitate that to happen, then it can happen. But a lot of people are tired. People don't have food. People are being told to go to farm. Why end up
There's also something else, Tony, you can do. You said that even as where you are, you feel the pinch and you really feel so bad. There's still an article that allows you directly to write to parliament directly and ask for that. Now, that is also a civic duty. why don't we as well, right? Tony andike yake, Kenya Rebel andike yake, DK andike yake. Through Mtembei, who has close to 1 million subscribers, we collect the signatures. Can that not also work?
Jake, I need to answer this one. This one is mine. This one I'm going to answer.
Please do answer that one.
One thing I'm going to say, and people going to remember this. The internet does not forget.
Okay.
Kitu ya kwanza. You remember all these things, and we are so lucky because we are adapting. What everything from diaspora people are doing. And a good thing, a lot of people have traveled out and have come back.
I think Nyagaka wants to say something. He is an old man who we have to trade. Yes, Nyagaka. Pen, Nyagaka, go ahead. You are now on. Pen.
Okay.
And unmute yourself. The reason that's why you are feeling the echo is because you are logged into, I think, YouTube, and you still are listening to us. So you have to mute YouTube and just allow StreamYard to be on. Allow StreamYard alone. Don't have both YouTube and StreamYard on simultaneously. That way you'll have feedback on your end. Mute YouTube and just allow StreamYard. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Nyagaka, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Na salimia revolutionary Musa, ninaona nisizungumuse. Na nilikuwa nasalimia kijana yangu Black. Sijui alienda wapi.
Ako nyuma ya
yangu yangu ni kusema Kenya tuko mzuri sana. Kenya, we are in a right place at the right time. And those who are aggrieved should wait or plan for 2027, which they are not. They are talking about Maandamano, and the people don't eat Maandamano. And yes, there are high taxes. There are unga and all that. We know, we agree. But how does that help you in 2027? Because if it is a democracy, America has an opposition. The Speaker of the House has stopped the President of America from going to Asia. But that is the opposition. They didn't agree on certain things. So Kenya, we are going to that direction. We are not NOT. We are not going into the pretty direction because it will need a constitutional change. When you are forming an opposition, a leader of the opposition, that's like a parliamentary democracy. So we are not going there. We are not going to do that. And it's going to cost you so much. And Ruto was put in power so that he can help the hustler, not he can help the millionaires. Kenyatta, who has just left, is a drunk. And he was so confused, he didn't know what he was doing. Look at the speech Ruto gave in South Africa today. Look at the respect he's been getting all around the world. That's what we need in Kenya today. And yes, in a democracy, in a democracy, there is a place for you to be taken out. And the IBC should prepare, and the parliament is, I mean, both the houses in the parliament are talking about how they are going to change all that. And it is a joke. It will be a joke. You cannot steal from somebody 6 times, and yet the 7th time you're going to be a president. Yeah, so thank you very much, Jakes. Go on with a good job. And kulikuwa show ile ingine, kuna watu walikuwa naenda huko wanazungumza Raila moja tu, ukizungumza kitu baya juu ya Raila unapigwa baya sana. But in a democracy which Kenya is, all the opinions have to be understood. So thank you very much for a good job you are doing, Jakes. Na kama ni kahawa tutatuma, lakini you have to hear all the people, and whoever says whatever, that's okay.
Okay.
And the future belongs to UDA for the next maybe 100 years, because these guys are not prepared to take them out. You have to convince enough people in Kenya to win the election. And Wakenya si wachezi. Vile Ruto anasema Kenya iko upungufu mkubwa sana kwa watu wachezi. Na huko kwetu Kisii iko 0% watu wako wachezi. So we want to make UDA yellow in Nyasa, Kisii, and Kuria. We want to make it yellow. Asante sana, Jakes, for giving me a minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pen. Asante sana. Okay. Even as Pen now, DK nilikuwa nimekukata because of Nyagaka. So go ahead, then I'll come back to Pen. But Melchizedek, how are you? Good to see you. Uko salama kaka?
Niko salama.
Okay. DK, go ahead.
Hey, Pen, I want to give you thanks. That was a good statement. Very nice, thank you. Wewe ni mzee wa kazi, tunakusikiza kabisa. That is very good. As what we are discussing earlier about what Tony was saying, the thing is, as we said, a good thing is now, thanks to the social media, everything is online. And the thing is, all these things, they're going to be played in the next 4 years' time to come. So you have to remember one thing. Whoever will be stepping up to the podium or to step up to be even governors, senators, they'll be playing clips of what they have done, of what they're showing. And that's what I love about this thing right now. And that's a good thing. But at the same time, as even what the old guy was saying, we still need an opposition. We still need an opposition, someone to be, to check this government. So all I'm saying is the media is playing a very good job. If you see like Gatundu today, there was like a car which was stuck. They're saying, look, Gatundu Road. And if you look at Gatundu, Kenyatta has been there from the first father, and the roads are still bad. And a good thing now we are seeing them. And that's what the social media, they're playing a very big part to what is happening right now. So good, yeah. So remember one thing, the internet will never forget. So there'll be checks. Not only the government or the people, the senators or people in the parliament, but there will be still checks. People will be playing these things back to back to show you've done this one for us, you have not done this one for us. Thanks, guys.
Awesome, DK. Kenya Rebel, I see you raising your hand before I come to Tony.
Yeah, I'll just make it very short. When Tony said, Kenya don't have time to, participate or whatever, I just want to correct him. When I look at Mutembei or other platforms, I see a lot of people in Jacaranda discussing issues, maybe not in depth like we are, but at least there's a conversation. They're complaining, they're mentioning what's wrong. That's a good start. So yes, see at Kenya, we don't have time. Yes, there's time. When people are suffering, what we're not get. So that's a good thing. And I don't want to get, because you guys are talking about something. Why what? Sorry, I'll leave it to Melchizedek. When I remember, I'll come back. Sorry. Go ahead.
Tony, go ahead. Unmute.
I wanted to add what Mzee said and DK. DK is balanced. I like his approach. He's like he doesn't want to go overboard. What Mzee said.
Oh, you don't want to think of UDA ruling for 100 years.
No.
Tumwitie Alex Amgwari kidogo.
No. The UDA.
That one even me imenishtua bwana. UDA 100 years.
No. Let me say this. Mr. Ruto, the president, I call him president. I respect him. I've met him personally here in United States.
Yeah, I saw that.
When I met him, I knew he'll be a president. In as much as I like Raila, but I knew when I met him, spent time with him, took him to Truman Library, and he bought a book, and he looked at me, and I asked him, "Unaonekana utakuwa president ya Kenya." There I'm looking at you, and I knew it. And the way Mzee saying 100 years, that's possible because President Ruto is a schemer and is a very, very smart and frugal guy. You can't play around. So like him acting up on corruption is a calculated move. So those who are gonna run on 2027 and the future, they have to put the act together yesterday. If they haven't put the act together yesterday, they better hire me because I can help them defeat him because I know him. But otherwise, he's a schemer and he know what he want, and he's gonna be talking about 100 years. I was thinking maybe 200 years. So so otherwise, it's a good conversation. Let's everybody fight for their rights. If you feel like taxes are high, go out there, write some placard and fight for your. Nobody's gonna fight for your right, even in a relationship, in marriage. If you see something is going on, you have to speak up. You have to fight for your rights. Nobody will fight for you. That's what I wanted to say. Otherwise, I'll be listening.
Thank you so much, Tony. It's always a pleasure to have you around. Melchizedek. Nakwambia unakuwa na jina refu but sweet.
I've been listening. Thank you.
Sawa, Tony. Melchi?
Yes.
Karibu sana. Habari ya uko I forgot the place. But
Qatar,
Gulf, right?
Qatar, yeah.
Is Qatar part of Gulf?
Yeah, it's part of Gulf, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Karibu sana.
Yes. I just came into a conversation whereby some people are telling you are saying about Ruto, about the UDA should rule out. I just heard like 100 years. That I was shocked when someone is talking like that, because we are living in hell. When someone want to give us the fire again, then we are going to burn until we remain like Jifu. So I think that one is his own idea, because each and every person has got right to speak, and that's what we want, so that you can get a little bit some knowledge or some idea from other people. On my side, I used to say that once you say something or once you react, you have to look or you have to check properly, because we are the people that whenever you are, even if you are in US, you are in Qatar, you are in everywhere, home is the best. But if you don't make that home, then we are saying like those who are digging with the dogs and how I would say the wanyama wengine wanafuata mbele. So we have to think about this, because we have a very good rules and regulation which is guidance, which is law that we fight for, and we are supposed to follow this, our constitution. And another thing that is taking place in Kenya, people believe in lies than the truth. That's what I'm seeing. No one is ready to stand and say this is the problem that we are facing, because if you see someone is saying that, like for example Ruto yesterday, you heard what he was saying. he said that gas amepunguza last time, but yesterday alisema aje amepunguza mtungi. So are we going to cook with mtungi or the gas? You should ask yourself about that one. That was the statement of Ruto, not me. If I'm lying, you can play the clip. That one the first thing. The second thing Ruto alisema, I'm not against, when some people is talking about something, you say, no, this guy is against all my Azimio, whatever. Whether you are in Azimio or you are in UDA, we are facing the same problem. Whether you are in Arab country, you are in Asia or whatever, you are facing the same problem because you will go back. Even your father, your mother is there at home, is waiting for you to give them something. If you send $100, if you change it to Kenya shillings, cannot buy something. You are the same person suffering. So, you raise your hand? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to answer you about the gas thing, yeah?
Yeah.
What he was saying is the gas cylinder will be this amount of money. And that's what they were saying about refueling or regassing pump places. They were trying to get rid of all these dodgy places. Refueling or regassing is cheaper. If you have a cylinder, you can take your thing to get regas, or you can just go and exchange it, and which you find which is already regassed is cheaper instead of buying because gas nakumbuka ilikuwa ni 3.5. Sasa ukiwa na mtungi na uwe na 500, you just go and exchange it for the same quantity and you have it is cheaper. And that's why he was trying to bring, because I understand where he was coming from with this, because if you have a cylinder.
Okay, well understood. I just want to tell you something. I just want to tell you something, Mr. DK. There is one. Some say that the power of word is very, very important. When you say something, you stick on that, so that when you want to convince people or you want to explain, you just say the fact or the same actual word that you say before. Because if you change the word, other people doesn't have that memory or have that time to think or to say, oh, this is what this guy is meant. Am I right or wrong? Yeah. So when you say, oh, Dr. DK, mi nataka nilete mafuta, bring that mafuta, then mwambie hii mafuta ndio nimeleta, but nimeleta kwa mafuta kwa njia fulani. Sio unasema ya kwamba hiyo ni hapana, sio mafuta, ilikuwa ni mtungi ya mafuta. Nani atakusikiza? Atasema wewe ni muongo, si ni ukweli? Yeah. So let me go on with my contribution. Maybe if you have a question, you will answer after, or you will ask me after. Another thing that I want to say, we are here in panel, but we are saying the fact that outside there are some people that doesn't understand what we are trying to bring up. Because you can advise someone that doesn't understand what you are trying to bring. Because whether we like it or not, Ruto was sworn as a president. And that's the fact. Whether you are in Azimio, whether you are in UDA, we sworn Ruto as president. So what he is doing is something that make people to go against him. I think that's the right thing that we are supposed to say. And we are supposed to see what are the things that we are supposed to do so that Ruto can understand that we are suffering. So when we start fighting, we fight with something that we know that this is what we want. But when we fight like those who are blind, we are talking about 10 things at a time, then we are going nowhere. Kuna wale ambao hata wako hawajui hata kura ni gani, lakini they are the first people to complain. Ati Ruto ni mbaya, Raila ni mbaya. But the actual thing is, they doesn't understand how to manage. If you are a manager in a company, there are some challenges that you are facing. But when you are facing these challenges, there are those who are opposed and there are those who are supporting. And it has to be, whether you like it or no, that's why we have opposition and the government. But when the government is going wrongly, we have opposition that should correct or should tell them this is not something right, something wrong, right we're supposed to do. So we find that each and every time we come in the panel here, people may fight, people may talk and say, oh, this one. But at the end of the day, we are the people to change what we want. Because the power, the constitution, our constitution says that the power is in the hand of the people. Kwa sababu ndio maana alichaguliwa kama power si kuwa yetu atuke mchagulia akuwe hapo. Si ni ukweli? Kama hatukuwapigia kura awangekuwa wale wa serikali. So we have to think, we already vote for these people. How can we tell them that we are suffering? How can we show that we are suffering? By doing what is right, but not going and fight. Kuuana ama kufanya nini. The more tuna shed blood, the more Mungu hata anakuwa too much bitter with us and say now Kenya is now spoiled because of this. Oh, someone is raising his hand all the time. Okay, can you go ahead and say something?
Melchizedek unasema power belongs to us, lakini baba akisema maandamano ni kesho, mimi ni nani nipinge? Isn't that the attitude we have?
Okay, that's a good question. I want to tell you this. Mimi ni nani nipinge, that one is a word from other people that doesn't understand what is called the constitution. We are going with the joyriders. Unajua joyriders, wale ambao unajua kama unaendesha baiskeli, mtu akikaa nyuma, yule mtu mwenye anasikia raha ni nani? Yule mtu mwenye anakaanga nyuma. But mwenye anaendesha ndiye anasikia uchungu. Akipita kwa mlima unasikia akienda hivi na hivi na hivi. That's what we are doing. And this is the Kenya that we are now. Because if Raila said tunaenda maandamano, mtu hajauliza tunaenda maandamano kufanya nini? We are going for maandamano. And this is what we are doing. Even here, some people will say, no, the guy is talking bad because maybe he's in UDA. I'm not in UDA, I'm not in Jubilee, I'm not there. I'm someone that talks sense, that make people to think that tomorrow is a life. There is a life after tomorrow. If we don't make Kenya to be Kenya today, then tomorrow our children will not be. Because whatever we are doing now, we are preparing for our children. If we make Kenya to be a war zone, our children are coming like, unajua, Wajaluo wanajuanga Raila ni mzuri. Hata ufanye nini, Raila ni mzuri. Hata Raila auwe mtu, Raila ni mzuri. Ukienda Kalenjin, Ruto ni mzuri. Hata afanye nini. So we have that mentality. And this makes us to fail in life every now and then.
Okay.
There is a day I told Jacks here. In Arab countries, we have only sheikh. Akisema ya kwamba kesho tunang'oa hii reli, hiyo reli inaenda. Lakini jaribu Kenya, lazima ukuwe na president, lazima ukuwe vice president, hizo zote lazima ifuate, ndio hiyo reli ifanywe nini? Ing'olewe. And that's the rule we have. So we have to there with them. We have to follow. Okay. But how will we follow something that we are seeing that is injured or is making us to suffer?
Okay.
Yeah. So the only thing that we can do is, I know most of us are youths here. We are supposed to stand firm and say that this is what we want to do as a youth, and this is what we want to make Kenya to be. But if we talk, we make a lot of noise, we are doing nothing.
Okay.
At the end of the day, unga itakuwa 200. At the end of the day, kila kitu itakuwa juu, bado tunaongea. So like tunafanya chochote, we have got right to speak, right of freedom, we have freedom of speech, whatever. But at the end of the day, tumekaa hapo tunasema nini? Pesa itakuja, asla, monini. Hizo vitu zote ziko, lakini hatuendelei. We are remaining poor and poor and poor and poor because of the mentality that we have.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melchi. I think I'll be calling you Melchi. Is it okay?
Yes, no problem. Melki. You can call me Melki.
Melki. Okay, Melki. Sawa. Sawa, Melki. As always, I always appreciate your time here. It's never taken for granted. Now, Alex, ulitoroka swali yangu, but ni sawa tu, Mungu anakuona. Now, Black, go ahead.
Amjambo tena, nimeona mzee kijana amefika. Alex
Alitoroka swali, umeona amekuja na kahawa ile atulize moyo.
Mzee wenzangu DK, Melchizedek, Kenyan Revolutionary, Jakes na watazamaji, kwa mara ya pili, I hope mko salama na nawapenda nyote. Now kuna kitu ambao Omolomolo hata sijui alipotelea wapi. I wish he would come back. Alisema, na in one way or another I would like to agree with him. Kwa upande wa ile housing scheme venye watu watakuwa nakatwa, like NSSF tuko na namba, unajua kuna NSSF namba yako, and if you want to go check how much you've contributed, you just walk into NSSF. NHIF, we have similar facilities, but what about this one? I mean, how will it work? That is one. Two, kuhusu hii issue ya housing. Okay, tushakubali itabuldoziwa, but this 3%, I'm still against the idea that the 3% iende tu hivi. Sorry, ukatwe 3% yako, alafu at the end of 7 years you request your money back, irudi bila interest. Serikali ibaki na ile interest imekuwa accrued kwa ile 3% yako, just because you decided not to settle for the housing scheme. I mean, that is something that I think the government wanafaa waangalie. It is not right. Haitakuwa mzuri. Basically ni kama serikali imechukua pesa yako by force, ikaenda invest mahali, ikapata interest, ikabaki na interest, alafu ikakurudishia pesa yako vile ilivyo to plain as principle. I mean, that will be bullying. Hiyo itakuwa ni kama tu bullying yani. So I don't know if any leader has taken note of that, because that is not right. Like I always say, me, I'm a KKA supporter, that's a fact, everyone knows, but here when we come to discuss, I speak like a Kenyan and not like a fanatic of a particular party. So on that issue of that housing housing plan, affordable housing plan, I hope maybe there is a leader somewhere listening where anaweza amend hiyo tu kwamba hiyo 3% ndio utakatwa, but at the end of 7 years when you want to get your money back, in case you decide to opt out, that you are not interested in the housing projects, right? That when you're getting your money back, let your money come in with interest that have been accrued for the last 7 years. So it's quite to hasara too. Let it be like you are invested in that plan. That is what I was going to talk about. And then on the issue of the defaulting. But before that, let me get into politics. I saw Alex there and I wanted to ask him a simple question. Kila time unamwonanga Raila naingia tu kwenye politics kidogo, yani ndo kuchangamsha watu. Kila time naonanga Raila anatokelezea anasema ni Azimio, Now, at the same time, we all know that he is ODM, right? Now, Azimio was listed as a party when it came into the 2022 elections, right? And as the only candidate for Azimio, Raila and Martha Karua, they must have been the party candidates, and they must have been party members, because you cannot run under a party if you're not a member of that party, isn't it? Now, the question here is, if Azimio was listed as a party, Raila Odinga and Martha Karua ran under Azimio as a party, that made them automatically party members of Azimio. Now, here comes the kicker. Does Raila got to do anything with ODM now? Because as it is, bado pia anasemekana na ODM. Who's cheating who? Please, Bwana Alex, kindly, if you can come back. Hii tuseme ni kama commercial break.
Yeah, pia mi nataka pia nijibu Alex hapo swali ameniuliza niko na shida gani. Mimi sinaga shida as long as I'm defending the poor people of Kenya, you know, because we all have our people back in Kenya na tunawasaidiaga and tunasikiaga vile wana complain. I don't have a problem, but as I was saying, even I'm going to support blacks up here. Me, is a KK. Me as well, I'm a KK, but the thing is, when it comes to certain things, I need to be neutral and, you know, be on the borderline. I'm going to be sitting on the fence on this one. Raila is scared of losing his podium. You know, like if you see Raila every time, whenever he's doing his presentation, you know, they bring his thing written, the R thing. I think he's so scared of losing that one so much. That is one thing. That is straight. Because once he jumped to this other side of being on opposition, they will just give him a normal mic, you know, like a straight thing. So he's scared of losing that one. The other thing about all this cost of living, you know, and even the politics as well. Yes, you mentioned your 3%, they need to be taxed, and then afterwards, are you going to claim it back with no interest? The thing is, the government right now is trying to get money as much as it can, accumulate as much as it can, pay most debt. Actually, for hizo madeni, the thing is, maybe who knows? Maybe there'll be someone who say after your 3%, maybe you'll get a little, maybe you get an increment, you know. So right now, the government, what it's trying to do is to collect enough to support itself without borrowing. I think that's what Ruto is trying to do right now. Collect enough without borrowing and then move forward. Maybe we'll hear something else in the next, 3 years' time before the elections?
Now, there's a question that was asked, and now Paul, nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo for commercial break, nimeze tone la maji. Now, I think Alex nanaongea, but there's a question that was asked that I would want us to equally discuss. It was, I think Black has equally tried to mention it kidogo. It's about other I don't know to call them other deductions from the salary. You can trace them. If it is payee, you can trace it. If it is NHIF, you can trace it, as well as NSSF and all other deductions. Now, how will these housing deductions be traced? Right? Because it's very important, because if I'm to claim it after 7 years, what you see, like if, for example, if I have something I want to claim, I have to have documents, or I have to have a number that identifies me and proves that this is what I'm claiming. This is how I can prove it. This is the trail of documentation to prove that over the last 7 years I have been paying this amount. Now, Alex, what do you think will be the modalities to be used to help this? Because number one, it's not affecting everyone. It is in the civil service bracket. What of these other people? And how will we determine who qualifies for these houses if it's meant for the low guys? Because Omolo asked this question. Now the question number 2 is, we have a huge bracket of people who don't have houses. We are only building, let's say, 500,000 or 100,000 units. What will be the selection criteria? Who qualifies, who doesn't, and what makes you be an owner of a house, even if you're the one who contributed for it in the first place? I don't know if I start with Alex with that question. I think I should start with Alex, just to be fair, because I think Ken and Mona kunywa kahawa, so he has all the energy.
Yeah, thank you. Iko mheshimiwa kwa kamba yangu hapa inanishinda kuingia na yeye. So,
okay. I understand.
Yeah, so Jex, let me tell you one thing. One of the reasons that I've come on to be very critical of my movement, whether people think that I've negated it or I'm a sellout or I'm a cabal, I really don't care. I mean, internal democracy is part and parcel also of our democracy. If you don't accept internal democracy, then you're as good as a dictator. So you don't even belong in a democracy.
Correct.
So we have seen people within UDA who also criticizing this bill. And there's nobody who's going against them, okay? There are people who are in our movement who are supporting it. So, I mean, this is an exercise of internal democracy whereby you give your views. Now, this is where we are going wrong first and foremost. The narrative has been Maandamano. The narrative from the inception of the so-called CDF, we have stopped choosing leaders from capable, eloquent, intelligent people who can debate bills to people who can manage CDF. So that is not my question. That is the question of your member of parliament. We ought to see very pristine, cogent conversation within the upper house and lower house. Like I saw Sujini Nderitu and my best senator in the whole of Kenya, Eddie from Migori, debating about the issues. Okay? So before even I answer that, the question is, do even our members of parliament know what they are going to vote for? Or it is tied to CDF, so they are going to vote for it because all of these things are tied to CDF. And it's not an independent CDF. It is the government of Kenya, CDF. So it comes from directly from Ruto's office. So we have not been having a clear public participation in regard of the things that are in parliament. A lot of this stuff have eluded us to a point that even people have been appointed, some of them, they were discussed in parliament. But did we give them a privilege or the ad hoc attention that we ought to give them? So we are coming in late to have a conversation that we should have had from the very beginning. So I wanted us to start asking Ruto those questions. And those are the questions that we would have been discussing now had it not been for Maandamano or a threat to Maandamano and other things like that, which are sideshows. So such kind of question, we could have gotten it. And fortunately, I do visit Spice FM to get my information, because I find out that that's the most reliable place whereby intellectuals and people who have speciality and are experts to some issues like that debate things or give us information. And fortunately, social media has very small clips. And if I'm not an expert of something, honestly, I can be biased and emotional and political. So some of these things that we are talking about, we have very small knowledge, honestly, of part of it. I was listening to what the former shadow minister for finance, Bill O'Kelly, was telling us in Price FM. He said there is a levy of 20% that if you complain that you don't know all taxes, you have to pay 20% so that you are not taken to the tribunal before even you start negotiating with KRA. Those are some of the nitty-gritties that we ought to sit down and start speaking about. We have given our attention to things that have not been very productive. Now we are coming too late, and I personally am not a trade of all jacks. Okay, I'm not a jack of all trades. So the reality is that I learn from professionals. I learn from the members of parliament. Our members of parliament do not know all the information. They have aides and they can solicit information because their office has a budget. So those are the things, Jakes, we could be talking. Given the fact that in a day, you from Facebook, from YouTube and all, you get almost more than 5,000 daily. We ought to see these people here speak to us. Where are they? They are not here. Why? Because they are not accountable to anybody. Because in the end of the day, even if I know this information, Jakes, what do I do with it? Yap here, yell here, and finish here. We ought to talk with our members of parliament and they understand what is our point of view. Where are we coming from? We are not saying this is bad. We want accountability, but it is coming at a wrong time whereby we are being taxed extra, and the standard of living has become very expensive to a point that we are not able to benefit out of it, and taking more money out of us, it means you're making us more poor. You understand that those are the conversations we should be having, but it eluded us. Now, from Maandamano straight to finance bill. You see how disadvantaged we are. Okay, so in regard to that, I have not heard any professional speak how accountable where you can go and check your money. Unfortunately, even the professionals who have been speaking in regard to this thing have been critical to this bill, extremely critical. Unaelewa? I mean, people who have even served under that docket, finance, are very critical of it. It was who said that it's an omnibus bill which has hidden so much that we do not know. Once it is voted, a lot is going to be revealed that we are going to be shocked. I think it's Bill Okero who said it's an omnibus bill that on the periphery we know nothing, but deep inside everything is there. You hear? So let us go and fish for information really. And that information help us reevaluate and ask ourselves, this thing is going to be a reality. Whether you are in KK, whether you are in Azimio, it is going to hit us bad.
Okay.
Politics at this point where you have a big bill like this, and emotionalism will not help us.
Okay.
Your question is good, but I don't have the answer because the professionals who have thoroughly read it are not coming out. Yeah. Yes.
I want us to listen to several clips. I'll begin with this one. This one is from Cheralgei himself.
Budget of around difference of 800 billion. There are two options that is on the table. Either we raise our own revenue through taxes or we borrow more. Borrowing is no longer tenable for the country. As we are aware, as per the statistics that are there, the country is staring at a public debt of approximately 10 trillion Kenyan shillings. So it means our credit rating and whatness in our where we borrow both locally and internationally will not be tenable for long. The only option remaining is through taxation and raising our local revenue. And when you look at the finance bill, what the government is trying to do is tax more on luxuries, like wigs, like nails, other things like alcohol, and among other which are luxuries to Kenyans. So we can more to finance our budget and be able to repay the debt. As you are aware, debt is the first charge as per Article 202, where we are paying more than 1 trillion to both local and international lenders. What is happening, and you know, we need also to see the issue of tax exemptions and tax relief. You are aware in the last regime, they were close to 1 trillion that were going to tax exemptions and reliefs. These are issues that we must raise, and therefore, when we look at the Finance Bill 2023, the Parliament will and shall pass without even amending a comma, because there is only one option on the table. We must raise revenue locally to finance our own. And they say you cut your cloth, your size according to the cloth that you have. So this finance bill is good for Kenyans. I've had the issue of house levy fund of 3%. I think what is happening is not a tax. There is a lot of misinformation, and I've seen even respectable leaders in this country saying 3% on house levy fund on your salary is tax. It is not tax. It is the money that you use in mortgage and savings, because we need to encourage the culture of saving as a country to be able to finance. We don't need to be borrowing money from either local banks or international banks to finance. We can borrow from the savings that we have. So at some point, when the 3% levy fund will no longer be used, it is your savings, it's not the tax. So there is a misinformation by even leaders who are respectable in this country that they knew taxation. There are new taxes that the government is introducing. What is happening is the improvement in terms of tax through KRA, Kenya Revenue Authority. And we hope the KRA will do their job. The government and President William Ruto have undertaken that the more they get the tax and revenue to do the budget and other things, it shall be done to ensure that every Kenyan has the service delivery. And as a Senate, we are very excited because under Article 96, we are the protectors of the revolution. You remember in the last financial year, which is coming to an end in financial year 2022-2023, counties received 370 billion. In this financial year, the first budget of Dr. William, the counties is receiving 385.3 billion. That is an additional 15 billion.3 that is going to counties. This is only on shareable revenue. It is not even inclusive on conditional grants and other additional grants that per Article 200 to 210 of the Constitution provides for the counties.
Okay, so that's Gerald Gay. Now, some of his words remind me of BBI. If I go back to you, Kenya Rebel and Melchizedek and Alex, some of his words remind me of BBI. You remember how BBI was told this thing will pass unamended, not even a comma, nor as nothing will be changed about it. Despite people protesting, others saying it's a good thing, but we need to relook at it, we need to re-improve it, because even one time when Douglas said it is always good to allow a good idea to be made a better idea, but that fell on deaf ears. BBI failed simply because people didn't want to listen. Now, here is another bill. Despite it having some degree of goodness in it, it might end up frustrating many and even actually attracting bad blood than good blood intended in it. Now, Kenya Rebel, what do you make of the sentiments made by Gerald Gay that this bill will go unopposed? In any case, he says that how else do we raise revenue and we don't want to borrow? We tax. Now, someone said here, I think, that you can never tax yourself to riches or to development. So, and again, Ruto equally challenged and says you cannot borrow to yourself to poverty. So, by the end of the day, how will we strike a balance so that this bill, despite it not being amended or anything, but to get a balance so that we have a win-win eventually by the end of the day?
Mr. Cheragay is, I don't know what's wrong with him, but I will ask him this question. If this, let's say the housing part of it, the affordable housing initiative, if it's not a tax, then why should I pay for it? So if I don't pay for it, if I decide that I don't want to pay for it, you cannot withhold my percentage of my check. Will I face jail time? Because tax is mandatory. But a contribution, as he calls it, is not. That's the questions that I will ask Mr. Cheragay. Number two, we should, like Alex said, we should interrogate what's in the bill, what's actually in there. How are these things being funded? I've been saying this before. I've been telling everyone, and with my previous submission, I say this. The idea is great. yes, we want to pay taxes so we can get these services that we and pay our debt. But how we do it is what matters. Why don't we? And he mentioned a little bit something about it, about when he said something about the exemptions that the previous administration have been looking at. The people who are being exempted. We talked about the helicopters, the choppers here last time. These people who are buying these choppers and they're getting VAT exemption, the tax exemption. These are the people who should be paying more than the local Mwananchi. That's why I say this. If we can have like this is an idea that I'm throwing out there. If there's an MP out there, please think about it. How about this? We come up with a plan where it says people who make an X amount of money on the upper side of earnings should pay, let's say, 15% of their income for the next 3 years.
That one has been factored in because they
are paying 35%.
From 30 to 35. That one has already been factored in. If you earn, I think, a half a mil and above, I think they have already factored that in.
Perfect. Raise that percentage to give the people who are paying that 3% to pay less, maybe 1.5. That's what I'm talking about.
But again, it's not a crime if you're earning more. You know, like for instance, if you have earned your way to that level, right? Because Kenya, we have what we call jobs and all that. Now, if that's what you're entitled to earn, you know, again, should you really almost be punished? Right? I'm using that word carefully because you earn 500,000, a million, and so. Because by the end of the day, the big question will be, will that affect the MPs because they equally earn above a mil? Will it affect them? Because if it doesn't affect them, then it will be immoral. It will be immoral, as per me, to tax someone because you earn over 500K, and the MP who earns the same is exempted from that. So to me, that one, if it will struck everyone, okay. If it will still exempt some, then it will be a bias law.
Okay, this is what, and exactly come to my conclusion. Because most of these MPs earn this amount, even Ruto himself, Jenagay himself, and many others who are drafting this bill, okay, they fall under that bracket. So they don't want to come up with a plan that's going to affect them. We every day we sit here, and every year or every 4 years, you see these MPs raising their salaries, okay? So what I'm saying is this: the amount that they're being paid, okay? And I can assure you, most of them are mostly millionaires, at least, if not billionaires. Those are the people who are they really ready to make that sacrifice? That's why I say this bill is going to test if Ruto is a true hustler or he's been bullcrapping us for this long. That's my take. Yes, Melchizedek.
Yes, I want to say something. I like say something that is very, very sensitive. When I used to listen to Alex when he's talking, it's someone that is bringing point to the board. I just want to say this: the tax that we are talking about, this tax, we are the people that are paying. We are the bosses of these people. Or is there anything if I say that? Because kila kitu ambacho inafanyika sisi ndio hizi tax ndio inalipa watu wote ambayo iko kwa government, si ndio? Ama government unapata pesa kutoka wapi? Si ni tax yetu. Mtu ananisikia ama watu
nakusikia.
Yes. Yeah, I just want to get a clear answer if I'm wrong or right, because if we have MPs, we have all these people that are working in the government, the tax that we are being taxed that their salary, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So by the time when they bring something that it's talking about the tax, and they have already seen this is what is going to make them to be in a position that they want. Automatically they will pass it because these are where their income is coming from. That's my first thing that I want to say. The second thing is about the housing. It's somehow it's very good to work in a different countries or in a different sectors. Alex, are we there?
Alex, are you in?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Alex, I just want to clarify something so that even you can assist me because we are here to learn. Yes. For example, where we are working, we have this Middle East. Let me talk about this Middle East. Just want to bring that a bit, that idea so that maybe it can work. Some people can give some reference. When you are being employed in a company, there is nothing like tax in your salary. They will give you house. They will give you, if there is food, they will give you. But these people, they are very clever in a manner such that when you see how they are using your money, will bring them where they want. They will do it like this. They will say, we have given you salary is maybe 3,000. That one is just an example. This 3,000, they know the amount that they will deduct from you. They will not deduct it in a manner such that they say that there is a tax. No. What they will do is that they will say, we will give you 3,000 basic salary. Out of that 3,000, they have to make sure half of it imerudi kwa country na half of it umepeleka country yenu. So the more you work, the more you develop the country because the strategy and the way they are making things are different with in our country. Whereby we have NSSF, NHIF, whatever, those things. Here we cannot have such kind of things. They give you what you want, and they know that if you are sick, they will tell you, okay, go to hospital. They will maybe give you like a card, hospital card, but you will pay maybe 50 real or 50 real or 50 real or dirhams, name them. But this card, there are some amount that they put in that card from your money. You know, these people, they are playing very good so that someone cannot detect what they are trying to do. But in Kenya, they are trying to rob you and you are seeing by doing this. This I can call it a robbery in a manner such that someone is taking your money by force. If someone comes with the idea that we want to build the affordable houses, there are those who are not interested for this. There are those who are interested in a business. There are those who are interested in doing some other things. But someone is just coming up. You know, when you come to me like Melchizedek, you want me to do something that I don't have in my mind, unaniumiza kwa kiakili. Ama nikuje Jax nikwambie, Jax, leo nataka nikupeleke Nairobi, but you don't want to go to that Nairobi. How will you feel? You feel like someone is forcing you to do something that you don't want. And this is what the government is trying to do to Kenyans, so that they get what they want from people by force, by showing that they are in the government and they can do whatever they like. They don't even follow the rules and they don't even follow the constitution. Provided you are a MP or you are in the government, you can do whatever you want. And this is what I'm seeing, because there is no any protocol or there is no anything that we are following. We are just going.
Okay.
And like say that we can, watu walitoka kwa maandamano, sahii watu wanaongea maneno ya tax. kesho watu wataongea maneno ingine. Ile ya kwanza ijaisha, wameleta mambo ingine. Hii mambo ingine haitaisha, ile ingine imekuja. This is how we will rule, and we are saying that we are progressing. We are not progressing. We are putting problem on top of problem. So we have problems that we cannot even solve.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if Alex wants to respond to that, but I wanted to play a clip that explains some of these things. I begin with this.
Citing this is an unnecessary raid on their pay slips. The unions now say they will petition Parliament to reject the proposals contained in the Finance Bill 2023, failure to which they will stage a joint strike to protest the increased levies. Let's begin our broadcast with our very own Brenda Wanga.
We shall never be divided, for the union makes us strong.
The unions, drawn from at least 8 different organizations, say the latest plan by government to raise funds from the taxpayers' earnings is not only ill-advised but also detrimental to the well-being and survival of those in the public service.
The overtaxation by the Kenya Kwanza government has now reached a boiling point.
When the deductions are put without any consultations, it is clear they robbery.
In the Finance Bill 2023, the government proposes a raft of measures that, if adopted, will see Kenyans across the different income bands pay more in terms of taxes. Aside from the already implemented NSSF increment of 6%, the government is going for a rise in the NHIF that will see a 2.75% increase, with the introduction of a 3% contribution to the National Housing Development Fund on both the employer and the employee. Those earning over 500,000 will also be subject to an increase in payee by 5%. The Public Service Union says the overall effect of these deductions will make life unbearable.
Now it's at 52%. What will make it not to go 70% next year? What will make it not to go to 80% in 2025? And what will make it not to be that we can work for free because the country is broke and we are patriots of the country? And then we are demanding the government that try everything else but try not to raid the pay slip of worker, because it is non-negotiable.
An employer is to support a worker. This government is now turning against the workers and is putting the burden of responsibility that is supposed to be on the employer, on the employee.
Is it that the government wants to borrow from workers? Because our members have calculated and they are saying that contribution is not going to help them. I want to say now, is the government going also to review a 3% rule? Because the pay slips of our members have now gone below a 3rd rule.
The unions now want Parliament to reject the finance bill proposals on taxation, while calling on the government to involve them before making further pronouncements on their income.
The government reduces taxes imposed on workers. And 3, that we call upon the government to immediately engage workers' representatives in the public service sector so as to agree on the best way forward.
Because we are going to call the mother of all strikes. Yes. The burden is too heavy for us.
At the same time, the unions say the government should fast-track the implementation of pending collective bargaining agreements that will see workers affected, including doctors and healthcare workers, get what they say is long overdue pay increases. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
The law and the society will not hesitate to challenge it in court. A Law Society of Kenya President Eric Theruri says that they are preparing a memorandum in response to the proposals that will be submitted to Parliament for consideration, failure to which The lawyers' body will seek redress in court. Theuri further added that LSK is keenly monitoring the taxation measures and how they are administered, stating that if the situation calls for, the society will seek a court's interpretation of the same. The Law Society of Kenya has also embarked on a campaign to weed out the professions of quacks and individuals operating as advocates without a valid practicing license. 4 individuals have been arrested for posing as lawyers.
From today henceforth, we want to run a campaign that is geared towards arresting and ensuring prosecution of anyone who is practicing, or rather who is purporting to practice as an advocate. We are happy as a society that in conjunction with the branches have already taken up the mandate to ensure that no quacks are appearing in court.
There are some proposals which we think are extremely harmful, but in the event that our objections to the various proposals that are contained in the Finance Act are overlooked by Parliament or are not given the seriousness that they deserve, we will consider them at that particular time and take the necessary action.
Okay. Now, Alex, I've tried to play some clips there. Of course, there are like several more, but when you look at the bill, already it's having extreme contestation about it. Like no one seems to support it. How will Ruto maneuver through this one?
Yeah, he has already maneuvered. While we were sleeping, he got the members of parliament he needed to pass anything. That is the first thing that unfortunately we must be cognizant of. However, I wish you had the debate between Spice FN and Bill O'Kerr, because he put it very well. The profound
it's 44 minutes.
Yeah, it's too long, I know. So, but in a nutshell, the most profound statement.
Are you still there? Alex, are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah. I said it's a bill that is hiding a lot of things from scrutiny. So let us look at the perspective of why Ruto is doing this. Ruto understands that some of the signature projects that they were supposed to do with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta did not come to fruition. You also understand the level of corruption that he was a participant in the previous regime, even though he said he was chased, but he never resigned. Therefore, the buck stops at the presidency, which is part and parcel of Ruto's legacy and history. However, he also knows what ought to be done in order to bring this country to shape, because he's been part of the system, not the individual, the system that from successive governments, we have had failures on 3 particular ministries, namely Ministry of Health and the KEMSA, and also the Agriculture Ministry, which one time he was the Minister for Agriculture. So if he has good intentions, that is what I've always opined here. He's an insider, and therefore he truly knows where our money has been going. Now, the question is he replacing with new thieves from old thieves? And as Penny and others usually say, it is too early to judge that. But I think he took the right steps yesterday, whether it was for political expediency to sack or relieve these people their duties. However, we ought to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot keep on postponing some things for our grandchildren. For instance, the fuel, the VAT for fuel and other things. We like it or not, even if Raila was to be the president, somehow we could have revisited it. Even if it's the second term, we will have dealt with it anyway, whether we like it or not. Because
so someone had to rip off the bandage.
What you say?
Someone had to have balls to rip off the bandage.
Of course, it's easy to be. Jax, let me be honest. It's easy to criticize when you are in the opposition. It is very easy.
Yeah.
Okay, when the work has to be done, it's totally different.
Okay.
Now, Mutahi Ngunyi said something that was particularly, people must ponder to understand. He said, yesterday we campaigned. Today we voted. That is the difference. So the man campaigning is not the same man that will be ruling. Campaigns and promises all over the world, to be honest, don't come to fruition. But you need to do everything in the capacity to be elected. So, for instance, in this country that I am, you will see that the president comes in with basic, maybe 2 or 3 agendas. Once he accomplishes that, he knows that his legacy is there forever. When we were discussing about affordable health in this country, Obama had to go and even align himself with a few liberal conservatives from Michigan to pass the health bill, which was so controversial. Amended several times until the originality of it totally was removed from the original bill. But this is what he said, that even if it's minimal changes, it is better than to be stuck. So it is good for us to ask ourselves hard questions, because whatever that is going to be done, it's not going to be in this government only. It's going to be in successive governments that are coming, because you cannot take 3% house levy this time, next time you don't take it. What will you do with that pool of money? It will encourage another corruption. So we pay exorbitantly our members of parliament. They have aides, they can go to Nairobi University in departments specialized in those things. They can hire accountants, they can hire tax professionals, they can hire economists, they can hire, PSCs, whoever they can hire, so as to come clear on this bill. But I believe that this bill has hidden so much from scrutiny, because every day we just get piecemeal and patchwork of the danger of this bill. And the president has come out defending on it. Now, what makes me wary of a bill like this is when the government comes in and say not even a comma will be amended. Then it tells you that there is something that is hidden. Why not allow us to speak about it, amend it, and come with a negotiated democracy? Because this is not just KK thing. It is something that successive governments have to deal with it. Trump tried several times to pass a legislation that will stop Obamacare. And you know what Obamacare did? If you don't have health insurance, you cannot file for your taxes at the end of the year. Which means you must have health insurance come rain, come sunshine, because you must also file your taxes at the end of the year. That was really controversial. Years later, people have gotten used to it. And they have forgotten, they have moved on. Now, the thing is, as Black said earlier, let us interrogate, know how much, these houses are going to be. I proposed, let us have a pilot scheme, because, Jex, we are past this. This thing, ilitumeza kitambo. We can't start debating it right now. We can only now start looking at where can we fill the potholes that were put in this bill. Is it another scandal like the laptop? Because this government that is here is famous for many projects that we can, spell out, So many, including KEMSA, even if they say they were not part and parcel, there were people who were named in KEMSA that are still in KK. You hear?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what we ought to do is to be open-minded right now and know that this thing is going to pass. But before it passes, our legislature must do their best to amend what is hard fork, so as they themselves and us will look back at this parliament and say at least they did something. Because after this bill passes, Jex, trust me, there is nothing again that they are going to talk about. Most of the things Ruto could have, eluded them and made it totally different. The other thing, Jex, is this. We have a presidency that now is more powerful than any presidency that we have ever had, because it has no opposition totally and completely. For the first time, the government has swallowed immediately the House leadership. Sabina Chege still wants to be part of the minority leadership when he subscribes to Kenya Kwanza. So you wonder, how are we going to be accountable of the work that we have been given if we don't have those tools of power? Okay? So they could have postponed, and given us enough time, and we see how people are debating and get all these nicks that we ought to get and understand it, and therefore even go for a referendum if need be. But where we are headed to, there is no referendum. The president is going to get
the proposed budget is actually 3 point.
Finish up, because I wanted you to listen to this. Maybe it will also still inform what you're saying.
No, sure. Go ahead and do it.
Okay. Yes, Black.
I wanted to ask, these MPs, someone had touched on it, but then did not actually give. I think it's Melchizedek who could tax MPs. It's very unfortunate that MPs are only taxed on their allowances and not their salary, the actual salary. Ukiangalia allowances zao zinakuja kama 200k kitu kama hiyo. So na imagine akifanywa tax ya hiyo, it's peanuts. So up until now, they've been having this problem of refusing to pay tax on their full salary. So I don't know. Yet they're the ones who are very quick to pass laws, kama hizi na bills, kama hizi into laws. I mean, so I don't know if Kenyans out there have ever taken time to look at this fact, or at this point, about taxation of MPs on their full salaries. Maybe that's something that we ought to start talking about as Kenyans. We start that conversation. Because KRA, the taxman says that the MP should be taxed just like any other person, any other Kenyan. But the MPs themselves believe that they are not like any other Kenyan. So how does this go?
Okay. So let's listen first to this one.
Trillion, not billion, 3.6 trillion for the 2023-2024 financial year. The proposals include the following: a deposit of 20% of dispute. So if you have a dispute between you and KRA, you'll have to deposit 20% of that dispute amount with KRA before the settlement, before it goes before the dispute resolution tribunal of the Kenya Revenue Authority. Apart from that, they are proposing 35% tax rate for income above 500,000 shillings per month and 30% tax on your per diems if you work for the government. Apart from that, there's a 3% contribution to finance affordable housing scheme as proposed by President William Ruto. But that's not all, because they have an increase of turnover tax from 1% to 3% by 2%. Basically, it's more than double of the turnover tax. Apart from that, there's 15% withholding tax on digital content creators. Now, this is big because everyone is online nowadays, so they'll be asking you for 15% of what you're getting out of that. 15% duty on betting and alcoholic product advertisements that go on television, go on radio, and all those, they are asking you for an additional 15%. Apart from that, they're saying 5% duty on wigs if you are a lady, and other beauty products like makeup and all that, they'll be asking you for 5%. Now, that's not all, because VAT increase on petroleum products is a contentious issue. There's a whole video of this when the president attended the presidential debate, and I was part of it, where he said it's 8% and likely reduced. Now it's been doubled to 16%. Is right there as a proposal. Import declaration fee is now down 2.5%. You'd say a silver lining in all this, but with the amount of money they're asking, it's not a silver lining. An exemption of export services from VAT. Now, if you export your services, they're saying you are exempted from VAT. Finally, VAT exemption on flour for cooking, for chapati and the rest, and sugarcane transportation from the sugar belt, Sony, Mohoroni, Mumias and all that, transportation is exempted from VAT. And now let's talk about the voices that have spoken about the finance bill. I'll begin with Azimio, because Azimio says no to this, and Raila Odinga has directed his troops that when you go to that floor, make sure you post. So they say it's even more shocking that a regime that promised to lessen the burden of the so-called hustlers, Mamamboga, Watu wa Mjengo, can turn its back so soon on the same people. Now, the tsunami of taxes in that bill 2023 will bury everyone, especially the jobless youth and the poor, struggling down to the bottom. The bill is a promissory note to strangle and suffocate the hustlers, from whose necks Ruto promised to remove the rope. That's from Azimio. Let's look further. These are the things they're saying about the bill, that we wish to make it clear from the outset that as party, we will try our best to ensure that this anti-people budget is now passed by the National Assembly. In the event that Kenya Kwanza uses its hired majority and passes the bill. Remember, Kenya Kwanza has basically gotten everyone to their side. So that's what they're referring to as hired majority. We want the people of Kenya to understand that it is Kenya Kwanza's bill. It is Kenya Kwanza's budget. It will be Kenya Kwanza's failing Kenyans. We will instruct our members of parliament to have nothing to do with it. That's Azimio's statement. However, they're not the only ones speaking about this, because Samson Cherargei is also speaking about this. The senator on the Finance Bill 2023, he says the decision to pass by parliament is not optional, where even a comma shall not be amended, because we either borrow more or raise our own revenue through taxation. The serious public debt of 10 trillion was put by the handshake government of Uhuru Kenyatta and Tinga, referring to Raila, that the Kenyans are paying heavily now. That's the conversation we're having tonight with these four gentlemen. Seth Panya.
8 trillion Kenyan shillings. The Finance Bill 2023 has been described by some as ambitious. Earlier, the CEO of Rich Management, Ali Khan Sachu, shared his thoughts on the bill.
Businesses have been under pressure. We saw the markdown in GDP that the KNBS reported yesterday. The businesses I speak to are all complaining about the business environment that they're in at the moment. And then the aggression with which the KRA is seeking to collect taxes. So, you know, I understand we're in a fiscal problem right now, and possibly that the IMF is running a lot of these tax proposals through the Treasury. But I think it's a very complex scenario right now. We've got to address the fiscal side. I think the government is doing that. It's pivoted back west. It's leaning on Western partners and the multilaterals like the IMF and the World Bank. But I think the underlying issue here is that the cost of government, the recurrent expenditure, is just too big for the taxpayer to bear. And really, the government would be better advised at looking at how to cut costs within its expenditure than trying to raise taxes on the other side. And maybe they're going to use the IMF and the World Bank as cover to look to reduce that expenditure. But I really think that's what they have to address. Otherwise, you know, this is not a sustainable scenario, in my opinion.
Alikan, looking at the Finance Bill 2023, come July, if it should come to pass, some people's salaries will be touched, especially if you're earning more than $500,000. And the president had alluded to taxing more of the wealth. Is this what it is?
This is the symptom of the disease. Now you're going after salaried employees much more aggressively. You're taking a bigger bite out of their income. You're trying to take a bigger bite out of everybody. And I think, post-COVID, people haven't felt the economy recover. And if you're going to overtax an economy which was once the low-tax economy in the region, and therefore was the destination of choice for everybody, including entrepreneurs, and you're now moving into a high-tax economy, whether it's at the employee level or the company level, or just generally operating a business level because of the taxes that we see on things like fuel. You're not making it as attractive a destination as it could be. And if you make it an attractive destination in my opinion, with a lower tax rate across the board, you're going to collect more in taxes. We know what happens. If you take taxes too high, everyone's trying to evade them. And just generally your tax collection does not improve. It might look good on a spreadsheet, but unfortunately the take doesn't reflect it. And I think we're at that tipping point moment in the Kenyan economy. And I think we really need to think very, very hard. I understand they're under tremendous pressure. They inherited a situation which was very difficult. We had overborrowed, misspent. We're trying to right-size that. But at the same time, I think if you're going to right-size it, you've also got to show that you're prepared to take some sacrifices at the government level. It can't just be employees, it can't just be companies, it can't just be the private sector.
Another section that I want your thoughts on is a turnover tax. Tell me what will be the implication of this, especially on the SMEs?
Well, you see, here again, I think philosophically speaking, a turnover tax, what the theory behind the turnover tax is, this is the quickest way to bring people to widen the tax net, bring more people and companies into the tax environment. So I understand that, and because we have a very narrow bunch of taxpayers, I think it's something like 2.5 million in a population of 50 plus, doesn't make much sense. But I think it's a very blunt instrument, a turnover tax. Some businesses genuinely don't have big margins. So, it effectively means you can't do business, low margin business, because you're going to get turnover taxed out of existence. So it's something I think that is not necessarily as well thought out as it might appear.
All right, so let's talk about the digital assets tax. We see the government is targeting the cryptos, but on the other hand, we see CBK warning against the cryptos. Are we seeing a contradiction here?
So we have a bifurcation between the central bank, which has been until now very anti the cryptocurrency space. The central bank governor has spoken out severally against it. And spoken of losses that crypto investors would face. However, the government's looking at the fact that, crypto is quite ubiquitous in Kenya. Kenya ranks around 7th on a GDP basis in terms of the embrace of cryptocurrencies. So it's pretty high up there. And I think the government saw this as a maturing financial ecosystem where they could start now to gently milk the cow, as it were. I think it's a mistake. I think it's a bit early. And also, this proposed tax of 3%, it's another turnover tax. Now, what happens if you've bought and sold them and you haven't made a profit of 3%? I think, these numbers are being put out there which are not cognizant of the reality of trading these cryptocurrencies. I think they've gone way too early. I think they should have let the ecosystem gain more oxygen and develop, because this was something that was a dynamic part of our economy.
As we bring this to a close, Alikan, do you feel that there is value for Kenyans, even as they, dig deeper into their pockets to pay more taxes in the midst of inflation and high cost of living? Is there really value for their taxes?
So this is the key question, and this is why I was arguing that we need to reduce the cost of government. I think the cost of it is too high for the average taxpayer, Kenyan taxpayer, to bear, and therefore, instead of burdening the taxpayer with more taxes, we should be reducing the scale of the burden on their shoulders.
Okay, so Alex, I've really tried to look for clips and things that will really go deep to explain the situation, and it doesn't look pretty, despite all. Let me ask. I think it would even have gone a long way if, for instance, Ruto would have suggested all the government officials to take a pay cut, let's say of a given percentage. Wouldn't that have even encouraged people to even contribute more?
Exactly. Remember when Spain defaulted in its, was it Spain? I think, yeah, Spain defaulted on its loans. They went after something called austerity measures. These are extreme measures so as, first and foremost, to minimize the cost of running government. And secondly, to bring into accountability that, look, we have taken pay cut. So should you. So as both you and I will be able to have a better Kenya tomorrow. But the conundrum here, or the quandary here, is he does the opposite. He employs non-constitutional officers. Actually, they were constitutionalized by a certain judge during our first Maandamano. I think the lady said that the CAS position are constitutional and there is no need for public participation. Now, the opposite of everything is explaining is the conundrum that we are speaking here, that everybody is silent on. So the middle voice that speaks for us has been silenced, because those are things that our members of parliament should be passionate about, because the president does not pass the finance bill. He has no power. The president's office cannot even be bankrolled. It is in the mercy of what? Of our legislators. But what have we done? We have emboldened our legislature to a point that we have given them stipends to run, to be small executives of constituencies. And therefore, we cannot, they can't be accountable to us. They are accountable to the person that gives them that money. So, if you remember what Raila said in his speech today, there was something interesting, Jax. He said, while he is working these changes proposed in the tax bill, they will benefit the common mwananchi, but will be the middle class will become extinct. Did you hear Baba say that?
Yeah.
And now my question came in: Are you not giving Ruto a scorecard already? If you are saying that, and we are not extravagant to give Ruto his due when it comes to this bill, because you see, ulisema unga ya mandazi na nini, there are things that have been exempted from, but there are things that have gone to the middle class and the upper class. So the other thing is, apart from the 20% that you must pay in order to file a tribunal, there are other things that actually need scrutiny here, Jax. If I'm a businessman and I buy something from you, you give me a receipt for it, If the person that sold me the goods did not pay the taxes, I cannot claim. I cannot put that receipt in my taxes. So the scrutiny of this bill is essential, and that is why I wish we could have had accountants here who will tell us. I think Mburu said he's a human resource, therefore he should know something about it a little bit. So for me, every day I'm looking at, since we brought this conversation in, that I'm more blank about it, and it means that there are many things that are going to be passed without scrutiny and without debate. Unfortunately, it will end up benefiting the very people that we campaigned against, who are the dynasty.
Now the question is, and that is where my sad question comes in. Some of these politicians, some of these MPs, they're not well schooled. Not that schooling has anything to do with this. Their grasping of some such magnitude cannot really be up to what we are dealing with. So them, they will be the follower of masses, like bendera kufuata upepo, kwenda nayo nayo, right? By the end of the day, as someone here is saying, it is kizungu kubwa. Yes, inakuwa kizungu kubwa, but therein lies in the demon. Because we didn't elect professionals as you now yearn for to explain such. So even in parliament, the same. I know they have people who work with them, their support team and all, but I really don't really feel, do we have leaders worthy to really scrutinize this bill and most of the bills that come to them, and then pass them knowing what they have done, ama they just say, oh, UDA tumeamua ABCD, oh, rais anataka. But wewe kama the mbunge, do you understand the magnitude of what you're doing?
Naona Melkizedek mkono yake iko juu.
Yeah.
Something. I hope you are getting me clear.
I don't know if it is.
Are you getting me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there is something that we are seeing here that I just want to say I've learned a lot when this guy is talking. There is something that we are missing here. The leaders that we have today, they have the education that we can call education. Anyone can have. Even a small from a class 2 or class 3 can come and stand in front of you. But what we lack in this government is wisdom. That's the most important thing I'm seeing in this government. We are ruling. They are ruling with the force, but they don't understand.
One thing I think I would say, and I'll say it both, I think we are having a government where they are all smart, all powerful, know it all, like know it all. You cannot tell them nothing. They know it, they have like their brain, everything. So they have no space for anyone. To them, any other person might be mediocre. So to me, I think it is that almost a God complex in the issue, that you think you're the best planner, the best thinker, the best, right? So you don't have room to be criticized as much as you say you can criticize at all, but you are like locked, So to me, I tend to think that despite everything else, and they have used that form of intelligence to quiet any force, so no one can advise them. That's why we have almost a dead parliament. Like I'm not hearing voices from parliament. You know how issues like PPI people would oppose it, and you would have two teams, one opposing and one supporting. Right now, even those who are supporting, they are lukewarmish. Those opposing, they are dull. So, what do you even make of it, honestly? Yeah, but sorry, but that's how I would talk about it.
Alex, do you see that where our youth are going? Because what I'm seeing is a big difference with what other people are saying. Because when, for example, this guy, he used to talk too much. Sorry to say this. We have one low guy. Is called this young guy in the parliament, Embakasi. These are the people that you see when they are talking. What they are saying things that are making sense. But if it comes in action, they don't. So I'm just asking myself, where are we heading to if those who can stand and tell the truth, they are just saying by mouth, but they cannot do action? Do you see that we are heading anywhere, Mr. Alex? Because anything that people say, they don't put in action. That is my worry, and that's how I'm seeing everything is taking place. Because you cannot just talk that you want to say, you want to tell people how you are learned, you are a lawyer, and you don't help these people. So this is where our parliament is going wrong, because we have a lot of lawyers, we have a lot of doctors, name them, they are there. But if they stand in front of people, they are talking.
If you are taking the best of lawyers or the best of doctors to go discuss bipartisan issues, who are you leaving in parliament to discuss these other things?
So this is the problem. Now, like Ale, can you see this
what are their qualifications? Talk about accounting, about finance, about money issues. When money bills come to parliament, how do they go about it?
They do nothing.
So unaandikwa yes job, but the ability to do it competently, there is where we draw a big line, and there is where we fail. So the thing is, it has already been prepared to fail, right? Because no one is well prepared to handle it. So even when they are ticking time bombs in it, as Alex is saying, no one can pinpoint them, no one can trace them. So it's just a walking container of an explosion awaiting to explode once it's passed, because no one is there to see the tiny loopholes that lies therein.
So yes. I like the word he said before, means the cure. Until and unless we redefine again who is a member of parliament, what is his duties, and correctly so, and we stop judging him based on something else, we will never be able to achieve anything in this country.
Correct.
The moment we stopped defining a member of parliament as the custodian of our brain that represents all these brains in a constituency, to go and talk on behalf of us when bills are being discussed, and that's why they are legislatures. Okay, so their work is not to manage CDF. So we changed from legislation to management of CDF. So Babu Owino today was ranked the second most successful member of parliament ever in the history of our country. Not based on how many legislation he has made, that is by partnership
in the current and the previous government, it is purely based mabarabara amejenga, nini amefanya, nini amefanya. So for re-election, nobody pays attention that he did not vote for this. He voted for this bill that really was not the right bill, because other countries, that's what they do. If you're a member of parliament or a congressman votes for something that you truly don't want, when it comes to election time, the advertisement to remove him is to show how he voted. So our definition for legislation or legislature is really not legislation, brother Jex. It is for executive that alitumia. Utapata mtu anaambiwa, somebody worked so hard, like Milia Diambo. When it's time to debate, she's very cogent, persuasive, adamant, and also in skills. She is a true legislator. So every time she attends parliament to discuss those issues, she misses to go back to her constituency. And what will be done to her? We never saw her. Oh, she never managed. So then we have decided that we don't have members of parliament anymore to discuss such kind of things. We want managers who are capable of managing the money they have been given, even though it is unconstitutional. Remember, CDF was declared unconstitutional. So we have to re-engineer the brain work of our parliament, that their sole responsibility is like this time, whereby we have given them to represent us. Parliament is a shrine whereby you serve temporarily, and after a while you will go and other people will come in. So, Jex, will these members of parliament be able to stop Ruto? No, because simply they want to be managers. For them to be managers,
but let me ask. You know, the paradox in this is this, that these guys have the power to stop him. They do, through the laws, through the legislation, through even saying we will not do any business until some things are discussed. You know, like they, just like one day, I think it's you who reminded us that one day they said while they were in Mombasa, we will not continue with the meeting until CDF issues that. You remember when they went to Mombasa and they said nothing will go on, and the president through the speaker had to come and tell them all is well. So my question is, if they have such an ability, why can't they use it? Because of course the president can still wait for them after they have passed these bills and still refuse to sign, but they can as well still hold him hostage, because by the end of the day, none of this person can work alone. The president cannot work alone, neither can the MPs work alone. And again, they don't need one another to be partners in crime or partners in perpetuating issues that affect management without them reasoning and using their faculties well, honestly. But anyway, thank you guys for still watching us. We have a good show that has been running for like almost 5 hours now. I see Mboro is joining us. I have Alex behind the stage, and Melchizedek is with me. I see Yegon Ramesu, you are in. I see Gitash still participating. Apap Arab Hatem, I see you, my brother. Thank you so much. I see Abdi Siraj and Mombi Kamau, I see you. I see this other person by the name Vicky Jones. Mko ndani. Asanteni sana kwa kuketi nasi. Kevin Otieno, I see you, my brother, and many who are still participating. Now, Alex, I'll want you to really give us almost like your parting and kind of summarized.
I'm also parting. I'm also going, but I just want to say like this before I leave. What Alex have said, this is what we are supposed to do. Another thing that we are not supposed to yani kujionyesha, kuambia hao watu ya kwamba we are with them yet inside tunaumia. Unaelewa? For example, maybe Raila anaweza kuja kwa podium na aseme ya kwamba tialala whatever, watu wanashangilia, but at the back of our mind tunaumia. We need to be realistic and say that enough is enough. This is what we are supposed to do, so that everything that is taking place we put in the street manner. But if we continue following these people, because now we don't have opposition, we don't have government, we are in a bush. This is what is taking place right now. So we have to take a ball with this horn and say that enough is enough. Let us manage these things by ourselves, by doing the right thing, but not following those who already understand this is what we are going to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Melchizedek, even for your time. I am extremely grateful. Thank you so much. I hope to see you in these corridors of Mtembei TV. Asante sana. Alex as well. Endelea.
Yeah, my parting thought will be our legislatures have become lazy. And the seat of legislation has become a conduit for being rich. Right now, you even wonder what is the role of the Senate, because senateship anywhere in the world is the upper house. We have a funny legislation, the legislature system, that the lower house is more powerful than the upper house. and who does this back fall on? It is Ruto. When Duale was the majority leader in the previous regime, we tried to fight so hard so that the Senate will have an upper hand. So issues like this, if you remember last time when we had a revenue allocation debate, that was one of the best debates the Senate has ever had. In fact, we were glued on the TV, and we really were proud to have those kind of young men and old men like Jimmy Orengo. Remember him almost crying in the Senate. Remember Malala. Remember Sakaja. Remember all these people, how they debated that bill that dealt with our money. For me, that was the pinnacles, of how legislation should happen when it comes to budgeting our money. Now, the quandary is the Senate is limited on what it is able to do. Had this bill been discussed by the Senate and passed by the Senate, because it's a house of reason, I think we could have seen something different. But the members of parliament, I have no trust, even an iota, for them, because they themselves came out last time and told us when they were passing BBI that ulikuwa unaenda kukojoa unapewa 20,000. Unaenda chuo unapewa unarudi kuvote. as cheap as 20,000 jeks. So then when Cheregai says not even a comma should be taken out, I believe him, not because it is good or bad, because our members of parliament can be bought and sold at any time. So they have not come out and said no on this. We want amendment. We want a finance bill that obviously will collect more money, that obviously we will bankroll the activities of this country than borrowing. But on the other hand, we are not seeing that from the very legislatures, because they can be bought and sold. So where are we right now? We are aware that in the future, if we are not careful, the Senate will be a very useless organ, extremely useless. just as the seat of women rep, because that seat was created for affirmative actions. And it reaches a point whereby affirmative action has to go because it was an accommodation either for the minority or something that could not be able to stand by its own. So where are we? That bill will pass without that comma from being removed. The repercussions are going to be heavy because if you look at the broad taxes that they have put, including diaspora, if I hear that if you have a home, ABCD, this is it. And that is ridiculous. People are going to go to file for their taxes, but they cannot include receipts to claim because the person that sold for you did not pay. You have to prove. How do I, if I buy a TV, how will I prove that the person I bought TV from, okay, gave back to the government? It's not my responsibility. You hear? So I think this session is useless so far, but it's too early. Maybe they might pull up their socks and surprise us. But the finance bill has not been scrutinized by members of parliament openly so as to give us the views to judge it, based on what it is. Lastly, if Ruto continue to have...
Even before you finish, the finance bill is what informs the budget, right?
Yes.
Now, if this finance bill behaves like this, I'm even scared of how the budget would look like, given that would it be filled with ambitious projections, then eventually we'll have to borrow money or have a supplementary budget that is extremely, that will near the margins of, because it has to be 15% of the initial budget. So Takuta, maybe tunagonga the margins because maybe we like think big, yet it's good on paper, but on the ground it's unattainable. So all this eventually might backfire.
I don't think it's going to backfire. I will guarantee it will not. Government knows how to twist itself to success. What we must be guaranteed is Ruto will deliver somehow a little bit before the second term, however difficult the situations are going to be. Because again, he knows that when you're running for the first time, you run by what you're telling people. But when you're going for your second term or third, it is not the new things you will bring, it will be on your record. You run on record. So when you see people like Cheregai and others come, trying to tell us what ought to be done, we need to trust that it will work, but it won't be devoid of corruption. So let us just embrace it. Let us otherwise suck it, get used to it. And the only thing is that our legislatures are the weakest link between us and our money. Therefore, our money has nothing to do with whatever that is in discussion today here. What is in the discussion today here is how do we elect our members of parliament? Is it so that they can manage CDF or they can make legislation? The president was way ahead of us when he brought that bill and also brought the bill of putting the seat of the opposition. We thought he was joking, but right now that's what we are debating, Jex. Imagine that is what we are, that's the narrative now. And it's late because he has the members of parliament. And that is why they are not speaking about it anymore. That thing passed like yesterday. It's just that the informal way of, the formal way of passing legislation is going on. But Ruto will get everything that he wants, but he will deliver to the minimum. But wewe na mimi tutaumia somehow. Thank you.
Okay, I now have Black and Geoffrey Mboro. Hey. Okay, Geoffrey Mboro, are you there? Geoffrey? Geoffrey Mboro, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Aha, now I wish to give you enough time, but before I do that, because I see you're driving, can I give Black? Then I'll have you talk
Yes,
last.
yes.
Okay. Black,
Okay.
you can have your minutes, sir.
Okay. Well, mine, Alex, are you still there?
No, he has left.
Okay. My issue is with the state of the economy and Moody's rating, the housing, affordable housing plans. I'm trying to relate all these things because you see, for the government to have decided to say that they're gonna go for a source of funding of those affordable housing from Kenyans. They say sababu zao ni kujaribu kuavoid kuchukua mikopo. Now, but earlier on, I'd come up with the idea of why did they not opt for PPP, right? And then comes after the Moody's rating, yeah. And as it is, it means we are not so far from defaulting. Being not so far from defaulting means we lack the confidence and the trust of the lenders, right? So as it is, the PPP, the private partners trying to convince them to get into this is near impossible. I was trying to work these things out. It's near impossible because for them they would put in their money, but they would want to also claw back their money. I mean, at the end of it all, right? They would like to get their money back. At the same time, if they have this rating of Kenya at the back of their minds, I don't think they would want to put their money in there. That being said, could that be the reason why the government had no other choice than to go for Kenyans as the source of funding for this project? Is it because they just did not want to go to lend money, rather to borrow money, or is it that there is no private partner that would have wanted to venture with us in this project? Because as it is right now, it will be so hard to sell even treasury bonds to anyone. Because the rate of confidence go very low. How do you convince a foreign investor or a foreign nation to buy treasury bonds from us? It's near impossible. Even for a local to convince him to buy our own treasury bonds, it's near impossible. It's very hard at this very point. So I think when you look into this, it is more when you spoke about the indicators. I think this is an indicator that we are in a very bad state. Because nilipopata nikisikia mahojiano ya anaitwa nani huyu jamaa Jimmy Wanjigi. You know, when he speaks, you don't take everything that he says as it is wholly.
Yeah.
Just buy it what, yeah. Because he exaggerates a few things here and there, it's like a prophet of doom. Yeah. But some things he says, yeah, they make sense. Like this point of us nearing default, yes, that makes sense. But kitu ambacho tunafaa kujaribu kujiuliza ni kwamba do we dig in deeper by kujaribu kuambia wananchi watoe tax zaidi ama ni increase tax base? By increasing tax base, it means providing job opportunities for Kenyans. Now, okay, this mega project is going to provide a lot of jobs for Kenyans. That is very good. Pesa itatembea. That is also very good. But kumbuka, at the same time, Kenyans ile pesa yao kidogo ambao uko nayo ndio hiyo bado unaenda kuwakata. At the end of the day, what will they save? That's one question. Two, some time back, I think is it a few days back, I'd asked one question about the source of the materials. They haven't come clear to tell us about the sourcing of the materials, because that's the key factor here. Because sasa leo unapojenga nyumba, do you spend more on the labor or do you spend more on the materials that are going to be used in building that house? It's the material, right? So it would mean that for our nation to actually benefit more from this project will be from the materials, but bado hadi sasa they have not told us that. They are quiet on that. And nobody's asking that question up until this point, that where are we going to source the materials for this housing, affordable housing project? Up to this point. Now, I asked myself another question. Why is the government so bent on taking the 3% of Kenyans, but not willing to pay the interest back to these Kenyans after 7 years when they decide to opt out of this plan? Why do they want to keep the percentage, the interest percent that has been earned? Then it took me back to one issue that governments usually do. Unajua serikali zikiwa ziko kwenye shida financially kwa turmoils na vitu kama hivyo, what they would do is they would take, let's say ulikuwa umenunua treasury bonds kwa mfano, and then default, let's say, right, na imefika ile pesa yako imeiva, ifika time yako ya kulipwa, they would not pay you in full. They can never decide whether to pay you 70% of it, 30%, baki ama wakulipe 30%, 70% usahau. Or they can, I mean, so my point here is this: is the government not in a position to pay this interest to this 3% and not in a position to pay this 3% that would have been deducted and contributed by Kenyans at the end of these 7 years? Or is it just mere bullying? And if it is, will not be, because sababu haiko in a position ya kuweza kuilipa hata hiyo 3% ya interest ambayo itakuwa iko earned na Wakenya by the end of the 7 years that they decide to opt out of this. Is that not another indicator that we are in a deep hole?
Yeah.
Sijui kama unanielewa.
Yeah.
So some of these things are what I would have wanted maybe when Alex was here, we could have maybe discussed it.
Alex is back.
Yeah. We could have looked at it critically, because he's a fellow panelist that I usually admire. Kwa upande huu yani tunaangalia vitu from a different perspective.
Alex,
so,
you're there.
I don't know if he's there.
Yeah, Alex is there.
Yeah.
Alex, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Mburu could have given us his viewpoint too.
Yeah, he's still driving. He has asked us we go kidogo, and then he'll be coming in. But maybe
if maybe he missed that. I think the only reason why the government
is, how should the government handle the money that is in the pool, and how does the government remit or refund back that money? In Western countries, when you pay a bond, I think immediately when it's due, you're given back your principal and the interest accrued throughout the time that they held your money. And any progressive country knows that when you take money from people, you don't just bank it. You use it for business purposes or to pay employees. It is in circulation, and therefore it is dynamic, not static, which means it is earning a little bit of money or even more money. So your question is legit. However, we have a government which again is coming with some weird and ridiculous bylaws and laws that Black totally inafanya this thing to become like it's already a scandal before even it passes. I'll give you an example of that 20%. That if today you are the person who is supervising your taxes, decide that Black owes 100,000. That is it. You have to pay 20,000 before he talks to you, or you will go to the tribunal. And they say if they take your money for 1 year, that 20%, and the end they find that they were on the fault, they will only refund your money in 30 days without interest, which is quite ridiculous. So these are the things that the members of parliament need to make amendments because we have borrowed heavily. And therefore, this money, as it comes in, the government is going to use it in those projects or fund those projects. So kwa hivyo Black, hiyo pesa itakuwa imewekwa kwa account somewhere, like when another government comes and you find that it is 300 billion. No, it is just a figure that we have this amount of money, but the real amount of money has been used on something else. And that's why the government, again, must take countermeasures to get that money and pay you, because probably by that time, it is not paying one person in 40 million. Or maybe let's be realistic enough, maybe 15 million that are in the workplace. So if 3 million people decide that that's what they wanted, they can easily bankrupt the economy. So I think that is why the government is coming with measures that it will be a huge pull if half of the people decide this is what they are going to do. The government will not be able to have that money right away. And that's why they are giving provisions of 70%, 30%, whatever they are coming up with is just to protect the government from, going bankrupt and also not having enough cash flow within the system so to curb inflation and hyperinflation. So I think Black, that is what they are trying to do. And that is why Bill Okero called this bill that is omnibus. It has hidden so many things from scrutiny. And fortunately, Black, you and I know that the tax code all over the world, it is the most difficult to interpret. People think that CPAs are just doing local taxes. They interpret even the national and the bylaws and the nitty-gritty things that are within those laws so as they counter them, so as later on we don't find ourselves being subjected into some fines that are unnecessary. So that area, I have had 3 people talk about it, but the government has totally refused. And that is why our friend said it will pass without even a comma or a full stop being taken out. Unfortunately, even our professionals kind of know that whether they debate it or not, it's going to pass, Black.
Is there something that we are not being told?
Absolutely.
Because we've been sleeping down in the negative, in the ratings, credit ratings, and that's very dangerous, right? And when you look at what we have accrued, or rather we've collected so far in matters revenue, I think it's 1 point something trillion. And we only have 2 months to go before we close the financial year of 2022-2023. And here we have some debts that we need to pay. some wages that we need to pay, so many bills that we need to pay. And then most importantly, we have these foreign debts. When you look at this, the way we are slipping down the credit ratings, you know, we are slowly creeping into the default what do you call it, the default state, ile point ya default. Now, that being the case, is the government in one way or another wanatuficha kutuambia yani, okay jamaa, hivi ndo kulivyo, situation as it is, we are in a bad state, and for these reasons we have to take these mitigation measures A, B, C, D. To some extent I feel like kuna vile ambao serikali haituambii kila kitu. It matters to the state of our economy. I don't know if that's how we look at it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot that you can, because the hurry again to pass it is also telling. But look, this will be the president's first budget. So, and it's very critical to him, we like it or not. And he said it openly. I've been working under the budget of the previous regime, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. This will be my first budget, and you are going to rate me based on this budget, and that is why he's ambitious. That's why he's ambitious to do that. And I told you, when you are running for an office for the first time, you have the benefit of telling us your promises because you don't have a record yet. And you had Cheregai say that the current debt is going to force us to again vote for a new debt ceiling. Black, I'm afraid people think that we are going to increase our debt ceiling to 11 trillion, but I see an equation that is linear, that we are going to balloon even that further to above 15 trillion. And if you think we are almost at junk status in credit rating, if when we were in Maandamano, we forgot that we already missed a couple of payments. I don't know if you saw that in the newspaper.
Yeah.
We did. Once you do that critical payment, remember last time Uhuru was furious. He didn't want to lose by putting our country into junk status. And that is why they had to pay the Eurobond. So our credit rating should remain where it was. Unfortunately, it's not this time around. This time around, we are already in a default mode, and our ratings have been affected, but not so bad. And Ruto is fighting so hard to make sure that it doesn't happen. But the problem is that once we raise that debt ceiling, the question will be, are we still having the economy we had before? Are we overboard? Because a country is basically rated simply in two ways: how you budget, how you balance your budget, and secondly, the export and import level. And as you can know right now, Kenya has nothing to export so much. Unlike our neighbors that have so much to export, we import most of the thing. The most huge, it's labor that we have exported, but that's not sustainable alone. So, Black, watch the space. We are going to go to the debt ceiling of over 11 trillion. And the president is going to have the luxury again now to borrow as he wants to. The question is the opposition
now, guys, can I request you something? Can I request you to come in the studio so that I can go behind the stage and do something? Because if I leave, Mboro will be left quiet and Black will be dark and Palliative will be backstage. If possible, it can be good if it can be in the screen. So if I go behind the stage, it won't. I can leave you guys now to debate well. I don't know.
Mheshimiwa hapa leo, I don't know, hawezi kubali nimwache. He has some homers. So probably Black, you can have today, please.
Black, you can have. Yeah. So if
I'll
you can
make a move in the next. I'm making a move in the next. What's the time now? In the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
So maybe still in the next 10 minutes I'll make a move. Then from that point I'll be able to come for video screen vizuri proper.
Okay.
Nimeweka hivi dark juu nimewekelea phone chini.
Okay.
Yeah, as I charge my phone.
Okay.
Ilikuwa naenda kuzima
Okay.
So naongea na kama simu iko kwa charge.
Ni sawa.
So ndo uko nasema. Yeah, as per the debt ceiling, yes, that one I had said it I think 2 weeks ago that for sure the debt ceiling will be raised. Hata US wenyewe wata raise debt ceiling yao very soon. Then that discussion. Now the difference with us na US ni kwamba venye wanatumia pesa ni tofauti na venye sisi tunatumia pesa. Unaona? So I cannot use that as an example to justify the fact that we will have no choice than to raise our debt ceiling. Now, as someone asked though, why is it that the government yetu up to this point haonyeshi ile vigor ya kupigana na corruption? I think that is one animal that we ought to also talk about. But you see, if we already have a parliament that is from members kutoka pande ile ingine yenye hawaeleweki wenye wamekuja katujoin, we can't expect anyone to push for accountability for such things, right? You can imagine, let's say mtu kama Jalango akuje parliament alafu anaongelea kuhusu corruption of something that happened in a cabinet ya KKA. It's almost impossible because you already know that tayari huyo ni mtu wetu. So I don't know what's going to happen to the so-called opposition as it is. Is it going to stand up to the opposition as we've always known it to be? Or is it just going to be a whitewash? Like in the way we would have in the, not really Moi era, like in the ile kuna time ya Kibaki na Raila aliposhikana mkono. We hardly had any big issues coming in parliament until the point Kibaki and Raila brushed the brushed shoulders. That's the only point sasa ndo ulianza kuona parliament ikiwa vibrant because the lines had been drawn. But as to this point now, we don't even have a vibrant opposition. We have like around 10, 15 active, strong opposition members of parliament, and then the rest are dormant. What have we got to say about that? I mean, in relation to holding our government accountable?
Yes, you see, a viable, vibrant, and robust opposition, Black, is a true indicator of the health of any existing democracy. The more robust debate, the more critical we are progressively of the present regime, the more we assert pressure for them to do the right thing so as they can win the coming election. But we have an opposition right now, maybe the minority. No, because what ought to have been the minority took over the government. What ought to have been, the majority became the opposition. And in that event, we got into a state called compounded delusion. So are we in a one-party state? I can clearly say in the next 5 years, that is going to be tested if the opposition of Kenya still exists. Raila has no official position that he is accountable to us. He only is a leader of a coalition that probably was majority but became minority. So we will have to have a discussion after we see that the death of opposition or minority that is vibrant and how we lost it and the consequences of losing it. And you are going already to see it, because it was not the opposition that unveiled the KEMSA thing. In fact, Ruto seems to be the government and the opposition right now, because he has
the government is the one that unearthed it.
Yeah, so we have a government. Last time we had opposition.
It's the CS actually. It's the CS that did it actually.
Yeah, so right now,
I don't know what's her name.
Yes,
it sounded like a Luya name.
Yeah.
It sounded like a Luya name. Yeah.
So Black right now. Last time we had opposition in the government, but right now we have government in the opposition. Unfortunately. So
and it's a good thing.
Let's see how we are going to manage it.
I guess then that answers the question of what's the government gonna do, or what's the government doing about corruption? Because if it's whistleblowing itself, then that's a good thing, right?
If
the government is in opposition,
if it's able to
if it's consistent in doing that.
Yeah. If it does it the way it has started, then I think. But what do you expect? I think the referee can never be the government again. We need a different body that will totally checkmate the government. But
Mboro, now are you ready?
Can we say Raila has control of his leaders?
You're ready, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Now we can listen to Mboro, and I'll be backstage just for like 10 minutes. I do 1-3 and then I'll be back. Is it okay? No, if I leave now, Mboro will be all alone. Okay. Mboro, can I leave you with my video on, and then I'll be back? Just let me do something. Let me grab a cup of coffee.
That should be fine. But before you go, can you confirm if I'm clear?
Extremely clear. You are almost blowing my ears.
So I don't have to remove the earphones, eh?
You wanted to? You're very clear. Unless if you're
if
comfortable.
I'm clear, that's fine. That's fine. If I'm clear, that's good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that should be fine. As we wait for you, I'll proceed.
Yeah. So I want you to give your submissions.
Yes, I am with who?
You are with Black is in, palliative care is in, I'm also in. It's just that palliative care is slightly not in a position to come in. Black will be in the next few minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's very okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So you're not alone, and you are with close to 50 people watching you, so you're not alone.
That's fine, and they are most welcome. Black palliative care, thank you for being in the show. You are such an encouragement. I just want to make my submission, and I'll start where Black, you said something that the government is not telling Kenyans that things are bad or the state of our economy. But the president has consistently told us that our economy is in a pathetic position, pathetic situation, because of the global crisis. And this problem is not only in Kenya, but across the world. People are having a serious problem when it comes to gas, when it comes to fuel crisis, when it comes to food, because a country like Russia is a world supplier of food and oil and gas and diesel and petroleum, as well as food. the same case to Ukraine. These are huge economies fighting, and other countries have put sanctions to those countries. The business is not going well between US and Russia. And you know, these are world largest economies. So when they are in loggerheads, you expect everybody else to feel the heat. And the president has said, yes, this is a global crisis we are facing, and we must work extra harder to come out of the situation that we are in. And also, the previous government borrowed money for projects and also to caution people against the global crisis. And the president is telling us we are indeed in a very bad situation. And what we should do as Kenyans is to encourage the president because he has put measures to ensure that we don't continue entering into deeper crisis, but he has put measures to try and to save Kenya from becoming a slave of overborrowing. And I think it is a good thing for us as a country to start adopting a culture of encouraging our leaders and positively criticizing them when they go wrong, and also commending them when they do good or when they are trying. And that is why I've been so consistent supporting the government and saying I can see that if we move the way the president is trying to do, I can tell you Kenya will be in a better position. Sometimes we say that even a prophet is not recognized in his village. And that is why you see when Ruto go to these international meetings and makes his speech, everybody recognizes his brilliant way of doing things. Everybody recognizes that this is above average kind of a leader. And even you saw how they applauded him, how they praised him when he made his remarks on the African summit. You saw how he did it on the UN. So this is not just an ordinary person. This is somebody who has a culture of succeeding in many, many things. From academics, we have his record very well. The teachers have spoken about it, that he has been very brilliant even academically in school. He has performed well from the standard one, from the nursery school to the university. He has never failed. He has performed very well. Even in politics, he has never attempted to run for a seat and he lost. Why do we think he should lose in building our economy? I don't think so. So as much as I say he is good, he is brilliant, he requires moral support. He requires to hear that Kenyans understand what he is trying to do. Because if I am to compare the level of brilliance between all the presidents we have had, Ruto might be, maybe, I don't know how, but I think maybe he'll be somewhere close to Mwai Kibaki, or he might even be the best president that Kenya will ever or have ever had. So this is what I was saying, Jakes. It is good as Kenyans, we criticize the government positively. It is also good for Kenyans to commend the government and to encourage the government when it is doing well and to tell them, yes, we can make it. We are in crisis, not only Kenya. Let us not just cry, but also try to reason together with our leaders so that they can be encouraged to continue pushing on, to continue working for us, because it is not easy for Kenya Kwanza government. And Jakes, if I come here and all what I do is to criticize you, you not have the strength to keep on, or even having the motivation to start to come for the show, because you'll be saying, if Geoffrey is there, Geoffrey will really give me a hard time. You won't have that, encouragement to do it, because you don't have every time to have somebody who is giving you hard time. But Kenyans, we have adopted a culture that so long as you are in government, you'll be criticized from day one to the day you step down or to the day your term expires. I don't think it's a good culture. It doesn't happen even here in America. The kind of criticism these people do is positive criticism. And when they say it is bad, everybody knows they are saying because it is bad. But in Kenya, even what is good, we twist it to look bad. So at the end of the day, and the most unfortunate bit about it is that even there is no difference between intellectuals and other people, because the deception starts with very clever people, those who got the opportunity to be educated. They start lying to the people, criticizing everything, and that makes the people down there believe that things are so bad, that our country is so bad. That is why, Jake, it's unfortunate that everybody feels like leaving Kenya. Did you see over 3 million people applied for green card only in Kenya? Why? Because we have made everybody believe that Kenya is not a good place, that Kenya is finished, that leaders don't care, because day in, day out, we talk ill of our country. Not only leaders, even our media, they never say anything positive about our own country. So I think we should start changing the culture. Let me tell you, Jakes, you see this America, they never say or show their bad things. I have traversed this nation. I have gone to some places and you wonder whether you are still in America. You wonder, but they will never show those dilapidated areas. They will never show you those areas with extreme poverty, disorganized places. They will only show you good side of America. They will give us the best story of America. And everybody believes that America is the best place to be in, And when you portray your country as the best, you attract people to come do business with you. You attract tourism. But what do? Everything we say, everything we do it against our country. When we criticize, we are extreme, and we don't say anything positive about our country. And Uhuru Kenyatta talked about it and told the people, what you are doing, you are destroying your own country. That is an area that for me, I feel, and I am telling you, I will always be consistent, and I tell people what I feel. Sometimes I speak not only from my mind, but also from my heart. What I feel is that sometimes we do it the wrong way. We do it simply because so-and-so has not formed the government and I was supporting him. So whatever the government does, I will say it is bad. Whether it is good or not, I will say it is bad, which I think is not a good thing for our country. I don't know, maybe you can give me 2 minutes.
You want to do what?
I proceed with submission if or do we have somebody who wants to say something?
No, just go ahead.
Yes. If today, Jakes, because I see a possibility whereby the former prime minister is likely to join the government. If he joins the government today, you will see a drastic change of tone. Everything he has been criticizing, he will stop. And you start now defending the government. He has been talking passionately about the cost of living. Do you think if they shake hard today and decide to work with William Ruto, the cost of living will go down simply because Raila Odinga has joined the government? No. The cost of living was still high, even when they were with President Uhuru Kenyatta. But because he is talking this passionately, consistently criticizing the government, simply because he wants his share of the government. Once he gets it, mutaachwa kwa mata. And this is the way, this is the kind of things I would like people to start seeing, that this is not the way to build a country. Mimi Jakes, even if you are my best friend, when you are going wrong, I don't hesitate to tell you, Jakes, the route you are taking is wrong. But when you are doing right, I'll tell you point blank, what you are doing is the right thing. When the government is telling us that they are doing everything possible to cast on the level of borrowing international loans, what are we supposed to do? I haven't heard these people from opposition saying and telling Kenyans what the government is trying to do is the best thing. And they encourage them. You have said you are going to cut on borrowing. Please do it. And let us see that you are doing it. They should even try to help if possible. Because at the end of the day, it is our country. And leadership doesn't matter whether you're in the government or you're in the opposition. It is our country. And when the government will succeed, especially on the side of borrowing and building our own economy with our own money, like Magufuli was trying to do in Tanzania, I am telling you, all of us, we will be proud. We say in the principles of teamwork that when we are winning, nothing hurts. So let us all work together. Let all leaders, whether you are in the government or outside the government, be motivated by goodwill to see our nation stand, to see Kenya doing well. Encourage the president that yes, Mr. President, we have overborrowed. Right now we are almost at 9 trillion borrowing. 9 trillion, you can imagine. And the president is saying we are trying everything possible to cut down on this borrowing. We are trying everything possible to build our economy with our money, if possible. What are we supposed to do? Should we continue saying everything is bad, instead of telling, yes, we tell the president, yes, we are feeling the heat of taxation, but we see what you are trying to do is the best thing for the future of this country, for the generations to come. Because once you start absconding, or once you are not able to pay your international debts, your country becomes a slave, and you cannot move on. And the president has promised that we will be able to pay our debts, which is a very good thing. And I encourage everybody to tell the people that this president means well for our country, especially intellectuals, those who understand economies. They should be in a position to do that. No. Yeah, no. Yeah. So, Jakes.
Yeah.
The president, sorry, it was somebody who was talking to me. The president promised Hustler funds. I have heard people criticize and saying it is not good, it is all that, but that was part of keeping the promise.
Okay.
And the same people who are criticizing Hustler funds, they are borrowing. We have seen billions have been borrowed. If people think it is not a good thing, why are they borrowing? Why are they taking this money that they are criticizing day in, day out? And 50 billion is not a small amount of money. That's good amount of money. So when we say that the president meant every word that he uttered during campaign, we can see those are good gestures. He started with it. The only area that I have heard people talk about Hustler Fund is that the president had said that money will be given for free. Maybe Jake, you look for us a clip, because I heard somebody saying that the president promised to give people free money to do business. I would like to see that clip where President said people can be given government money for free. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. That is not possible, and it cannot work. The president sat down with the economists, and they told him, however much you want to give people money to do business, you must put a small interest rate because some people will not pay. So that will cater for the people who will decide not to pay. It will cater for other eventualities because at the end of the day, the government is not supposed to lose money because this money belongs to taxpayers. At the end of the day, the government also must be accountable to the system, to the systems of the government. And that's a good thing. We should encourage the president. This thing you have come up with is a good thing. And if you have a better and a brilliant idea on how we can improve it and do it better, say it and say it positively. It has to be reasonable. It has to be logical. It has to be seen to be working. And today we have the social media. Talk about it. Talk about it positively. But we cannot be criticizing things wholesomely and saying it is bad. But we cannot say this thing is likely to help people. We are not telling people form those groups, form those societies, form those organizations, start saving your money, then ask the government to add on what you have to become better people. But what I hear people saying is, what is 500? They are talking of 500, but they are not talking about the 50,000 that you can get if you develop a culture of borrowing and paying. So it is a pattern that the government is trying to form to people. Start borrowing, show that you are capable of being honest and pay. After that, you increase your level of trust to the government and to other borrowing institutions. And that is how you are valued. That is how you are evaluated. And your value of as a person, your integrity of handling money. Even here in America, they want to see, do you pay child support? If you go and you want a credit, maybe you want a credit card or something, they would like to see, do you pay your bills? Do you pay the child support? Have you ever borrowed a loan? Do you have a car loan? All those things they see and how you pay so that they decide how much are we going to give you or are we going to give you or not. So, but Kenyans just think things can be done anyhow with no plan, with no modality, with no assessment criteria and all those kind of things. Some of these things the government is doing are very good, but there are still room for improvement. We have seen the area of the president said, I don't want to be interfering with the police force. And he said, I don't want these people to be doing everything I'm telling them. Because the police are supposed to work for all people, work for the government, work for the opposition to bring law and order, regardless of who is breaking the law. And he said, the money of the police will be going direct to the police department so that they can have their freedom to decide, so that they don't feel that if we don't do this, then the president or the office of the president will not release our money. That kind of autonomy, that kind of freedom to the police is a step ahead. We are heading somewhere. We may not be where we are because, yes, we have seen the police being misused even now, but at least that is a good step. That's a good step, and everybody should say, yes, our government is trying to do something. What Ruto understands is that he will not be the president forever. After 5 years or 10 years, he'll be out of the government. But the precedents you have set, it will help the generations to come. And that is what he told Uhuru Kenyatta. Don't just do things because you are the president. Tomorrow, you might not be the president. Tomorrow, you might not be in power. The policies you make might work against you or against the people that you are supposed to help. So he is very cautious, and he is doing, for me, I believe he is doing the right thing. So let me just stop there, unless, I can talk until tomorrow. There are so many things that come in my mind. Allow me stop there, Jakes, unless you have a question or somebody has a question. Yes.
Maybe I'll give you 2 minutes after I do this to give your closing remarks. But allow me to do this to really have a special thanks to the guys who are still commenting. Akina Geoffrey Ruto, I see you, my brother. Thank you so much. I see Gitash, you're still on. Ramesu, I see you. Ramesu, you're gone. I see you, my friend. You're still there. Asante sana for commenting. Mason Sander, I thank you for being there. Weekly Otwea, I see you. Bernard Njogu rather, sorry. I see you. Black, I see you. Apep Arab Hatem, I see you. I thank you for your comments. Abdi Siraj, I see you. And Mumbi and the many who are still commenting. Asanteni sana. And the many who are still watching. You guys are the guys who make this show what it is. I want to listen to a clip that Moro had requested. I don't know if it is the exact one. Let me try because today I don't have a backup earpiece to help me listen to the video before I upload it, but let me play it first.
Piko wale mmekuwa mkikopa pesa na 10% per day kwa mfano, ambaye inakuja karibu 3600% per year. So serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, na nazungumza kwa niaba ya viongozi wenzangu hapa, tumesema watu wengi kama wewe, wamama mboga wengi kama wewe, na wafanyabiashara wengine wengi wanaofanya biashara ndogo ndogo Kenya, wanaitwa micro and small enterprise, wale wa chini, ambao kwa sasa wanakopa pesa kwa riba ya juu sana. So tumesema establish, serikali ya Kenya itatengeneza hazina maalum inayoitwa Hustler Fund. Na hiyo Hustler Fund tutaweka pesa ya serikali shilingi bilioni 50. Na hiyo bilioni 50 tutawapatia wafanyabiashara kama wewe bila interest, without interest, bila hiyo interest ambayo umesema. Tunaelewana? Na kwa sababu tuko na mkutano wa kina mama, tumesema 50% ya hiyo bilioni 50 ya Hustler Fund itatengwa kwa wamama, ama it will be ring-fenced. Let me repeat this. Let me repeat it ndio tuelewane vizuri. Ndio iandikwe vizuri kwa chata. Tumesema hivi. To deal with the challenge of access to credit by close to 10 million Kenyans who are in the micro and small enterprise space. Majority of them women like Njeri. We are setting up a 50 billion shilling Hustler Fund, and 50% of that fund will be ring-fenced for women-owned enterprises like the one of Njeri.
So Mboro initially alikuwa amesema haitakuwa na riba, and that's why people really celebrated it, eh? And then after saying that, this is what he said after he was elected.
Tu hapa nafikiri atapata pesa ya bure. Unasikia wewe? Ati unangojea pesa ya serikali ya bure?
So basically that is that. Okay, those are some of the things that Mboro, I want to say this, and not that I'm opposing what you said. The number one person who criticizes Ruto, it is himself, his own tongue. The good book says, don't be usikue mwepesi wa maneno, don't be quick to speak, lest you're put to shame. Why? Because you may speak things probably not well thought out, not well, you have not consulted thoroughly, and then eventually you are put to shame. That is one case. The other case is, for instance, when he spoke about the gas issue, which many, with all hopes and all, really expected in the next 12 days, gas itatoka shilingi 300. Probably he had not really thought of other things, because you see, as he later on explained, the the supplementary budget, when it was being passed, they didn't consider that factor. The budget is yet to be read, the financial bill is yet to be passed, so there are laws that ought to have been in place before even that thought ought to have been pronounced. So the first thing that makes him be criticized harshly, it is his own pronouncements, public utterances that are that he speaks, that end up rubbing people the wrong way. So at times, not really about the opposition, but about him himself. You see what his deputy at times say, what his cabinet secretaries at times say. You see, for instance, just I think it was yesterday or the day before, Alfred Mutua gives a statement about a country like Canada, and then Canada comes out and defends itself against what the minister had said. What the president equally had said about is it Eritrea, I think, and then the country comes again and says something different from what the president has said. So I think they need to be told when to speak, how to speak, and what to say, especially in public, because at times they are quick to make promises, and this is what people are using against them. You see, when you're quick to speak, like now, after I listen to you, now I use what you have said. Yeah. So if I know you are a person who really calculates what you say, but if you are a person who speaks quickly without even measuring your words, now whatever you say, and I think there in US they normally tell you you have a right to remain silent, and anything you say shall be used
against you.
against you in a court of law. so so basically what Ruto has been working against him is what he has been saying, and it has been used against him thoroughly. So it's not that people don't like him, it's not that really he's not doing something, but at times they're quick to say, like they spoke of the universal healthcare. By last year December, it ought to be operational. In fact, they had said everyone will have a card, and they said it will go down, but now it went up. He said that no taxes will increase on electricity. That didn't happen. Actually, it went up. So basically, they say one thing and then the opposite actually happens. So me, what I would say is, at times, it's good to work in silence and allow success to make the noise, rather than making noise and then failure becomes your distraction. So I would wish at times, let him not be quick to give promises, because that's what people remember. It's like when you tell a child, I'll do this for you. Yeah, I know you have a kid probably. If you promise your child something, believe you me, after for instance, I remember one time I promised my kid, if he performs well, I'll do something for him. So maybe you say that during the opening of a term, and you even forget it. It passes your mind. It doesn't cross through your mind. So the child continue holding to those words, just like Christians hold on to the promises of God. Now, when huo mtoto anafanya mtihani, anakumbuka dad told me ABCD, right? Then what happens after that? After exam na mtoto anapita, hata akujange kuambia amepata marks ngapi, anakwambia dadi uliniambia. I don't know if you have been in such situation. Dadi uliniambia nikipita mtihani you will give me this. You end up giving. As if you didn't learn a lesson as a parent, you still promise again. Then mtoto next time bado anakuwa anaperform. So what happens? I decided akiperform without even telling any promise, let me just award good behavior. good results without really putting an award before. Because in any case, I think gold is always placed at the end of the rope, not at the beginning. So I think if Ruto could be placing his words after success, after doing something, we would really be crowning him with lots of gold rather than him asking for the gold even before the race has begun. That is my 2 cents. Even as I welcome Muzalendo. Vipi Mzeya? Good to see you sir. Though unajitupanga hizi maeneo.
Kwanza nimekuwa na homa ingine Jex.
Oh, no wonder the eyes, eh?
Unaona macho zangu vile ni red. Nimekuwa na homa ingine maajabu tu ile.
Aha.
I just had nilikuwa tu nimemake technical appearance. I might not stay for long. Nimeona hiyo whatever you are discussing today about taxes is something that is very, very important.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to give my 50 cents contribution on that particular issue.
Okay.
Yeah. You see what is happening in the country.
Nyagaka is saying hi.
Hi, Ben Nyagaka. I hope you're doing great. Mzuri sana. I love your white wisdom beard. Yeah.
Thank you. Erokamano.
Erokamano kabisa. And your knowledge na unatusaidia sana hapa na ekma.
Thank you.
Na experience.
Thank you.
It's very, very important.
I really appreciate that.
Even as we discuss our country.
Exactly.
Yeah. The issue of taxes, I believe we are in the right path. The reason why I'm saying this is that when the high taxes being recommended by Ruto's government, should he be in a position to implement them correctly? Hebu ngojeni tu kidogo dakika.
Okay. Before I give you Mboro, can we have Mzee speak?
All right. I am back. Huh?
Okay.
Shortly. These kids were making noise here. So when the taxes are when we are highly taxed like that, it makes the country grow faster. And you see, the people who are going to be taxed highly, although it is recommended that we have progressive taxation in that all the brackets are captured. But if you are earning $1 million plus, be rest assured that these are the people who are making the loudest noise. Because if you are making $1 million, you'll be taxed more. And the government has got projects that they need to fund. The only problem with the Kenyan government is that they over-depend on taxation to run the country. There is something called foreign investment. Foreign investment is very, very important for the government to run, other than depending solely on taxation to run the country. And there should be, Nyagaka would tell you clearly, there should be incentives that the government applies to encourage citizens to pay taxes. Such incentives are called tax returns. The money you pay to in form of taxes is borrowed money by the government to run the country. It is not them. They borrow it from you. It is your money that they are borrowing. They must return it back to you annually. You understand? They must return that money annually if you are paying taxes. And you see, the people who are captured in this taxation are not the mamambogas. The people who are worried are the civil servants and the MPs who are in parliament, who are already captured by KRA. All right? And they fear that these millions that they are earning and the kind of money they're earning will actually bring their salaries down. And in a country, Jex, where everybody is looking for a loophole to evade taxes, everybody, including myself, Mzalendo here, we all look for loopholes to evade taxes from KRA. How do you expect growth in a country that there is corruption and there are people who are evading taxes? I had our leaders saying that people should be taxed minimally. But remember, the tax regime in the country captures a certain bracket, a certain earning bracket. Kuna ile exemption. If you earn less than 15,000, you are exempted from taxes. So this issue is not capturing everybody. The people who are making the loudest noise are the legislators because they're already captured in this bracket. And I think that should go, that thing should be implemented so that we see a faster growth. If we don't tax people, then what happens? And the government doesn't want to borrow. If we don't tax our citizens, then what happens? And the government of William Ruto has refused that they're not going to borrow any more money to pay salaries. This is a country that has been borrowing money from IMF to pay salaries. Salary, yani mshahara, hatuwezi lipa. So we need to really think and look at a way of getting everybody to support the measures the government is trying to put. Otherwise, thank you guys very much for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mzalendo. I wish you quick recovery.
Yep.
To be well, sir. Penya Gaka.
Habari kijana yangu. Yangu ni kusema sawa. Yangu ni kusema tu Mzalendo vile amesema ni kweli. And that's exactly what I was saying, that I remember, Jakes, when I said we are doing everything right and we will have 100 years and mwingine akasema itakuwa 200. It's a discussion. Every society. Yule Mzalendo anasema pesa unarudishiwa. Lakini kama hapa America Mzalendo ukirudishiwa pesa ni zile ambayo there is a wage, a living wage. Ile pesa ambayo you can survive on. Ikipita wanakurudishia. So they take, it's a long time, it's a long story. But what Mzalendo is saying is right, and we feel that since the independence of our country, Kenya, we should have been discussing about this. Everything is a discussion, and we come up with the right answers. All these democracies that we really die for and want to go through, it is the people of those countries that talked for a long time, like the people who won independence of America nearly 300 years ago. They discussed as common people and agreed on something. To hear Mzalendo speak, to hear Mburu speak, I mean, this is the Kenya we're looking for. Some of us are older. We grew up when Steve Biko was killed, when Nelson Mandela was in jail, when there were leaders in Zimbabwe that were saying, Rhodesia then, they were saying that there are black men who would never rule Africa for 200 years. Fast forward to today, when you hear Ruto's speech in South Africa, you feel like you have lived a full life, and it is wonderful. It is not like Ruto got all the answers. It's not like Raila got all the answers. It takes a discussion so that we can come up with the right answers, not complaints. Ile nyumba ingine tulikuwa Mzalendo ni ya complain tu, na ukisema what you have in your mind, wanataka kupiga they want to block you out.
They lock you out completely because we cannot have democracy.
Yeah. No, na mimi ndio Mzalendo, mimi ndio nilikuwa na wachokoza. I was really happy that I would never think like that. I would never go that low or that high, whatever the case might be. So kufika hapa kwa kwa Jakes na kusikiza vile vinazungumza, I feel good. I feel that we are going somewhere. It's not
when the president is doing the wrong thing, we must condemn it. When he's doing the right thing, we must say it. When the opposition leader is doing the right thing, we must also praise him for the right thing. But we cannot all be talking to ourselves that we agree on each and every point that we are saying. Like today, we have agreed that we are going to abuse President Ruto. That cannot be a conversation or a discussion. You are now behaving like Fox News in the US. So we don't want a regime where we are like Fox News.
I call it Fox Noise. And there's I have a lot of white friends, and they paid me a lot of money when Trump lost because they really believed Trump was going to win. But that's a story for another day. Yeah. So it is important that we talk like now, Mzalendo. Ruto is messing up when he's trying to create an office of the official opposition. That is in a parliamentary democracy. That's not in an American democracy that we borrowed from here and we planted it in Kenya. If we want to go to a parliamentary democracy, that would be better. Na mimi unajua mzalendo anatoka Kisii, Kisii atakuwa prime minister so quick, it won't be no funny. Sio Matiang'i, there's so many of them that got kuna Simba, kuna everybody. But let us talk. Let us, Jakes, we really support you. Let us talk and let us have ideas that can help our country. If somebody's doing wrong like that one, I want to make a call to the president or the vice president to oppose that idea completely, because then it means that we have changed the constitution to make Kenya a parliamentary democracy. That's where you have a leader of the opposition. It's not, where you have a presidential like America, then you have a leader of. That's really confusing everybody. Hiyo tu ndio nataka kusema, Jakes. Appreciate you. Naendelea kusumusa and to listen, Jakes. Una listen to everybody and that's good. Vile mzalendo amesema, hiyo ni show kama ya huyu Robert Murdoch ya Fox Noise or Fox News about they already know what they want. So you go in there, you must feed in. And some of us will not survive in that. Thank you very much, Nduzan.
Thank you, sir.
The most painful part about democracy is somebody gagging your thoughts and trying to suppress your opinion. So it is important that we have this space wherever you are, Mukiwa, Kenya, and all that. And that is why you find that people are trying to even hide their identity because they are not sure of what they want to say. All right, people are not sure. They all want to come on camera because they think they are going to be victimized. Nobody is going to victimize you on your thought. It is important that you express your thought. Maybe that little thought that you have is what can save this country called Kenya. So let us continue having the discussion. It is so important for us.
Okay. Fen, do you have any other thing to add before I give it to Mboro?
I'll just give it to Mboro. I'll talk later.
Okay, Mboro, go ahead. Mboro, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, pertaining the clip that you just played there, it didn't show where the president had said that the hustle of funds will be for free. And for sure, there is nowhere the president had said that the hustle of funds was going to be given for free. The only thing he never explained to people is the aspect of the interest rate.
Yeah, Mboro, go ahead. Mboro, can you hear me?
Jakes, let me say a word.
Yeah, please.
The president, Zalendo, as much as I personally support him, I think everybody, as a human being, we all have weaknesses. He has weakness of speaking too quickly.
Yeah.
Like here in the States, they know that will Biden not sleep anywhere because he messes up. He sleeps, and when he wakes up, he make a mistake. There are so many. Even the gas, when President William Ruto said the gas, for sure, some of us believed that it was the gas itself, not Mutungi. Now, yesterday, it says Mutungi. So let us be very clear that as much as we support him, we'll have to ask him not to talk too much before he knows what he's saying. The clip you played, he said that he was going to give the ladies an interest-free loan, clearly. Guru. So as much as we support him, I think he misspeaks a lot, or he speaks quicker than he need to. So that if we have to help somebody, we have to make sure that we tell him when he make a mistake and when he doesn't. This one mistakes that he has done. All this the accumulative, but he means good. He's doing a good job. Let's accept that. But does he misspeak? Yes, he does. So even when Mburu comes back, I want to tell him that he really did say that. If he didn't, then he should have collected the people a long time ago. As much as I think that his economic theory, bottom up is good and all that. We cannot really turn a blind eye just because we like him when he's practically making a mistake. Thank you. Mburu is back.
Yes. Can I just say? Let me just make a brief submission on that. Jake, my point was just very simple and very general. That as much as it is good to criticize the government, and I'm totally in support in putting people to account for whatever they say. And having said that, my point was this: even being in opposition does not mean criticizing all the time and saying everything is bad even when something is good. That was my point. And that's why I said, so my discussion was wide. It is not just about what people say, because when I say something, you can ask me what I meant. We are also very good in quoting people out of context. And especially our media, social media, we are very good at that. Those things, they don't help. What they do, they polarize the nation. They also make people demotivated to do what they are doing. So it is good to be fair. We be fair to the government. We be fair to the opposition. We be, right forth in the way we speak. We be open in the way we speak. We be truthful people. That aspect of being truthful, being genuine. That is what I lack in our society. And I feel so bad that there is a lot of opaqueness in how we speak. We speak based on which side I am. Am I the government or not? So we end up at the end of the day missing the point. Sometimes we can even end up losing very important projects simply because those who are not inside the government, they will keep on fighting to bring others, those who are in the government, down. Is a good thing? Does it mean that everything that the government is trying to implement right now is totally wrong? Because that is the notion. That is what I am against. I am saying, yes, criticize the government, ask the president to say what he meant. If you feel what he said is not right, it is okay to put people to be accountable in everything they say, both those that are in government and those that are not in government. But let people stop this culture of all the time misrepresenting information, quoting people out of context and all that, and fighting even important projects. They say, when somebody performs, he feels motivated when he is told, well done. When somebody is in a hard time, like right now the government is in a tough times, if we see the leaders are telling the president the way in which we can come out of the problems we are in, rather than always criticizing, yet they are not offering any solution. Yes, you are saying that the president is not doing the right thing. Do you have a better way of doing it? Tell us. That is the kind of thing. That is the kind of criticism that is positive. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mboro. Thank you so much, Pen. And you, our viewers, thank you for always keeping tab. We have done now 6 hours. Allow us to end the show because we have to do this show again in the evening. And these guys will be there, and many as well will be there. And I hope also to see you, our viewers, as well. Thank you, Yegon, Gitash, Stevo, Diaby. Thank you, Geoffrey, Ruto, and many, Abi Siraj, and many who are watching and many commenting. Asante sana. This show, as usual, is made possible because of you guys supporting it and you guys tuning in to watch. Asante sana. Allow me to end by saying, if you need land in Kenya, there is Optiven. Optiven, they got you. They have been there for the last 23 years. And
Solution for genuine property ownership fused with luxury living and affordability. With our fully stocked value-added residential and commercial properties in prime locations across the country, we cater to all your needs. Some of our projects include Achievers Paradise in Ngong, Ushindi Gardens in Nakuru, Great Oasis Gardens in Nanyuki,
Mani Springs along the Thika Garissa Road, Hima Gardens in Nyeri, Garden of Joy in Machakos, Wema Gardens in Narumoro, Tulivu Gardens at Konza Technopolis, and Love Gardens, Kajiado County.
Now, Optiven, they have so many projects, so many pieces of land, improved land, or rather land that has been upgraded, that has water. The roads are tarmacked, or rather they have been marramed, or the roads have been well demarcated for you. They have ready title deeds. They have nice poshy places if you want such. They have nice ranches if you want such. So this is a group of company that would really settle you in a nice place. So get in touch with them. These guys will surely do you a great. Get in touch with them through that number appearing on your screen, and I can guarantee it that these guys will settle you. They have been there for the last 23 years, having positive impact in many, many, many people. Be among them. Be among them. God bless you. God do you well. Asante sana Mburu, asante sana Mzalendo, and many who entered to be part of the panelists. Asanteni sana. I couldn't have done it without you. Show bila nyinyi haiwezi kuwa show. Alone, I'm just me. But with you, we make the show. Thank you so much. God bless you. God do you well. Let's have another awesome moment in the evening. I say goodbye. Boro, do you have another word to add? Okay.
I am fine, sir. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Live from Tembei TV. God bless you. Let's meet in the evening. Bye bye.